Second. Hey, what is up, y'all? I'm Michael, Destro Designs. We are live from the birthday edition of Viperdin Studios. I am joined tonight by my brother CG Horror, or Skizio. And at the very last minute, my brother Abby made some time to come in, and I greatly appreciate it. Abby from FFC. How are you, gentlemen?
Good. Everything's good.
Awesome.
Doing great.
All good here.
First off, and I'll probably say this a couple times, I want to thank everybody on the Twitter timeline today. So in true Destro fashion, I worked all day. I am behind on some stuff. First off, I've been saying for like 3 years now, I'm like, oh, business is good. I got to strike while the iron is hot. Well, the iron has been glowing red hot for 3 years straight. I don't know when it's going to slow down on its own. So I just may have to say, okay, where do I draw the lines on certain things? And right now, what is overwhelming me is the remodel that everybody has probably has to be sick of hearing about by now. So I've been talking about this for a while. It was a real serious undertaking that I decided to do. And I'll be honest with you, my body felt a lot different when I ripped the second floor apart. I was like, yes, I'm going to knock this out. This is going to be like 60 days, yada, yada, yada. It has not been 60 days. It has been a lot. All right. Oh, we got somebody else here. Let's welcome brother Riptide O'Leary. Dude, I'm glad you can make it, bro. I saw you in the comments and I was like, I knew there was one person that I hadn't sent the link to, and I'm so glad that I saw that. So thank you for coming, brother. I appreciate it. So yeah, today first things first, I was really looking forward to staying in bed just a little bit, but I had to jump up and run out the door because whenever I can get help from anybody to work on the projects I have outside of my house or my house, I have to take advantage of it. And I have like my number one guy, Harry, who is just this great young kid. I always tell people he's got the thing you can't teach somebody, and that's how to lock in and get focused on a job. A lot of kids his age today, when you're working, you look over and you're waiting for him to do something. They're on their phone, shit like that. Not this dude. He shows up, he pays attention to what I'm doing, and oftentimes, without even being told, has the thing in his hand that I need, is ready to sweep. If there's a second, he grabs a broom and sweeps up real quick while he's waiting for me to do the next thing. So he's awesome. I had to shoot down, and I had to get him all set up in a vacant apartment that I'm turning over. There's so much shit. The lady lived there for 13 years. It's a mess. And then when I was done with that, I got him set. I had to change the locks because I was leaving tools and everything there. And then I had to come home and I had to sand and recoat the entire second floor. So I think some of you have probably seen pictures of it by now, and it is a lot, man. You know, one of the hardest parts about getting older is admitting that you're getting older. And I don't necessarily mean in the existential, oh my God, we're all going to die kind of thing. That doesn't really plague me all that much. It's more, man, in my 20s, I was fucking Superman. And old age has really taken the edge off, bro. Like, listen, when I talk to people, it sure sounds like the old dog still has it. And I still do a lot more than a guy my age. And that's great. But I used to be able to do it and then like be able to do so much more. There's days I come home and I'm just like, oh, my legs. And it's, you know, my kids are like, are you okay? And I'm like, no. You know? But it's, you know, with that, it's a trade-off. You know, I'm much, much wiser than I used to be. There's a level of settled in my life that I didn't have for a long time. When I tell y'all, you know me now, but you did not know me in my 20s. I was crazy in every possible sense of that word. And so there is a calm that comes over that. And I always say, like, kids will take that out of you, right? If you've got all that energy that you don't know what to do with, don't worry. They do. And they will get you going in the right way. So it's been a crazy year so far, but an absolutely incredible year. Before I go around the room and check the chat, I did just want to real quick say to everybody, we wrapped up the Animus raffle. Abby, thank you again for having me on. I was on the open mic night. He gave me the green light to just talk about it real quick, put the link in the chat. And so my goal was $1,000. I wanted to send homeboy $1,000, and we wound up going over that to 1,140.
Awesome.
And before I go any further, I'm going to add one more to the stage here. Joining us, where is it? Joining us is Chris from Sis 3D Arsenal. What's up, my brother?
Oh shit!
What's up?
Good to see you. Good to see you. Everything is we're kicking off good. We're going around the room. Again, thank you, Chris, for joining us, man. Anytime anybody, and for everybody that's going to be here tonight, and I'm sure you probably heard me say it before, time is our most valuable commodity, and it's not even close. So whenever somebody gives me that time by stopping in and talking shit on the podcast, I appreciate it on the deepest level. So thank all 5 of you for being here. I greatly, at everybody that comes tonight, I greatly appreciate it. But yes, so thank you, especially to Brother Riptide here. So there has been so much that I've been able to do for our community basically because of Riptide, and that's not much of an exaggeration. First of all, Brother Rip had donated for the community what is in essence his whole classified collection. All right. He decided that 3 3/4 was his jam, and the classifieds were kind of just sitting there. And I remember he reached out one day and he was like, yeah, I think I know exactly what to do with these now. And so with that, we are making people happy. And that started with, we had the Dragonfly HasLab full complete in the box. So not only was I able to take that and give that to Mark Potter, our brother across the pond, the community ponied up and I think it was like 220 altogether to ship it over to the UK. So that was first. We just got Operation Dragonfly, went off without a hitch. It happened quick. And then something came to my attention. We have a brother, he may be in the chat tonight, our brother Animus. Brother Animus had tragedy befall his family, and just like, I can't remember who said it, but they said it best when I was saying exactly what happened, and the response was, Jesus, could you imagine? And I was like, right, exactly. You can't imagine. Not only did he lose 2 of his adult daughters, he then stood up with the world on his shoulders and adopted all 6 of their kids. He had 6 kids between the 2 of them. And so now he also still had 2 kids at home. So he has a home where there's 8 kids. Guys, I have 2 kids, and I know what it's like to go to the grocery store. We're doing back to school shopping right now, and like, I couldn't imagine having to do that times 4, not add 4, times 4. So again, the goal was $1,000. Part of what was donated by Brother Rip was, and listen, Brother Rip didn't donate a bunch of discount items. There's a ton of figures that are going for $100 or more on eBay. One of them was the Serpentor, which I'm actually shipping out. It took me a minute to figure out who it was. The gentleman is somebody that watches the live stream, has no socials, and just saw us talking about it, went over, donated, and he won. Chris Hessian is his name, but he got the Serpentor. So this was the big prize, right? All the other gifts were great, and it was a good draw to have. But so yeah, we surpassed, and on top of donating that, Brother Rip gave a substantial amount towards it. I can't, Rip, I can't thank you enough, bro. We really did something amazing here with the help of everybody in the community, but it all starts with you. I think that I don't ever want that to get lost when people are thanking me, and I'm like, I'm just a megaphone. That's really all it was. The legwork was done by the people in the community, and by starting off with Brother Rip and his incredible generosity. So we were able to send Brother Animus $1,140. That's just amazing. Now, and to put it in perspective, though, as great as that is, that's probably going to get all 8 kids sneakers and maybe some clothes, because shit is so expensive. We will probably double back around Christmas time, because Santa, everything is expensive, and we know that there's 8 kids there that are going to be looking for presents. So I just wanted to say that is also. I just got to mail out the winners. I think I sent one of them out yesterday, and I got to box up the rest and get them out. But Brother Rip, thank you much. Thank you to everybody that donated. I greatly appreciate it. So I'm just going to hit the chat real quick and see who we got here. We don't leave them hanging.
We got some people.
Nice. So we've got This Week in Hearthstone is here. What is up, my brother? He says, let's go. Happy birthday, Destro. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Storm Shadow 018 says, happy B-Day, my friend. Thank you, brother. Mac Jackson from This Never Gets Old podcast, the gentleman who's saving Stargate, says, happy birthday, buddy. Hope it's a great one. This is going to be good. Snow Leopard is here. He says, hey, all, happy birthday. Thank you for joining us. If anybody here is unfamiliar, Snow Leopard is joining us from quite literally the other side of the world, and he is going above and beyond to be here present tonight. So I appreciate you. My brother Ellis is here. He says, all hail Destro on his birthday. Ellis, How are you making out with the wildfires? If anybody has seen it in the timeline, the wildfires were creeping up. Brother Ellis has a bunch of animals on his property, and so instead of, like some people do, just leaving them to fend for themselves, homeboy stuck with his animals, and thankfully there was no real problems there. So thank you, I appreciate it. Let's see, this week in Hearthstone, Matt from Mosemind is here. He says happy birthday. Thank you for joining us, brother. Now Matt is traveling tonight. He couldn't be with us. He is out of town, but he is making it work where he's able to get in. Thano is here. What is up, my brother? The gentleman with the massive collection. That's what she said. Brother, I sent you the link. If you want to pop your head in, please feel free. I appreciate it. Big Red is here. He said, I started feeling the physical nosedive around 35 by 40. It bit me hard. That sounds right. I definitely remember at 35, I was very much noticing. I was like, ooh, wow. If I get, 4 hours of sleep, it doesn't do what it's supposed to anymore. So that's where that all started for sure. More Big Red, Snow Leopard. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anybody here. And I think we are good. So, gentlemen, thank you again for joining me so much. I'm just going to hop around real quick. CG, what's new with you, my brother?
Not much of anything. Very busy at work lately, and that's pretty much it.
Nice. Have you packed up that printer to send back? CG won a very, very nice printer from Lego.
Yeah, I won a Centauri Carbon 2, the emoji edition from them. They sent it. I got it set up last Saturday, and it's throwing all kinds of errors, so they're going to ship me another one, and I got to ship this one back probably Monday.
Nice. Good. I mean, what a pain in the ass. I mean, it's nice to win something, but I'm sure that didn't take 20 minutes to set up. I'm sure it takes a little bit of time, and what a pain in the ass to make that work. So, but thank you for, I know. And not only do you work hard, you've got travel on top of it. So your weeks are extra long, dude. I appreciate it. Or Skizio, what's new with you, my brother?
Nothing much. Same old. I'm just happy to be here. Breathing every day. It's all good.
Nice. That's what's up. Figs for life. I appreciate you coming, my dude. Abby, what's going on with FFC?
Oh man, we're doing 5 shows a week. It gets a little rough, to be honest with you. So,
yeah, man.
Other than that, when we're not doing shows, it's hanging out with the kids or like going to an actual show. So like I was at a card/toy show earlier today, which was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Did you rip anything good?
I didn't. I sold cards.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
I sold stuff, so it was nice, and it was cool to meet some of the vendors and stuff. I'm gonna go back tomorrow and take my kids.
That's what's up. They're
gonna love it. And there's actually a vendor there who was interested in wrestling toys. So I was like, oh dude, I got a bunch. I was like, I got you. I'll bring them tomorrow. And he's like, all right.
Cool.
So make some more space.
Awesome. That's what's up. And just real quick, if you want to let the folks know, what are the 5 shows that you got going on over the course of the week?
Monday, my co-host Talib 1980 Collects and his co-host Anna do Decepticast. It's a Transformer-based show. It's at 10:15 p.m. Eastern on Monday nights. Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern is our open mic. We'll drop the link in the chat, and anyone is welcome to come in and talk toys with us. Generally, we talk new pickups, or we'll have a toy discussion topic. Just be respectful. That's all we ask. Then Thursdays is my co-host Lucifer does a photography show, toy photography. So it's called Taking the Shot. That's at 9 p.m. Eastern. Mm-hmm. And we normally have a guest photographer, and we do community spotlight on photography as well. And then Fridays is Plastic Journey, which is more of an interview show, and we have someone from the community or someone from like the business, the toy company, jump on and we'll do an interview.
That's awesome. I can attest to the awesomeness of the open mic night. It is a lot of fun. All the people are great. You show off your pickups and stuff, and it's I wish I could make it every week. It's just that, like, listen, I give you guys so much respect for all them shows. So I do Saturday night, I do Mondays with Mark, and then honestly, if I do Tuesday too, I am fucking wiped on Wednesday. Just like,
yeah.
Plus, I also have a hard time falling asleep. So like a lot of times when I do the show on Monday, I don't fucking fall asleep until like 2:00, and then I have to get up and do shit. And as the aforementioned age bearing down on top of me. That's what's up. But they're all great shows, brother. And again, thank you so much
Yeah, dude, thank you for the invite
and making the time to come, bro. I appreciate it. Brother Rip, I saw you got that amazing haul from the antique store the other day. You got the complete Cobra bug and a rattler that was missing the canopy and
just the canopy and one engine piece, and that was it.
Insane.
And that was $50.
Yeah,
Wow.
total.
The bug, which was that's right over there, complete box, instructions, driver, everything, really nice. 150, ridiculous.
Nice.
So that was awesome. Me and Mrs. Tide have we've been antiquing a lot lately, and we've been finding some awesome stuff. So
that's great. Shout out to Little Rip and Mrs. Tide. It looked like you guys had a lot of fun when you recently met Sergeant Slaughter. And
it was a blast, dude. He was so nice. Such a nice guy.
Awesome.
Did he
I'm
put you in
happy
the
to
Cobra clutch?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got the shirt. I got everything.
You got the pictures.
Yeah, I could not be happier that man gets celebrated in the way that he should be, because there's no better ambassador. The one thing about the Sarge that I always did really enjoy was that, like, when I was a kid, the Sarge represented a link to reality, meaning, like, when you're a kid and you're looking at G.I. Joe, lasers, you're like, I don't think there's lasers, but these all look like they could be Army people. Like there's other than maybe no place like Springfield with the melting people, that's a little out there or whatever, but for the most part you're kind of like, is this shit real? And then you see the Sarge and you're like, whoa, he's real. I see him wrestling with the Iron Sheik, and you're like, he's definitely real. So I felt like it lent a realism to the Sumbo cartoon that was unmatched. But at the Joe Fest, they just recently had the what do you call it? The dinner with Sarge, when he was inducted into the G.I. Joe Hall of Fame. So big long table, looked like a who's who, from the G.I. Joe, from Hasbro and everything like that. And it looked like that he was getting, because oftentimes, and I've said this before, a lot of we don't celebrate people until they've passed. It's like people come out of the woodwork to say nice things. I think that people should get that, especially a gentleman like that, before he passes, because and he looks great too. Like, I know he's got to be in his 70s at least, right?
I'll tell you, when he did the Cobra clutch, he didn't hold back at all. He was like, "You ready?" I'm like, "Ready for all."
Well, I think that lends itself to how good the photo looks, because I bet people are waiting for like a half-ass thing. No. He yokes you up, and then you're like, "Oh shit!" And then you really get the look on your face. So that's fantastic for sure.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, and shout out to Hasbro, for doing that for him. I think they were behind that, the dinner with Sargent, the whole thing. So I think that's fabulous, taking care of somebody like that. So that's really cool. So awesome. And what's up with Little Rip? How's he doing in the Scouts?
Oh, awesome in the Scouts. He went to the camp a little while ago, came back, just can't wait to do everything else. It's true. They go camping once a month, no matter what the weather is. So I'm like, go. You'll see. You'll see how it is. So He's doing great.
Awesome. Very good. I just want to hit the chat real quick. Curator Dan collects. Dan is a great friend of mine. He says, it's about people. Destro Designs is one of the people. Your generosity, your commitment to charity, and the goodwill you continually show to others speaks volume about the kind of man you are. Hold on. I didn't miss one. Oh, I missed one. Hold on. Let me back up. He says, happy birthday. I want to jump on. One of the best things about being a part of the G.I. Joe community is that every once in a while you meet someone who reminds you that this hobby is about so much more than figures. It's about people. Destro Designs is one of those people. Your generosity and commitment to charity and the goodwill you continually show others speaks volume about the kind of man that you are. I have tremendous respect for you because of it, but beyond all that, somewhere along the way, you also became a great friend of mine, and that means more to me than any collectible ever could. So today, I hope the G.I. Joe community gives you some of that love back to you. I hope you know how much you are appreciated and how many people you've positively impacted. He's happy birthday, my friend. Here's to many more years of friendship, laughs, shows, Cobras, and doing some good along the way. Well, brother, thank you. That was incredibly thoughtful and incredibly well said. Yeah, I talk to Dan every day. literally every day. We send each other voice messages back and forth, you know, because it is all more about that. Like, I think everybody has their own individual, like, life can be a struggle, like, as much as you can be as positive and you can do things. But the fact is that, you know, it doesn't matter if you have kids or not. It doesn't matter what's going on. Everybody is fighting some kind of a battle. That's just what it is.
Amen, sir.
Yeah, for sure. And so, yeah, no, definitely Dan and I have become incredibly close. I mean, he was nice enough. He put me in the driver's seat of 2 HasLabs, you know, by finding them, shooting to me. I mean, sending them to me, everything like that. So, yes, Dan, I couldn't appreciate you more. And I greatly, greatly appreciate that well thought out message. Also, Curator Dan Collects is on YouTube. He has a channel. He recently had a video that went bananas, and it was the top 20 most valuable classifieds. And what it did, I might be saying that wrong, I hope not. What he did was he took the 20 items that started off at this price but is now selling for this, and whatever the biggest price difference is, right? So obviously, like a HasLab jumps in quite a bit of price, so those are higher on the list. And I think it got over 8,000 views, almost 9,000 views, which is fantastic. And I think that's great. Hey. Yes, honey, but I'm in the middle of something. Can you ask you got to push the power button on the left and then the other button on the right, okay? All right, thank you. Yes, my kids, they want to know how to start the dryer, but hey, I'm not going to hinder them from trying to help around the house and do their own laundry. Thank you, Paige. But yeah. So, I mean, that totally derailed my thoughts, but yes. Oh, so Curator Dan Collects, the YouTube channel, excellent guy. Yeah. And listen, if you haven't seen any of his videos yet, he does elite level quality videos. The production value is through the roof. He's got an amazing collection, and now he's really diversified the videos that he's putting out there. So and I'm not saying this just because he made this unbelievably glowing message about me. I'm saying it because it's a fact. The dude makes amazing videos. In fact, there's things that I wish it's like, man, I did this, but man, I wonder if Dan did it for me, would it look better? It shit is that good. So thank you for taking the time, my brother. I greatly appreciate it for sure. You're an excellent dude, and I'm super proud to call you brother. Chris from Sister D Arsenal, thank you for coming, my dude. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
It was a good day. My kids made me I can't share it because there's a lot of personal stuff on it, but they made me this massive birthday card. So if you don't know, I have twin daughters, both girls. They made me this enormous card on poster board. You know, one did one thing on one side and one did the other, but it was very funny. Yes. Do you need more help? Okay. So yeah, she's just going to hang out for a minute. So yeah, no, Chris, thank you for joining us, man. I greatly appreciate it. You have just been knocking it out of the park with all the stuff that you come out with this year, man. Let me tell you, it's where do you get the inspiration to just be like, bang, look at this.
Well, really, like some of it is I have a lot of stuff I haven't finished, so I've been kind of trying to get through some of that stuff. I mean, some of the stuff I released recently, I actually made like last year, but just didn't finish it.
Okay.
I've been kind of trying to get through some of that. And since Joe Fest, my orders have been crazy. So I mean,
nice.
I haven't had really a lot of time to start something new. I am working on a couple new things now, but the orders have been through the roof. And I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like since Joe Fest, I've had multiple orders of 30 to 70 items. That it's like
what?
10 plus orders that are like 30 to 70 items each.
Dude, and no matter what they're getting, 30 to 70 items is insane. That's that sounds like a company buying shit. You know what I mean? Like that's buying in bulk, dude. Oh my God. Well,
yeah, I mean, like it's nice to have, but like it's tough to like complete an order of 70 items because I really feel bad because I have all these other people that order, 2 items, 5 items, 10 items, and they're all delayed because I'm trying to fill an order of 70 items,
Right.
And
wow.
The printers are just constantly running.
Yeah, for sure. Out of curiosity, say in a 70 item order, is it is it a lot of say, and not to, for lack of a better term, but like, is it a lot of smaller things? Like I know you have like the Ballard safety cone set, or are they getting like mission crates and stuff like
it's
that?
It's a mix of everything. Like there's somebody recently that ordered like one of everything. It felt like like. Like really, like the large mission crates take a long time. That's why they're expensive, because it's a lot of parts that you got to print them out and put them together and all that. And so you can't print them all at the same time. So it's time consuming. But yeah, I mean, like it's pretty crazy. Like some of the stuff that people order, like I'd really like some of the people really like to know what they're doing with it. You know, like,
right?
Because they must be setting up a diorama, and I would love to see it. You know, like. Because somebody ordered like 10 bunk beds. Like, what are you doing with 10 bunk beds? I want to know, you know?
Right.
So, and there's a couple people overseas that I assume they're reselling or something, because they order a lot of stuff and it's like duplicates of stuff.
Sure.
I'm guessing they're reselling stuff over there.
Right. I mean, but at that point, you know, doing it overseas like that is kind of like, you know what, fine. You know, I'm making one big bulk order and I'm getting the money regardless. So if that's the case, dude, I got to be honest, I'd be hard pressed. I have a lot of your stuff, but 70 items would be close to the number of items I have gotten all together. Like, I think, dude, that's wild. And it's gotta be dioramas, right? Because I mean,
it's got to be. Yeah, I would imagine.
I mean, because so like I don't know if you can see it all, but like, hold on, let me pull this up real quick. So like, unfortunately, I have to store most of my stuff in these crates until I'm ready to use them for. But I have like here, like as a display, this is all my 788 stuff, right? Which looks amazing with the hiss. It's like I'm going to be doing a whole shoot on that, and I do have like all of the blue Cobra stuff separate, and then I have the Joe Green stuff, and then I have another bin that's got what I call just the miscellaneous stuff, right? Like the safety gear, the hand cart and stuff like that. But I mean, the truth is, and I have been saying this for a while now, you know, about your stuff, is that like if you have space issues, if you're like, if somebody is like, oh, I can't build a diorama, you don't have to. Just get a bunch of shit from Chris or Matt, and boom, you have your thing. A black background with a couple figures and a few of like these things, like the armory setup here, like that's, you know how many shots I've done that look amazing, and basically it's because the armory is in there, right? It's just the whole thing. That latest armory setup that you have is amazing. It's got the primary weapons holder on the bottom, and what I believe is the first time you have the secondary weapon holder in the middle, and then there's spots up on top. I'll show it off. I have the picture later. I think that is genius and super duper innovative. So, dude, the success is incredibly deserved, and it makes me happy as hell to hear that that has taken off. You've obviously, the right people came by the booth at Joe Fest, I think, because
well, you know, the funny thing is, like, the people that are buying stuff overseas that are ordering a lot of stuff, like when they first like sent me the orders, like one of them submitted the order without like talking to me first. So I was like, what the hell, like, you know, like, like what do I? How do I? Like,
if you're bringing 15 people to the restaurant, you call first.
Yeah, and so like I had to figure out, like, when it worked out, because I was worried about the shipping part of it, like how big of a box do I need? You know, like how many do I have to break it into multiple boxes? It's overseas, so the shipping is more expensive, but it actually ended up working out pretty well. Like what I thought would be a humongous box ended up fitting inside like something. I think it was like a 20 by. I think the biggest one I've sent so far is like 20 by 20 by 20, pretty much. So
well, you do pack it in there like flawlessly, right? Your stuff is
some of the stuff can go inside of other things, so it works.
This is true. That's a good way to do it. I love it. That sounds great. Real quick, I just wanted to mention something about what Curator Dan had said about hopefully the community shows you some love today, and I would have to say that I feel like it is shown every day. Before I go into that, we're going to add Brother Roblox to the stage. What is up, my dude? Thank you for coming.
What's up, Block?
Mute.
I appreciate you, Brother Block. Can we hear you? Give me a mic check.
You're on mute.
Okay, I'm mic check. Can you hear me?
There you go. You're good.
What's up, Brody?
What's up, brother? What's going on? What's
Awesome.
Up? What's up?
Thank you so much. Let me just finish this one thought, and I'll get right to you, Brother Block. So I feel like I feel the love all the time. it is endless, right? Not only has the community straight up just sent me stuff like here, have this. I can honestly say that I feel like whatever I have given to the community has in fact come back tenfold. And that's not much of an I don't think I'm really exaggerating. What makes me now, the physical items that people send is obviously, I'm blown away and I love it. It feels good. You're literally feeling the love when somebody takes the time to do that. But I think what's probably the most important thing, and then this is something that's been going on for a year, is everybody decided to buy into what I was selling last year, right? With saying that, like trying to influence people to interact with each other positively, right? Like we don't have to be like the rest of the internet, right? We can have our own community where we're encouraging each other. There's no reason to tell somebody that you don't like their photo for fucking no reason. You know what I mean? Like we can all support each other. And so not just that, but things like very early on, like CG Horror being open and honest about the things he's been going through. I feel like that opened the doors to other people talking about the issues they're going with and how we support each other. Yeah, I've had people in my DMs telling me that the community has saved their life. That means more to me than anything possibly could. Like Brother Block opened up about, he's an empty nester and how that's been difficult for him and how the community gave him life, after his kids were gone. Because trust me, I feel that my kids are 11. They'll be here for a while, especially with the way the housing market is. They'll be here for a long time. But the point is that, I feel it already. I can already feel the feeling of that. So, and if I remember correctly, the people that jumped into that tweet that you made, Brother Block, it was a bunch of guys who I have never seen say a single thing about feelings or how they're doing outside of Joe's or anything. And they lined up to say, oh yeah, I'm going through it. It sucks. I went through it. It sucks. And it was like, it seemed to be something cathartic for everybody. So it's examples like that, like these guys back then, opening up about what they struggle with and what the community has done for them. Like, I try to tell my friends of mine in real life about it. And I've literally said this to my friends in real life. I'm like, yo, these people who I have known for months are open up and are better talking about like what's going on in their lives than you fuckers. And I've known you people for 40 years, it's magical. I feel like I lose the words a lot of times when I'm trying to think about exactly how to explain it, and how great it is. But it's all those things. Everybody being nice to each other every day, everybody being encouraging and supportive of each other every day. That's where I feel that love. Don't get me wrong. I love the figures and the stuff that gets sent to me. Don't get me wrong there. That is also amazing. But just everybody, like the way the community has come together. And that's where I feel like, and people literally jumping on. And today, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to get to the timeline and thank everybody, but I will either later tonight or tomorrow, because I could definitely feel it, and it's funny. I show my kids, I'm like, look at this is they love your dad. I love them and we all love each other and it's a great community. And I feel like it's a great example to show my kids too. Like that's how cool it is. Like, my one daughter who's 11 is still very much into like kid stuff. And what makes me happiest is like, my one daughter was like, oh, remember the girl last year? She wore that shirt that had like a cartoon on it. And that one kid tried to make fun of her for it. And my daughter was like, I don't care. I'm going to wear this Bluey shirt because I love Bluey. I don't care what those other kids have to say. So it's just things like that where it stems out into there. So no. Thank you, Dan. I would have to say that I am, in fact, feeling the love today and almost every day. So, Brother Block, you're out of town and in LA, is that correct?
Yeah, man. I just drove down, man, today. It's my uncle's. We were celebrating 70th birthday.
Nice.
So it was fantastic, man. Everybody came. My daughters actually flew from New York to LA, so I had to come down here and celebrate with him. I got to see my girls. So they're here too. They may pop in here. So it's just, a no-brainer coming out here, man. So it's fantastic. So I got to celebrate earlier with him. Come celebrate with you guys here. It's a great Saturday, man.
That's awesome. That's awesome. No, I appreciate you making the time as well as everybody else. That's great. While I have Brother Block here, speaking of feeling the love, Brother Block found, actually, I don't know if you heard it today, but Chris from the Full Force showed your picture and mentioned you by name on his show because of the Deep Six.
Oh yeah.
So they may have showed it on the show, but it's in my house now. So I haven't opened this yet because we are going to be doing a well, I'm almost positive this will be talked about extensively on Monday. So I'll just say that like that. Shout out to Mark. Mark could not make it this evening because he has he worked on a film with some other people and they're actually doing a thing down in New York City for it. But Brother Mark said he definitely would have came and so, yeah, I would have loved to have him, but I get, hey, man, when you're being celebrated for making something like that down in New York City, you got to go make that trip. But so what I will say, though, hold on, let me just bring it back up real quick. Originally, I was a little like, when I saw this, I was like, it's not going to fit in a shark. It's not whatever. But as I have it now and I'm looking at it, it's pretty damn cool. So the first thing is that this is kind of like how they did Scrap Iron, Tripwire, Mutton Junkyard, where they stuck to the true original figure, but just gave it just a little bit of extra strength in there to classify it up. And so I have to say that it is pretty cool. I do like the idea of they have the let's see, probably show it a little better. So you can stick that head in there, so it'll look like he's been drowned and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. That helmet that will be in the helmet. His little launcher underneath that goes on the forearm is cool. Yeah, and I will definitely get into it more. Oh, and that they do have they have the original, what is in essence just like the big glass dome that he had when we were kids. And then the newer helmet that I also think just looks great. So backpack is cool. One of the things, and I'm going to save the rest of the talk for Monday, but one of the things that does, and I don't think I'm making this up. I thought about it yesterday and I forgot to look it up. The original shark had a peg on the bottom of it, right? Couldn't you put a figure onto the bottom of the shark? It's called like the dump seat or something like that. If I remember correctly, it had it. So of course, when you look at this figure, you're like, oh, if they made a shark big enough for this figure to get in, the other figures wouldn't look right in the seat. The seat would be too big. So what I'm hoping is that they make the shark and they make it so you could put him on the bottom of it and have like, Shipwreck or somebody driving it. I think that would be fantastic. So I've got some other pickups. Maybe I'll show those in a minute. But if any of you guys have any new stuff you want to talk about, I'd be happy to listen.
Bobby to know that I just wanted to close the circle and show that every single person has bought this Punisher, because it was like 2 weeks ago. I think every single person on Figure Fight Club showed off this figure. So I just wanted to close the loop and say
completed now.
Has
I have a couple of them.
Little Rip, what's up, brother? Nice. I'm glad. That's a good pickup, Chris. I love it. Actually, we got somebody else joining us here to the stage. Making his first appearance on the show is our brother from the Twitter timeline, Just Another Jerk. How are you, my friend?
Hey guys, doing good. How are you tonight?
Excellent. Really appreciate you stopping in. Hold on. Where is he? Let's put Little Rip up on the main screen if I can do this. Little Rip, what's up, brother? How are you? Good?
I'm good. I would like to say happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Very cool. I hear you're crushing it in the Scouts.
I am.
Awesome. That's fantastic.
My mom in a game of chess. I'm feeling good.
Nice. You got to let her know who's the champ.
Yep.
Very cool. Well, chess is good for your brain, bro. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Very good. You'll be back to school before you know it, brother. So soak up that summer.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thanks for popping in, my dude. I appreciate it. All right. So let me go back.
Bye.
Later, bro. All right.
Well, that's too awesome.
So yeah, so I had CG Horror and I had the pleasure of meeting Little Rip and Big Rip and Mrs. Tide all down at CradleCon, and he's a great little kid. And Rip, you and Mrs. Tide are doing an excellent job with him. You could tell, like,
Thank you.
very, very well raised kid. So Chris has got that Punisher. CG, do you have that Punisher as well?
Yeah, I have 2 of them. Of course. Yeah, I get when it comes to the Punisher, I get 2 of everything. So one that I can open and play with, and then one that will be up on the wall.
That's awesome. And if I remember correctly, you have every single comic and comic appearance of the Punisher from the beginning to 2011.
Yes, I have every Punisher comic appearance, cameo, and mention of him.
Mention.
73 to 2011.
Dude.
That Warzone and War Journal and everything?
Everything.
Wow.
Like, if somebody mentioned his name, I got it.
That's so awesome, bro.
That's awesome.
Love that. So when I collected comics, I liked Wolverine, Spider-Man, and the Punisher was like my favorite, right? Like Wolverine, I think everybody loves Wolverine, right? Spider-Man's obviously a favorite, but something about the Punisher was like, I remember even as a kid, I was like, oh, he ain't got no powers. He's just mad as fuck. He's got every weapon you could think of, and he is angry. My dude is out here running his days fueled on hate. And I just, even as a kid, I was like, man, that's fucking awesome. My favorite, well, I don't know about maybe not my favorite, but the one I still have, the Punisher Armory, the Punisher Armory. I think it was 6, 7, 8 issues, and it's just page after page of the Punisher's weapons. Yeah. And like as a kid, they're showing you stuff that was real, but like I never saw this weapon before. Like, look how awesome this is. So yeah, man, that's pretty dope. So yeah,
I collected all those too. They were amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I luckily still have all the comic books that I had. I'm actually going to sell, or I'm going to put them up somewhere and see if they sell. I have, if I don't even remember how I got these, but I have like the first 11 issues of The Tick. And when I looked it up, I think the number 1 is selling for like 400 something. So I'm probably just going to throw all of them up as like a package deal. You know what I mean? Like here's what it's worth. I'll take this. Just get it out the door, because there's stuff like that. Like, it's sitting here. I'm never appreciating it, like when I had the slight disaster where the water came in that one time, and I had to kind of rearrange at just another jerk said, like a forced remodel. And he was correct. It did force me to address my empty box issue. And I've never felt like more of a fucking hoarder. Bro, I have 5 enormous contractor bags that are spilling out over the top of empty boxes. And the crazy part was when I went through them, they were all mostly under here, somewhere over there, and somewhere up there. When I went through them all, I had like 11 figures still in the box that was in there. And I just was like, I didn't know it was there. I was like, okay. All right. So we all joke about my purchasing stuff. Maybe I should take a look at this, because it's like, if you have this shit, you don't even know it's there. You paid money for it. Like, how psycho is that? So, I kind of put some things together, and I'm not going to really sell them. I'll just send them to people, or if anybody wants to trade some stuff, or like I don't know how, but I wound up with 4 Rock Claws. I didn't even want one. I had 4 of them all of a sudden. Stevie Z sent me one, and then I bought a few off one guy, and that was in there, and I got it for cheap, and it was just like, okay. But this is my life now. This is what I do. You know how hard it is to convince people I'm not rich when they see this, and then they see like a video of the shop with all of those tools. It's like impossible. They're like, oh my God, you must have like a ton of money. And it's like, no, it's in all this shit. You see what he's talking about? There's no liquid money whatsoever. It's all tools and fucking toys, which could be considered all the same thing, no matter how you look at it. But no, I'm super blessed. And I did tool review on Instagram for like 3 years. I had companies sending me a lot of stuff. Like, that's the thing. When you see the shop out there, I paid for half of it, maybe something like that. I was very, very blessed in that way. So welcome in Just Another Jerk. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate it. And thank you to your lovely wife for not minding that you got in here tonight. I was, I don't know if you were listening, but I was telling everybody, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in the beginning, the first couple episodes, it was a deal that you traded massage time so you could just put it up on the big screen and kind of hang on. That's like dedication, brother.
turn it on and let her just wander in.
Nice. That's what's up. I oftentimes refer to you on the timeline as the Pose Master General, which I've never been more proud of a nickname that I've ever given anybody. It just, I don't know why. I love that one. I think it's good. The other one I came up recently too was calling Stevie Z Leonardo da Vinci, which that could be like my favorite. Nobody laughed at it though. I thought everybody was going to think that was
on the inside.
it's good. It's nice. So yeah, no, you continuously show us on the timeline you stretch the limits of posing with your figures. Also internationally known for your love for Akiko. I think everybody is aware of that. If you off the top of your head, what do you think is your most posable figure? Is it that Dawn Marino? Because I've seen you doing some crazy shit with that lately.
The Dawn Marino's posable because of the feet. She'll stand on anything with friction.
Okay.
There's tiny bumps on the feet, and you just, if it's got friction on the surface, you push her down on them, they just kind of fit in.
Nice.
Grip and hold on. So she sticks on the side of the tree. She's stuck on the side of my brick wall. I tried to fall off a lamp or the water spigot. She still wouldn't.
She looks like a mountain goat, right? Like you have her, like she's just
pretty bendable. But I'd say maybe the most posable might be Helix.
Ooh, okay.
My city goes the best buck. I think Helix is the best female classified figure.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Very cool. I love it. Abby, you are a gentleman who is a broad collector, right? You definitely collect G.I. Joes. What are you into like right now? What is catching your eye outside of G.I. Joe? What should we be looking at?
Dude, Cesare. Cesare Studios.
Okay.
I did a post this earlier.
Oh,
this is Bernice from Cesare Studios. In my opinion, the best female buck.
Ooh. Trying to get you over there. Hold on.
I mean, damn.
Sorry. Why can't I move? Okay, here we go.
There you go. Yep. The best female buck, at least in my opinion. The armor is all removable. She's got like you could pop the hair off, and then you could put on her other look.
And how many figures you posted a picture with a bunch of boxes? How many boxes was that?
I have like I think 25 of her. Yeah. I have a problem too. So
right. Well, actually, you brought up something interesting when you did. It was just you and I on the show, Abby. You asked. You called it the collecting bug, I think it was, and you referred to it there as kind of like. It's inside a person and you don't know it until you're like, oh, look at what I've been doing. And that's because it was the same thing with the tools. That was collecting before I even got this.
I mean, I think it's hereditary, to be honest with you. Right. At this point, if your parents or one of your parents is a collector, like my dad was a collector of like gadgets. He liked like technology and that's what he collected. My brother collects movies and like booze. But I was, before I started collecting toys, I collected movies as well.
Nice.
And then watches for a little while, but it's a collecting bug. I really think it's hereditary. It's from you watch your family, your parents, adults, someone collecting, and then you kind of do it too.
Nice. I believe that to be true. I subscribe to that. Shout out in the chat. Pop Cole Frenzy is in the house. What is up, my dude? Spentor's Lair is here. He says, Did anyone get Mike some Ovaltine and Geritol? Yeah, dude, you're not lying. You're not lying. Let's see. Melted Copper is here to tell us, can't believe Dimser pretended to go to New York then to celebrate his pal's birthday. Destro truly is his spirit animal. Yeah. If anybody's here is unaware, Melted Copper will give you a good ribbing, but it is all in good fun. That is my dude. Thank you so much for joining us, Melted Copper. Let me just scan back, make sure I'm not missing anybody. Pop Cole Frenzy says happy birthday. Thank you. All right, very good. Let's go back to here. So yeah, that's definitely something to be aware of. That's one of the things that I do enjoy about the open mic night as well, is that classified definitely gets shown, but at the same time it's not the predominant thing, so I get to see all kinds of stuff, right? Oftentimes guys have stuff that they're showing off from Christmas History Arsenal or all different places, right? And so I think that it winds up being pretty dope it makes you aware of different stuff, and I think that's just fantastic. Like I really do enjoy that.
It's a good mix. It's definitely a good mix of things.
Figures that you like, I see a lot of figures that I didn't even know existed, and like some of them, like the sculpts are great, and I consider buying some. I have bought a couple that I've seen people share on there that I didn't even know existed or think about buying before I saw it.
Agreed.
You know, like a lot of, like me personally, I'm a big fan of independent toys, like independent companies. So they get a lot of love from me, and even import or third party companies. I go that route before I go more domestic or big company names.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah. And speaking of FFC, adding to the stage is our brother Lucida Bass. Welcome in, my brother. Thank you, thank you. Also of FFC fame, he's the gentleman who rocks the show on Thursdays. That's Taking the Shot. Brother Mark and I did the show on Thursday, maybe 2 months ago, and it was fantastic, man. We had an absolute blast. It was cool to see. Yeah, it was cool to see a bunch of photos and stuff from guys that maybe I was a little unfamiliar with. You know, it was a good way to branch out and see stuff. I love how you highlight, you know, because like I've talked to people that are like, oh, you know, I wouldn't believe it. My photo wound up on this podcast, and hearing how excited people get from that, I think that's just awesome. You know, if there's anything again that makes it's like the same thing we were talking about with the community, hearing people get excited and feel a level of acceptance, right? Or just, you know, feeling like they matter just as much as everybody else, you know? And so things like that, I think are fantastic. So that's one of the many reasons why I enjoy that show. And honestly, FFC as a whole, because that Tuesday night thing, I tell people constantly, they'll be like, oh, I've never done a podcast before. It don't matter. All you got to do is you click on the link, you're there, and everybody's hanging out and having a good time. So that's great. What is up with you these days, Lou?
Absolutely. Hey, brother. What's going on, fellas? I got a little representation here for Chris.
Nice. I have that one too, and it's one of my favorite shirts that I have. It's awesome.
Yep, love it. Love it. Happy birthday, my brother. It's
Thank
good
you.
to be here.
Thank
you
you
for sending me the invite. Good to see all you guys.
Absolutely.
Just hanging out,
Happy
man.
birthday, my brother.
Thank
good
you.
to be here.
Whoa.
Thank you.
For,
Yeah, feedback
Whoops.
somewhere.
All right.
Happy birthday, my brother.
Oh, that wasn't him. Let's see.
That wasn't him, yeah.
All right. I know he was fiddle. He was okay. Hold on. Here we go.
All right.
JAJ. Sorry, brother.
Hey, sorry about that. I dropped your audio for some reason. I could hear other people, but not you.
So
Wow.
every once in a while, this happens. Famously, I think it was when I had Chris, Dan Salcedo, Conrad, and maybe just me. But we had to go, and believe me, I emailed StreamYard and I was like, yo, I pay for this. I'm not using the free side. I pay for this. Let's please work these bugs out, because I can't have 5 guests. Because it was like once you couldn't hear somebody, they would drop out and come back in, but then somebody else wouldn't be able to hear. They'd have to do it, and it was like, almost like we had to have everybody. If one person all of a sudden couldn't hear, we'd have to. It was crazy.
It's usually Apple devices that it happens to.
Yeah, it's iPads or iPhones generally.
Yeah.
Oh no shit, huh?
Yeah.
That's interesting, because I think
it loses permissions to the mic is what's happening.
I told her yes.
Well, I mean, that's the explanation I've read on StreamYard and support, but the audio cuts out. So like everybody else can, like that one time I was on Figure Fight Club, I could hear everybody. I couldn't hear anybody but Goose for some reason, and I thought Goose and I were having a private conversation.
Okay.
Like in the back or something. For some reason.
Evil Dookie in the house. Our House Customs. What is up, my brother? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. What's up, Dookie?
Very cool. Yeah, if you're not subscribed to our brothers, it's Outhouse Customs on Instagram. Evil Dookie, I think it's at Evil Dookie here on YouTube. One of my favorite customizers. The dude like builds. It's the love of the big dial, right? He has that hawk's nest and a bunch of stuff that I saw on Figure Fight Club actually, and I was like, oh, here's my people with this big huge dial. So thank you for coming in, brother. I appreciate it.
That was epic.
Motorcycles now too.
Yeah.
Yo, Yeah, that's what he's been building out. He's partnered with someone, I think. Now I'm trying to remember who he partnered with, but they're
Okay.
working on some stuff.
Nice. That's fantastic. Yeah, brother. I think it's Friday at 8 is when the show pops off, I believe, if that's when it is. So yeah, brother. Awesome. Very good. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's great. I do. I appreciate everybody taking the time tonight. Let's see. We did the Animus raffle. So something that's been coming up a lot in the timeline and in the news has been all the talk about the G.I. Joe movie that we're all hoping that we get, right? And I just, every time I hear something about it, I feel myself getting so much more excited and like I'm trying to temper my expectations because as I think we know, we have zero evidence that they're going to make a good movie, right?
Yep.
If you look at any, it's like after the G.I. Joe movie, anything that, well, I'm sorry, with the exception of Resolute, I do think Resolute is actually quite phenomenal. Other than the fact they killed Major Blood right off the bat, I do take major umbrage with that because that's my dude. But at the same time, it's, yeah, it was great. But, we don't really have too much evidence to say that they're going to do something good. But I feel like he's absolutely, every time they ask him a question, his answer is exactly what you would want to hear. And so just real quick, if you have any idea of if you have like an actor or actress you would like to see in the movie, like does anybody have it? Like we're hearing Bradley Cooper is maybe going to play Duke. I think that's great. They keep saying Walton Goggins, Walter Goggins is linked to it, and everybody keeps saying they want him to be Cobra Commander, and I'm just
I think he'd be amazing as Cobra Commander.
Yeah.
I think the only problem is you're hiding his face at that point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, his face is hidden in Fallout. He does an excellent job in Fallout.
Right.
Yeah.
He's the best part of that show.
Yeah.
Yeah, by far. Yeah.
And it's a good show. Show too. I actually enjoy that. I look forward to season 3. I think they're filming it right now, as a matter of fact. So yeah, that's what's up.
Right on.
Thanos.
I think the casting scares me a little bit, like hearing different names. I'd rather see a bunch of like no-name people than
that's what I want.
famous
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
like
feel
one famous person to be like General Hawk or Colonel Sharp, somebody,
right.
Yeah, I prefer unknowns and a bit younger. Bradley Cooper,
younger people,
like my age at least.
Right. I mean, we look at somebody in Duke's position, though, right? Like a position of leadership. You almost want to look a certain age to a degree. Although I do see your point, though, is that 50 is a little bit on the higher end of that for sure.
I'd rather see him as Hawk, quite honestly, based on his age. I think Duke should be early 30s, mid 30s. He's still gonna have a leadership role in mid 30s. Sure. I would think.
Yeah, because really, like the G.I. Joe are like the specialist of like they're the top of the top, and like so you have to have some experience to be there. You can't have somebody that's 18 or 19 years old like G.I. Joe. Like you have to cut your teeth to make it into G.I. Joe.
Agreed. Yeah.
Now, I think Goggins would be excellent as Cobra Commander, but I think he could also maybe make a good Major Blood, right? With that voice, just acting completely fucking nuts. I think Evil Dookie says Goggins is Zartan. I think that's a pretty cool one too. Like that would be cool. That would be a good one. Sparkster 1701 is here. If anybody, thank you for coming, brother, and thank you for the birthday wishes. He's the gentleman who does the G.I. Joe stuff in Legos, but it's not just like they throw them together. They actually all look amazing. Chris, I believe
it's so dope. His stuff is amazing.
Isn't it? I agree. Chris actually saw him. We just missed him at Joe Fest. So Chris was nice enough. He was down in the lobby as like our correspondent down there for that night. And Sparkster had just like wrapped up and we just missed each other. But yeah, no, thank you for coming through, my brother. I greatly appreciate it.
He was hanging out in the lobby every day, pretty much. I don't know when he set up, but he was there pretty much every day at the end of the day for Joe Fest, kind of hanging out. They had a bunch of tables in the second floor of the lobby, and he had a nice setup there on the tables.
Awesome. Very cool. It's stuff is like, again, if you've never seen it, find him on the timeline. It's not like he puts it together and you go, oh yeah, that does kind of look like a Python Patrol asp. No, you see it and you immediately go, that's a Python Patrol asp. How the hell did you make it look that close? Very good. I appreciate. So it's like, like you could 3D print an asp. Maybe not as good as CG Horror does it, but it can be done. But to take Legos and find the correct pieces to actually make them look as good as they do, I just think that it's amazing, and I respect
and in the correct colors.
Yes,
it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what's up. I love it. Our Carded King Cal 327 is in the house. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Cal, what's up?
Very cool, very cool. And thank you for the birthday wishes. Cal, also another major reason that the Animus giveaway was such a success. At every turn, my brother kept throwing down, and I will love you forever for that, my dude. We really helped that guy, and thank you so much. I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, so those are all good names. I think, at this point, I think if they write the movie properly, I think if the directing works the way that we wanted, I think we could overlook, not, I want to say miscast, but we'd be willing to stretch the boundaries of what's acceptable as long as the movie is written right. You're not going to please everybody, but at the same time, you got to make it work. So yeah, that's pretty, those are all interesting names. Another thing too is I feel like the way that he talked about making the story surrounding like it's going to be in Springfield, right? Like Duke and his team are in Springfield. So I wonder if the story starts off like Cobra is already established, or they know Cobra exists, but we haven't seen it yet. And then they find out I think that there's this town that might be chock full of Cobras. So I think that's actually pretty crazy. So I'm interested to see how they go there. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it would be cool. Like they go there to investigate something else. Something gets reported. They go there. It's kind of like a horror movie, where it's weird shit keeps happening, and the people are acting weird, and
right.
It just keeps getting creepier and weirder as it goes, and yeah, that would be Cobra. That would be pretty cool.
See, I think that would be cool, especially if they utilize the Freds in that kind of scenario. You're going into this town and you keep seeing the same face over and over again. You're like, what's going on here? Right.
That
could be interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Spencer's later says, let's all sing. Sometimes I dream that he is me. You've got to see. That's how I dream to be, like Mike. Thank you.
I know that jingle.
Yeah, definitely. Made famous by Michael Jordan. Nice. Cal says, just imagine if the Black Hawk Down with the in-town fight. Listen, I think they need to have that aspect of it be gritty. Consensus seems to be that they're gonna they can't make it rated R because they're gonna link it to toys. And even though it's adults that are buying the toys, they still have to try to market it to kids in some kind of a certain way. So I'm kind of you
8 years and up going to this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would hope that they look at what's been who's purchasing these toys and think, oh geez, we probably want to have, make sure that it's eyed a little bit towards, because look, maybe there's certain language and stuff that kids, but kids are not done. It's war. You know what I mean? Yes, there's fighting. We can't have them doing Sumbo where they launch a rocket at the plane and the guy jumps out of the plane when it's we can't be having that kind of shit. It's just.
I think as long as we don't have black leather suits and the Delta 6 accelerator suits, we're good.
Right.
I don't need to see that shit.
Yeah, no accelerator suits for sure.
And Snake Eyes better not fucking talk.
Oh,
he better not have a fucking mouth on his mask.
Yeah, but version 2 did have a mouth.
He did. But nobody remembers that. I remember when somebody said that. I think CG, it might have been you when we were talking about one night, and I was like, "He what?" And I just Googled it real quick, and I was like, "Holy shit, got
he
lips.
had a mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, he had it on there. I mean,
overwritten in my memory.
Hey, I gotta interrupt. I gotta jump. My wife is texting me.
Awesome.
So,
Abby, thank
happy
you
birthday,
so much, brother.
Destro, definitely. And it was nice meeting you guys.
Awesome.
Nice meeting
Very
you.
cool. We'll talk to you soon, Abby. Be good, brother.
Take care.
Take
Bye.
care, Robbie. We'll see you, brother.
Very cool. Yes, that was very nice of him. I hit up Lou and Abby literally today. Like, not just
late afternoon,
like 3 hours ago. And I really appreciate you guys. Well, the thing is that like most of my shows right now, I just don't have the time to do a lot of production. And it was like, I hit up some of the first, few people. And then like, I just like lost it over the course of like a week or two. And then the next thing you know, I was like, oh man, there's all these other people that I wanted to fucking, invite and come and have a good time. And I lost it. Now we do have other people that are coming. We are going to be joined by Cletus a Cobra is coming. G.I. Dave, I believe, is coming at some point. I'm pretty sure I sent him the link. Hopefully brother is okay. And, oh my God, please go. And Conrad Hauser is going to join us a little bit later in the show. Possible to see brother Aaron Sparrow come through. I know I talked to him about it once or twice, and it looked like all things were lined up, but it's, things happen and everybody's got lives. And again, I poorly planned the shit out of this. So, real quick, I want to show off something because I got these off of Amazon and I haven't used them yet, but I feel like it's worth showing off. Ooh, here we go. Drag me over. It's a posing stand, and this is like super, super heavy duty, but this is a magnet. So you can go from up top and have it holding the figure like this, or if you have something on the ground that's metal. These are, so let me just, I have this literally the first, they came today. So this is the first time I'm trying it. I'm going to put them on here. Oh yeah. Absolute money. Like look at the cantilever on that. That's straight out. Like that's strength.
I bought the exact same things. Because I said I got this 2 Spider-Gwen figures because I've never read anything she's been in, but I like the design of her. So I wanted 2 Marvel Legends of her, and I got them, and yeah, they're really great.
It was I think it was $15 for 2.
Is the bottom magnetic?
The bottom is magnetic, and it is strong. If I put
like one of those I have like a thing that's like a crafting stand, and it has a bunch of arms that you put on the stand. And it has clips, and you hold shit as you're putting it together or painting it or whatever. And it's like the same technology. So
let me tell you, if I put these together, I have to really hold on. I did there. So I've got it right there. Like watch how I can. I had to try. I had to really put my whole girth into that to make that work. So I'm excited for these. I didn't want to buy a bunch until I got them and tried to see, you know what I mean? But like, I might even go review them on Amazon to say, these are worth it. So, because I think even the ones that Hasbro sells are good. I think you get 3 of them for $20. Is that what it was or something like that? And they're nice. But these, number one, I like because they're black. And I could, you won't have to worry so much about taking them out in post. I think that you can wind up, I think they'll work good. So I'm super, super excited for that. Some other stuff that I had got, I will get to the stuff I got from Mo's Mind in a minute, but I picked up. So it's possible this Monday we could be talking, you're going to see a lot more figure review and talking about figures on the Monday show. And so the last wave that we had that came out was Airtight, Dawn Moreno, Overkill, Sundown, and the Hydro Viper. Now, somehow, I only had 2 of those 5. So I just picked up these 2, and Hydro Viper is en route, going to be showing up tomorrow. So Overkill, I'll talk more about it Monday. It definitely looks cooler now that I have it here. There's something about the gold parts that just look like cheap. I don't want to say cheap. In the picture, they looked like an odd plastic, but now that it's here, it looks much better. And I always knew that I was going to think that Sundown was good. He looks amazing. So I can't wait to get that out of the package. And the Hydro Viper, definitely looking at that as well. So that is very cool. I did pick up, and I'm going to, at the risk of showing it real quick, for Gung Ho.
Nice.
This mega thing. Gung Ho and Roadblock are probably the only ones that can hold that because it looks absolutely ridiculous. Speak of the devil, G.I. Dave. Hold on, let me bring him into the front here. Where are we here? Looks like it is loading. All right, we will give him a minute while that tries to work out there. Cal says, I wish Overkill's mask would stay out there. What's that, JJ?
I'm going to bounce out for now, but I wanted to make sure I came in and said happy birthday.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Let me go back to this here. Yeah, dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And listen, somewhere down the line, I'd love to have you on with just, where we can do your whole GI journey and the whole thing, right?
That's great.
Awesome. Awesome.
Cool.
Very cool.
Guys on the replay.
Yeah, excellent. And again, thank you, brother. I really appreciate you making the time to come on.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'll talk soon.
Good to see you, man.
See you, brother.
Good to see you, brother.
Bye.
All right. So I'll go back to that. Looks like G.I. Dave is loading. We'll see what he's got going on. I will take that off until, all right, I'll leave it up there. Yeah, it looks like it's loading. I'm sure he'll get that figured out for sure. That gun would look killer with version 1 rock and roll. Honestly, now that you say that, I think that's possible, but dude, I got 2 of them, so I will have to try that out. I couldn't say no to that. I had to give it a run. Also, I picked up, now I know there's a lot of controversy about the Striker. I personally enjoy the way that it looks. If you want it to look different with it, look a little more original, I would completely respect that. But what I picked up is this M60 for the dash gun. Fucking sweet. Another and I don't know, I'm looking at something for maybe changing this up here a little, but I love the gunner seat. Something on here we've got from Mo's Mind is the backpack rack, which goes around the back and you can add. So I'm going to be doing a shoot where I'm going to have Short Fuse's backpack on there. We're going to have Doc's stretcher and everything's going to be loaded out. And then Chris, I'm going to have your mission crate right over here on the side. I think that's going to look awesome with it. I got it right here. It's one of my favorite things. It's a little bit different with that open face top, these cool ridges around the edge. I absolutely love that thing. It's one of my faves. And also Matt has the clips. So these right here are what will keep your roll cage on. It's very simple. It clips right down around here, comes up, and then you just get these 2 to go in like that, and they're absolutely awesome. So I've come around. I have so much stuff that I have not taken any shots of yet, and it is absolutely criminal. And this is one of them. So we're gonna be trying to get that. Oh, let's see what we got here. We've got welcome to the stage, our brother Thano Karamalis. What is up, Thano?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Glad you could make it.
What's up, brother? Birthday, brother. Birthday.
Very cool. Let's see. And hold on, let me see. G.I. Dave. Dave, I'm not sure what's going on, brother. It's when I click you on the stage, it just shows the little bit of loading. So I don't know if there's anything I could do on my end. I would say back out and try to come back in, but I'm guessing you already did that. I'm sorry, brother. I honestly am not sure what to do on my end. But as soon as I see your face pop up, I will add you to the stage. Thano, welcome in. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you. I saw that you and let's see, put you up in there. I saw that you and Dave met up today at that great toy store that he's got.
My new brother from another mother.
Awesome.
We just hit it off, dude.
Cool. Well, he's a good guy, man. He's one of the many people that I'm happy to have made the acquaintance on. And he put me in the driver's seat of my very first 12-inch. I love this thing. I absolutely love it. Oh, there we go.
We talked about 12-inch lines today. And
there he is.
Yeah, what up?
They're so nice.
What is up?
What's up, Dave?
How's it going, people?
Good.
What's going on, G.I. Dave?
Glad you made it, brother.
Good to see every one of you, and happy birthday, Mike. I love the hell out of you, brother.
Love you too, my dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad that worked out. I was getting nervous there for a minute because, like, when it comes to something not working, like, I am incredibly limited into what I can do on my end. But no, man, that's great. I'm glad that it's good. Very good. Yeah, Thano was here. We were just talking about you guys met up today. How cool that is.
Yeah, cool cat. He's a good dude, and I showed him that comic shop that was by me, man. Big Ben's is awesome, man.
It looks awesome.
Yeah,
I love when you send pictures of it.
Yeah, we've got a working partnership as well for my new channel coming out. I'll be promoting them, and they're going to let me pick out anything and borrow it from the store to be able to tactically analyze. So his video's wrapped up. That'll be coming out this weekend. And then I just finished my Lurpin' in the Jungle song, and the video is pretty much done.
That's cool. That's cool. So, brother, I didn't have a chance. I came back from that bike ride much later. Actually, I got a flat tire, and one of my daughter's chains seized up. So I was like, I can't believe this is happening. Actually, I'm just texting with our brother Aaron Sparrow. It looks like he's having some trouble out there, and unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to make it. But that's cool. We will get Aaron on at another time. Let's see. Yeah, awesome, very good. Well, yeah. So something I've been wanting to show off. And I'm going to rip it out right here, right now, and I'll show it again later. So what I have here.
Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Take my money.
Sexy.
It is. I wish I could get the glare off of it somehow. Let me see if I can hold on.
Oh, you're good. It looks good, man.
Oh, yeah.
It is incredible. So this was made by our brother Matt from Mo's Mine. I am obsessed with this. Now, what's going on? This is the only one right now to show you guys. This is the 001, and I will most likely keep this one because it is great. So this is the Eufy maker has got this on here, and basically what we're going to be doing is brother Matt was nice enough. He came up with this idea on his own, and I cannot thank him enough. When I started talking about destrodesigns.com, got to have funds for that. And he said, how about we do this where he is going to donate his time and the paint and the Eufy maker to put these on for free. I'm going to just be buying the tumblers in bulk, and we will be charging X amount of dollars. We're working out the fine details, but trust me, it'll be up. There'll be a post with details soon. And then basically what it is all proceeds go to the creation of destrodesigns.com. No money goes into my pocket. It actually all goes right into developing the website, which I've been in talks. Serpentor's Layers offered some help, and I was talking to CG about it today. So things are rolling. This is not. I really wanted to have it done by Halloween, and that's starting to look a little more realistic, I think. But just so everybody knows, you can have this one right here. I don't think we're going to do variations. This is what it's going to be. And believe me, I thought about this on one side and then this on the other. Nah, this is where it's at. And it's a quality tumbler too. It's got a super nice gasket. It's got a gasket that's on the seal too. So when you close it, it actually seals. It's not just like some plastic, whatever. It actually seals. Hold on, we got somebody else to add to the stage. Look at this. Nah, hold on a second. Cut to the
stage. Cobra! Party time.
Hold on.
Look at this guy.
Oh, shoot.
Nice.
How can you not love this guy? How can you not love this guy?
What is up, my brother?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
That's what I'm talking about.
Woo! Trying to add him to the big one.
Nice to finally meet you.
Thank you. Good to see you boys.
Oh, wrong guy. Hold on. I'm trying to get you on the main stage. I can't figure out how to do it. There, I'll go back to this. Thank you for joining us, Cletus. What
hey, no, it's half the battle and the other half is bourbon, boys.
Very cool. Very cool.
I always say he's a living legend, but I mean, he is literally a legend. Look at this cat.
Dude, I just be careful with that primary, because I got tossed for a little too much. I think it's fine the way that it is, but yeah, just be careful. I'd hate to have us them shut it down. But dude,
shut her down anyway.
I didn't know that you had all that stuff, dude. That is awesome. That is so cool.
Spoils of the war, boy. Spoils of the war. Yeah.
Very cool. I love it, dude. Let me see. I'm just going to try to switch these around. Hold on here because I'm terrible at this. Let's see. Let me see if I move these and then go back to here.
Put me in the center square like Paul Lynde, baby. Woo!
There we go. There it is. Thank you.
That's right. I thought you were cool before.
That looks fantastic.
I am still cool. I'm very cool.
Different level,
I'm as cool
dude.
as it gets.
You've leveled up, dude.
The fact
Dude,
that
that
you
is-
guys Paul in.
That is
Logan back over here too.
that is
all
amazing.
good G.I. Joes and Cobras have a pet. I got Logan right there.
Nice.
Attack cat. Yeah.
A desert cat, if you will.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's Vegas born and bred, baby. Woo!
Oh man, that is so cool.
Oh shoot! Hey, can you give me a sec?
Yeah.
Give me a half sec before you guys. I got a phone call. Let me take this. It's the boss. Okay. Hang on just a second.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Yep,
Hang
for
on.
sure.
Hey, just be quiet. Okay, right here we go.
Boss man, Cletus, you nitwit! You were supposed to report to Grand General Sharif 2 days ago. Where are you? Are you in the Bellagio again? No, boss. I'm still at home. Why? You know I need you leading my troops out in Abu Dhabi.
You want to clap?
Well, boss, I'm on a really great podcast right now. A podcast? Why on earth would you be on a podcast? Unless it's about wholesale murder. Actually, it's about G.I. Joe and Cobra. G.I. Joe? Why would anyone want to hear about those ninny nincompoops? Well, boss, I'm kind of here to represent Cobra style. You know, the guys, they're all big fans. Heck, the host, he goes by the name Destro's Cobra Commander Rock 69. Very well. Continue your podcast. And don't forget to mention our new Cobra cryptocurrency.
Nice.
You can get your butt to Abu Dhabi. Yes, sir, boss. Hail Cobra!
Hail
Cobra!
That is awesome.
Sorry, guys. Just every once in a while, the boss calls, and you got to take the phone call. So you see what I'm going through for you guys.
So I have a special reaction for that. Hold on one second here.
That's all right. Your boss is inept. You'll be okay.
So real quick, we have the golf clap from the other night. Give it up. Look at that. There it is. My girls came down to say goodnight, so I threw it in there. Very good. But no, brother, that is incredible, dude. That is incredible. I love it. What I greatly appreciate the effort of making that happen. So, hold on, let me move you back over there. There we go. It looks really good too.
Thank you. This is all legit.
Yeah,
it's the real deal Holyfield. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh, you got a grenade in your jailhouse wallet?
The girls like the girls like it when you twerk, boys. This is actually, I had to get this from Russia, believe it or not.
Nice.
How was it
on
over
eBay,
there?
Yeah. It was fun. Lots of grenades, like you were saying. I just kept tossing left and right. It was wonderful.
Oh, dude, that's fantastic, bro. I love it. I love it.
Thank you.
What a hit, dude. I will be so just as you were doing that, my kids came down to say goodnight, and so that was them doing the old golf clap there. That's fucking great. Really cool, bro. I appreciate it. That's what's up.
Awesome.
Nice. Very good.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Dude, I love the rig setup too, man. That you ain't lying. That is legit.
That's legit as
That's
hell, dude.
It
It looks
is.
exactly like my sideshow figure. I mean, legit.
Right.
The greatest sideshow figure of all time. I mean, let's face it. You know.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. No, it's an amazing bit for the birthday celebration, brother. So I really can't tell you enough how much I appreciate you, my dude. Really, really.
Oh,
cool.
that's right. We've also got to sing to you. Did anybody sing to you yet?
Well, we were talking about singing "I Want to Be Like Mike" a little while ago, but we did not officially get the birthday in, right? Paul Morales in the house says, "Happy birthday, Destro! A wedding so replay squad. Oh, enjoy that wedding, my dude. Absolutely, that's pretty cool. Glad. Thanks for dropping in for a hot second. Very cool. So Cletus, something we were just chatting about. We're all still trying to be a healthy level of skeptical when it comes to the G.I. Joe movie that is, in the works right now with Danny McBride and everybody like that. Is there anybody that sticks out to you in terms of like an actor that you think would fill one of the character roles like really well?
Yes, absolutely. Me.
I agree.
As Cletus in the movie, no question.
Yeah,
but outside of that, my problem is I don't really pay attention to movies as much these days, so I don't know who all the hot young actors are. So, but I know my daughter's boyfriend is really big on Austin Butler.
Okay,
and I saw him in Elvis, and I think I've seen him in something else. And he is a cool guy. I could see him being like the young new recruit if they bring somebody in for the team. So I'm thinking like maybe Grunt or maybe Footloose, somebody like that, not with somebody with a ton of experience under their belt, somebody who's new. For me, that was one thing about the G.I. Joe movie that kind of brought in Duke, and they're like, hey, there's this brand new guy here. And it's like, right. Yeah, Duke had an entrance in issue number 22, but to me, Duke's always kind of been there. He's been the leader for a while. So I kind of like somebody a little bit younger, somebody a little bit less sure of themselves. So, I'm not a huge Footloose fan, but he would work, and Grunt would work too, definitely.
Nice.
Sydney Sweeney for anything.
Jason Scott Lee for Quick Kick.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know how old he looks now. I haven't seen him in a long time.
I was going to say, he has to be close to 60.
Right.
He's Asian, and Asian people age well.
Yeah, I mean, despite that's a good point. It's crazy to think about how we've got, all the action heroes we grew up with are in their 80s.
Yeah,
Schwarzenegger, Stallone, Van Damme. I know I'm probably missing somebody, but like all the big action stars from when we were kids. Even poor Bruce Willis. I mean, he had something else going on, but that's heartbreaking to see. That dude is like an icon, and it's just a reminder that it doesn't matter. Life will come for us no matter what we're doing. So every character played by Dolph Lundgren could also be fun. Listen, Dolph Lundgren has a very particular look, something very underrated, and I'm pretty sure CG will agree with me that the Dolph Lundgren Punisher is slightly underrated movie. I think it's amazing.
As the kids put it, absolute cinema.
right.
Roadblock. What's up?
Sorry.
You good?
Yeah. No, it really plays to a lot of what the Punisher was in the comics. So to me, it's just fantastic. So that was something we were talking about. G.I. Dave, you joined us after we started kicking it on this. Is there anybody that sticks out in your mind that you would love to see?
I'd probably like to see Ray Parks come back as Snake Eyes just because I like that guy so much.
Sure.
I've heard a lot of cool stories about him, but I'm really like something like the Joe movie. I'm kind of leaning towards I want to see Nobodies, man. I don't really want to look at I don't want to look at an actor and have them and be reminded of other movies and stuff. Yeah. I would much rather, McBride get a bunch of his, hip cats that he knows that are somewhat decent at acting or something and put that thing together. You know what I mean? Because they can make anybody look like a super movie star.
Especially if it franchises. I'd rather have Nobodies.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when you start putting in the big names and stuff like that, then you start like
the big bucks.
Yeah, you get the big bucks, and then you also like the chances of stuff coming back later in sequels really starts dying off too, because they're gonna have other things going on and stuff like that. Sure. I'd really like McBride to pick his own team for this movie. If he's talking about like Duke and a squad of guys in Springfield, then make that squad, make them somebody new. You know what I mean? That's just my take. I mean, I love all the renders that like CG and a lot of these people online are doing with like putting actors in there, and some of them work really well. They really do.
Yeah.
But for the movie and the life of the franchise, I think the best thing to do would be to just pretty much take some nobodies, B-level actors, and make them look like superstars.
Yeah, I don't want to see Chris Hemsworth anywhere near this. I don't want to see James Franco and Jonah Hill in here.
Please.
Cut your beard,
Yeah.
cut your hair, and you can play shipwreck.
Well, so anybody that has seen the shipwreck Cadet Deming set, there is a uncanny resemblance. Pointed out when I was on the 3POA midweek meltdown. He had an up close. The Laser Pants had an up close picture, and even I was like, "Oh shit! What?" I can't.
Hey, why didn't this come with
you,
you?
yeah.
Why are you showing me this chair and not giving it to me?
That's
Right?
bait and switch, man.
What is
Yep.
that?
Yep.
I
The
really
rumor
thought
is that they
was
cost
coming
it
with
out.
Yeah, I thought that was coming with it when they first talked about it.
I wanted
Mhm.
the chair for other things. That's why I ordered it for her and the chair. I don't even want that shipwreck.
It's the shipwreck I think could wind up being used for
Fodder.
background fodder, background figure stuff like that. I would love to have a handful of the Cadet Demings. I think that they look fantastic.
I might get another of these just because you're right.
Right,
More of her because her with the helmet you already want another, and he could be fodder for anything, anything.
Mm-hmm.
So is it canon that Cadet Crimson Guards were blue?
I'm guessing that. Well, listen, when I was a kid, I don't know. I always felt like because when the Crimson Guards came out, they were basically the elite troopers, right? It was what they were saying. Like, of course, as kids, we maybe didn't fully understand the undercover CEO aspect, so to speak, of it and shit like that. But I just remember reading the file card and how they were supposed to be, the most elite troopers. And I was like, man, why don't they make, if they were specifically for the Crimson Twins, I would have accepted it. But Cobra Commander's elite guard should have been blue. They would have been the first trooper to deviate from that Cobra blue. And so I liked them as a kid. I love them now. I think they look cool. But the idea of them being ceremonial and right flanking Cobra Commander in the throne room, with the way that they were dressed, I always thought that they should have been blue. And so then when I did see Cadet Deming in that blue, I was like, see, that's it. That's the one. That's what they should look like. And whatever. But I get it. It's, there's a lot of things that are departures maybe from the norm. Like the Televiper was the first so-called blank Viper, right? Like we got the actual just a Viper in 86, but the Televiper came out and it was the first, because we have all the different, blank Viper, and Televiper was the first one, and I was like, oh, okay, see, that's cool. It's like a troop, but he's got specialized, so they call them the blank, the Viper, and I thought that was great. So yeah, for sure. Seeing that, I don't know if there's any other instances of seeing the Crimson Guard uniform in a blue, right?
I mean, there's a paint error in one of the comics, and if I'm, you guys can correct me because I'm not a smart man, but I believe that in the comics, Tomax and Zaymot with Extensive Enterprises supplied the Crimson Guard. Yeah. I think when they hit the scene, they basically brought the Crimson Guard on stage. So they were really originally part of Extensive Enterprises and Tomax and Zaymot's crew. And then Tomax and Zaymot has that red sash. They got the red troopers. It kind of made sense for me.
Yeah, no, and I can dig that too. I feel like there's something, that makes sense, and again, it's so weird where we draw our lines with such a strange, like there's so many cuckoo things, and out of all the things for me to be like, that doesn't look right, it's the color of the thing and not the fact that Shipwreck is dressed like a janitor most of the time, with all due respect to the Navy and the naval uniform, but that's what he looks like, right? Like,
this is my favorite character because he's in blue jeans.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that works. That's fair. I can dig that.
That was typical Navy garb. I mean, up to the late 70s and stuff until you had some of the Reformation. There you go. Yeah.
So this is issue 33.
Yeah.
This is where they introduced the Crimson Guardsman.
Yep.
And the idea is he goes up on stage and they're like, we're talking about the future battlefield soldier.
That's right.
And he takes off his mask and he
it's
takes
Fred.
off his outfit and he's in a 3-piece suit. His wife pulls up in the car. He gets in, he takes her home, bada bing, bada boom. They've got kids. They already had kids, but anyway. But yeah.
Well, so in the
we
good
hate
morning,
those guys, by the way. Us grunts in the field hate the Crimson Guard. Boo, they suck. Bunch of pixel pushers.
Tell them to get behind
my butt.
get back behind the desk.
I heard
Right,
Joel
exactly.
your location.
Leave the killing to the real people.
Hey, as Tomax and Zaymod say, everybody needs ditch diggers, Cletus.
It's true.
Right.
It's true. Let's see. Yeah, just in the comments here, they're talking about star power in the movies, and talking about villains and stuff. And Christian Bale did in the movie Love and Thunder, which I felt like, man, they could with the God Killer and that whole thing. I felt like they could have did a lot more with that.
I didn't like that look.
It was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough. There was so much cuckoo stuff in that movie. Great for kids, but I don't know. It was, I don't know, like the beginning where they show Bale getting the sword and killing that one, the goofball god or whatever the hell that dude was. It was definitely, whatever. Let's see.
Something also about what you said earlier about casting kind of nobodies opens you up to being able to do smaller independent films about those people because they don't cost as much.
That's what I'm
saying. It's kind of like John Wick doing the ballerina movie. They took this, kind of relatively unknown girl, made her a character in John Wick, and then gave her own movie. Imagine if we did that. We could do special missions, so to speak. Woo! If, like you said, we get some characters who it's like, oh, you're not having to pay Mel Gibson and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And, I'm adjusting this, of course, but you know what I'm saying. You're not having to pay Chris Hemsworth and Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. to make these little side splinter movies after you make the big one. Almost like the Avengers in reverse, where, Marvel built up with all these different movies towards Avengers. You'll take G.I. Joe and maybe if you want, splinter it out. That could be really cool.
It would also
a Deep Six
be a
torpedo
gateway
movie
for Hollywood for people to be like, I got a chance to get in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I felt so. CG and I talked about this like one of the first times I think he came on, and he makes a very good argument about getting a TV show where you have like you can do when you have a movie and unless you're planning on doing 6 or 7 movies. It's like you're trying to condense so much into a very short 2-hour film, right? Like they're not going to make a 3-hour G.I. Joe film most likely. So you got 120 minutes that they're trying to cram everything in there for. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like that they could do exactly like the MCU where they have the main line run of movie, and they could do, as you're saying, like a mini series. Like give me a show about Shockwave and what's going on, how dudes like Shockwave are fighting Cobra in the urban streets of America, right? Like find, if the Crimson Guard is in essence hiding in plain sight, they have the Crimson Guard uniform in their house or in an apartment, in an upscale New York City neighborhood. Well, then they need to be fighting there too. It's cool. It's a cool idea to think that, he's running a Fortune 500 company and then slips on this uniform and picks up and he's in battle. But it's kind of like there's a leap of faith where that happens when you could kind of make it like another thing too. Something I'll just divulge a tiny little bit of the story that I'm working on with Sean Carney is, that dire tech and Crystal Ball, getting if you remember Batman Begins where they released that toxin shit and it turns everybody crazy, at the end of that movie. And it's like, well, that's dire tech. That's basically what they're looking at with dire tech. So you're fighting, Night Force, Shockwave, the crew are fighting, the Crystal Ball dire tech, whatever Cobra is hiding in in a thing. And I feel like that there's so much that could go on there. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I threw out like the tag. What is it? Tag and Binks from Star Wars. Could have Cletus and Tubbs, the Desert Troopers, who it's a comedy, and then your Crimson Guards. That could be just like a law procedural show. CEOs. Right. I don't know if you guys remember. This goes way back. It was short lived. Adrian Pasdar did a show called Profit, and it was way ahead of its time. Where he's like this junior exec at a big company, and he uses ruthless methods to climb to like the top of the ladder and stuff. Like that to me just reeks of like he's a Crimson Guardsman working his way up in a big company to take it over.
I could see that.
That's the most realistic part of like, I mean, dude, a Crimson Guard, that's about as legit as it gets, man. The guy's got a suit in his closet. He's climbing the corporate ladder to take it over. Maybe that's why we're so screwed up now. It's real.
Man, I'll tell you, that's not too far out there.
All I'm going to say is I work with about 400 Crimson Guardsmen.
I know what you mean, man.
Yeah.
They could do a cool show about Chuckles, like
yes,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yes,
getting into the field area or something.
Oh, Chuckles is rife with potential for stuff, like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I feel like also like Chuckles or even Shockwave being a police officer, like it seems like it's bringing a realistic non-military side of it that maybe some people would gravitate towards, like say GI Joe's not their thing, but they're like, oh, this is like an undercover guy, like or oh, hey, this is like a SWAT guy that happens to have ties to GI Joe. So I think that there's like a marketing way where you could slide stuff in there, and I think that it would be great. Brother Stu for Lunch is here. He says, "What season is this of the Brady Bunch? Where's Sam?"
Here's the story. A bunch of dudes. I worked on. We actually took in Shockwave's battle wagon from Dearborn PD. It went into service, I think, in 81 or 82. It was a Dodge, and I posted pictures on X about it, but it literally was in service the time the Shockwave would have been in the police department as a SWAT officer. And we took that thing in. When I seen Dearborn PD and realized the year connection, I was just like giddy with myself. Everybody's like, why are you laughing? I'm like, this is Shockwave's ride, bro.
Right.
I was the only one that knew, but hey,
it's awesome stuff, dude. It's very exciting.
Cool. That's cool.
And Shockwave, everybody knows, is like one of my favorites. So thinking of the idea of him getting some kind of run, I think would be incredible. Just something that popped into my head. I think everybody's seen it, that they have the cover of the latest. I think it's the GI Joe. It's the Hama version, not the EU, but the Hama one, and it's got Deep Six in what looks like the shark, and it's got a Hydro Viper on top of the glass. Has anybody seen that one? Real quick, hold on. Let me see.
No.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull that up.
You guys all like the remake of the A-Team, right?
Yeah,
I thought it was
did.
good.
That was good. It was all right.
That
Yeah.
was great casting. If I would have maybe put Kimbo Slice in at the time, but Rampage perfect, because I don't know if either of them could act, but I thought it was great casting. That's what they need to do. That kind of casting with GI Joe, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I agree with you. That would be solid.
Yeah.
I do really think that oh God, I'm forgetting his name. Oh my God, Kimbo Slice is the guy you wanted, but Rampage Jackson.
Rampage.
I do think that he was pretty awesome.
He was awesome. He was awesome. Just Kimbo had that weird look like Mr. T had. I mean, Mr. T was a hero in the 80s.
I mean, that's hard shoes to fill Mr. T's shoes. I don't think anybody was going to pull that off that well.
Yeah.
I think all things considered, I think he did an excellent job, but I feel like that revolves around his non-acting skill, right? Like I feel like the fact that he wasn't an actor and wasn't overplaying it, that's what made it seem like
you did good. You didn't need to act that much to be B.A. Baracus.
Yeah.
Well, and the pity and the fool on the two discs,
that's right.
That was a great touch.
It was.
Yeah. And Bradley Cooper for Face, and I forget the guy's name from District 9, but he's one of my favorite actors.
Sharto Copley.
Yeah. Sharto.
I want more. I want another 18 movie with those guys.
I said the same thing, man. I don't know why they didn't make a sequel to that because everything about it was good.
Yeah,
that was good. Yeah.
No doubt. Yeah, that guy Sharto Copley is like one of the most underrated actors of our time, I think. If you've ever seen the District 9 movie, he just plays that part so well. It's almost like you're it's one of those roles where you're like, oh, that dude's not acting. He is that guy.
Yeah.
It's like when you see Jim Carrey.
Movie, that first-person shooter movie, and he was hilarious.
Oh, that was him?
Hardcore Henry?
Yeah.
Hardcore Henry.
Yeah.
Oof.
Hardcore Henry. It's me. And he kept it's me, Jimmy.
Oh, dude, that's crazy. I did not know that was him. I don't know why I thought I don't know who it was, but man, that makes a lot of sense now.
The guy in front of the camera that was telling him what to do and stuff.
No shit.
I really like that. I didn't have a problem. I'm used to playing first-person shooters. I don't love them. I like third-person, but I like that movie.
I agree. I do like the third person because it allows you, like Splinter Cell was a third person, and I liked it because you could see the body. Like I felt like you were able to position yourself better. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. That one is definitely more of a third person. Like Metal Gear was also a third person. I think up until it was always a third person. Yeah, no, those are some of my favorites. Do we got any Metal Gear fans here?
Oh yeah.
I tried. I'm not good.
I was horrible at it, so
it's not easy. It's not an easy game. I feel like once you get the hang of it, though, it's really excellent. It's honestly, it's absolutely my favorite video game series of all time. Like I do like Call of Duty, and I Splinter Cell is right underneath there. But no, that's definitely like my favorite. When the game came out, it brought me back to gaming. So like I always, and even as a teenager and stuff, I always had like a console, but I never really played all that often. It wasn't until I had purchased a PlayStation 1 from a friend of mine, and he had Metal Gear and 2 other games or something like that. And I was just like, I played that Metal Gear game and I was like, what the fuck is this? Totally blown away. And just anything Metal Gear, I'm all about. Now I was talking about the cover of the new comic book, and there it is.
Wow.
Yeah, that's dope.
That's
pretty cool.
That is incredible.
Oh wow.
The light from inside the shark coming up and the way it illuminates, the Hydro Viper, and just it's like a devious pose, the way he's like, it's like imagine flying a plane and all of a sudden, bang, there's somebody on your fucking windshield. You're just like, what?
Look at the round canopy on that. That's nothing like a shark. So if that's where the shark's going, that's completely different. That's not a shark.
It also,
right.
I just assumed, because it was Deep Six in there, and the canopy is definitely not squared off like the shark. Man, I'm just hard pressed to think of what the hell else, we would have Deep Six in with something like that. But yeah, I just think that is like an absolute gorgeous cover. I really, really enjoy it. Brother Aaron Sparrow actually posted that on I mean it's everywhere now, I think, but that's where I saw it. Shout out to Aaron. And I just like that's the kind of thing that draws me in. Now I am getting caught up on all the comics, because you are going to see a lot of comic talk coming to Destro Is My Spirit and Alive with my brother Mark. He and I are going to be getting into some stuff here and there, so very excited for that. Looks like we've got Naugahide's Hog Fat, one of my favorite names. Happy birthday to Destro last night with my godsons. So I'll be in and out. Appreciate you. And Yo Joe, no, thank you for coming, my dude. I appreciate it. Call sign Smash is in the house. He says, "What's up, guys? Happy birthday, Destro. Thank you for coming, my brother." And Commander Unicron in the house. What is up, my dude? Good to see you. Did I miss somebody else? No, I thought I missed somebody else. Nope, that'll do. Stu for I said it's Stu for lunch is here. My brother Stu. Shout out to Stu. His town was affected with from some real weather up there, trees down everywhere, stuff like that. And not just like little trees, big trees, like totally uprooted. So that's what's up.
Oof. Oh, yeah.
So
hey, Destro.
Yeah,
I hate to interrupt. I got to roll, buddy.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna
Okay.
head out.
One
Okay.
second. Take that off. Lou, thank you so much for coming, brother.
Take care,
I
buddy.
greatly appreciate you. We will definitely see it. Do you want to tell us real quick, if you got time, where we can find you?
Figure Fight Club all the damn time on YouTube.
Nice. That's what's up. Very good.
Thursday
Thanks,
night
Lou.
is my show. You can also find me on Instagram, LucidaBase3. Do some toy photography. So
That's
thank
what's
you
up.
guys so much. Stu.
Have a good night.
Thanks,
You guys
brother.
have a great night.
Appreciate
Happy
you.
birthday, Destro. Good to see
Very
you guys.
cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Night.
Yeah, it's really nice of Lou and Abby because, like I said, I fucking emailed those guys like 3 hours ago and was like, dude, I'm so sorry. I meant to reach out last time, but or last week, but that thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. Very cool. Yeah, so this where we go here. Yeah, so that picture, I'll just bring it back up real quick so we can put a bow on it. I don't know, something about that really hit, and I just think it's incredible. I think it's an incredible cover, and I'm happy as hell to be back into the comics.
That raises a lot of questions for me though, because I'm looking at that and I'm seeing a lot of forward movement with that vehicle, and he's grabbing on like Spider-Man. So
Yeah.
so is the Hydro Viper, does he have like suction cups like an octopus on his hands and the bottom of his web?
I do think there's something there, right?
So got to be something there, because there's a lot of forward movement you can see in that picture, and he's just flat handing that canopy.
And it looks like it's an effortless hold as well. Matt from Mo's Mind brings up a good point. He says, Rise of Cobra Line, Polar Shark has a round cabinet. Okay, that sounds
That's right. Good call, dude.
Yeah, nice.
That wasn't a bad vehicle, actually. Yeah, there was a lot of cool vehicles that came out of the movie lines, actually.
Right. Is that a dog?
Somebody needs to go wipe now.
that was a good one. That was a good one. Hold on a second.
That was my chair, dude.
we're all
I have a leather recliner that's electric, and it just does that. So it sounds like a fart.
That I'm gonna have to clip that on the replay because that was good. That was definitely good.
Bullshit. I'm gonna make that my ringtone.
Yeah, right. That'd be fucking great. Matt from Mo's Mind says, sat in it like a coffin instead of laying down like you're watching Saturday morning cartoons. Well, that's the thing. I as unrealistic as it is. When I was a kid, I 100% loved the laying down stuff.
Yeah.
So like the Havoc, when they were laying down in the front of the Havoc, the LCD Recon sled, where they were like laying down in that. I don't know what it is. I fucking love that Recon sled. I know it's silly, but it definitely is like, imagine a battery operated machine that's silent. And you just whipping across the landscape at night, covering great distances, no heat signature, to be, there's no hot engine, none of that kind of shit. I feel like there's something there. I think that would be fucking awesome. So
yeah, I don't see that
the
one.
Baroness
silly,
has
dude.
a couple. The Baroness has a couple battery operated things. I've seen them.
That she can ride across the desert.
We ain't talking about it.
Nice. That's what's up.
The tech is there, boys. The tech is there.
The tech is there. You ain't lying. See, and that's even something we talk about, like the movie, dude. You could do a whole thing on the Baroness, right? There's so many amazing characters, kind of like how the Energon universe has like the Cobra Commander, the Destro. You can have these all different lines that kind of like, man, I don't know.
Have you ever
go ahead.
That G.I. Joe and the Smurfs are the same thing except for one's military? They all have their specific personality.
They've all got specialties.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Rookie Smurf and Scrap Iron.
Yeah.
Right.
Got the bombs.
That's funny. Gargamel is wait, was Gargamel the cat or the guy? Azrael was the cat. Yeah. Gargamel was the guy. So Cobra Commander as Azrael or the Gargamel. Yeah, that's
he's
cool.
inept.
I love it. And what was the Fraggle Rock had the guy and the dog.
Oh, that was good stuff, dude. I remember when that hit the scene, dude. That was awesome. I was so into Muppets and all that, man.
I love them. I still watch the Muppets when I'm working in the toy room.
Yeah, dude, it was Fraggle Rock and Great Space Coaster in the morning, dude. That stuff was the bomb.
Gary Gnu's.
Yeah, that's right. No Gnu's like there's news. Yeah, that's right.
You know, I'm surprised they made Deep Six without his boat, but they made Slaughter with the triple T. Why wouldn't I don't get it.
Well, my guess when it comes to Deep Six is that if they made a shark for this particular figure to fit into, the other figures wouldn't look right. Yeah. So I think they're going to make one that every other figure could fit into. And my hope is that there's a peg on the bottom that this guy can pin it. His back will go into, because at least that's my guess. I have no real knowledge of if that's the case, but yeah, Matt from Osmine says we'll get the shark from the third version of Deep Six. That's funny. But yeah, there's so much there in terms of like the movie and what we could get. I think it's fantastic. So as we look forward, we know we've got a new crew that's come in. I'm looking forward to the future as it being bright. I know a lot of people, panicked about Lenny and Tony leaving, and sure. I mean, that causes nobody knows. You don't know what you get. But the way that I've always chose to look at it is,
had love for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love Lenny and I love Tony, and I think what they did is amazing. They brought so many people back to collecting, me included, right? With the way that they did the classified line, I thought it was great. But at the same time, we know so little that for all we know, it's going to get better, right? How they could bring in people that wind up moving it in a direction that's better. There's just as good a chance as it not being as good. So I'm looking forward to the future, with something good. Who do you guys want to see pop in the classified line that they haven't made yet? While you're all thinking, I'll just talk about mine for a second. So I've had the same basic list for like a while now. Granted, Hit and Run. They just made that was like almost number one on my list because I was obsessed with Hit and Run as a kid. They have made almost all of them, but so the one that and I heard rumblings, but I couldn't confirm it, that they are in fact making what is my number one guy, and that's Ambush. So as a kid, Ambush was one of the guys that kept me around because that figure with his tent thing and the camo whatever you want to call it, there was the part that rolled up into the backpack and went on the tent, and then when he slid in the tent, he had that piece that was over like the top of him. And to me, and plus he had amazing weapons like that rifle he had, I think was unique to him, and I don't even know if they put it in anything else. So I just thought, and the mustache, you can't go wrong with anybody that's missing the goatee part. And he's got the whole thing. I think it's fantastic. So I absolutely love Ambush. I hope he's coming like I've heard. My number 2 is Salvo, another late year figure that come on. That's maximum G.I. Joe. First of all, he's got this unbelievable bravado machismo shirt that says the right of might. Come on. You just have to love that. I actually have that shirt upstairs, and it's the exact replica of it. I'm just not going to wear it until they announce Salvo is coming. Once it's officially announced, I will be insufferable, and I will wear that shirt all the time because I think he's amazing. I used to, as a kid, I used to take his rocket launcher, and then it had the one piece that came down is what you held it with. But I used to be able to use that to just put it in the grass a little bit, and then he could use it as a remote launcher. So that briefcase he came with, which I know I was supposed to be like 50 things, I had that as something he couldn't open it, but in my mind it opened and he'd boop, 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 and he could remote launch stuff out of that thing. The weapon that he had was crazy town. It launched mines, but then it was also a shotgun or something on the top with a huge clip of shells. Just a crazy cool figure. I absolutely love that guy. Number 3 on my list, who I again haven't heard anything, but we're getting all this winter stuff. How the hell are we not getting Blizzard? Blizzard
awesome
is
figure.
Like
Awesome.
He's definitely like the coolest snow figure. Like he's got that backpack where you put the skis on it, and then he holds onto it and it turns it into some kind of like it can drag him along the snow. I mean, dude, holy fuck. He's got the snowshoes. Again, 2 weapons that were, granted they were all white, but I had a black marker and I would touch it up a little bit to add some color to those. They all looked amazing.
His weapons were dope because they had the guns were wrapped.
Yes.
It was so cool, man.
Oh, like
Recondo.
Recondo, thank you.
Yes. Yep. Very
Let
cool.
me ask you, Mike,
Super cool.
if you're a Salvo fan, would you be satisfied? Because I think Salvo's got to be a beast. He's got a lot of weapons. Big stuff, right? Would you be satisfied if they took the Road Pig buck and gave him a soft goods T-shirt?
Yeah.
I don't Pig's kind of fat.
I feel like he's closer to a gung ho.
Yeah.
But I want him so bad that as long as they make his weapons as close to what he got, I'm willing to overlook certain things about the figure itself, right? I think gung ho size and shape is probably a little closer. But I would not be too critical just because I want it so bad for sure. Blizzard is another one though that actually, all 4 of the ones that I meant, my first 4, all have to be exactly what they were because that's where the magic is, right?
Yes.
So Blizzard's got all that gear, and then number 4 on my list brings me to Lightfoot, who Dave, we talked about him on Mark. And I just love that figure. It just looked cool, even though I really had no idea what was going on. I mean, I assumed that he was holding had something to do with a sensor. It could pick up stuff, but he had the hologram on his backpack and on his little drone. I don't know. I just felt like there was an amazing. It was like an amazing thing there. So he's fantastic. And then tied for number 5 is I have the 25th anniversary Arctic Snake Eye that's got the green cargo pants and all that other stuff. I think that is just. Oh, let's see.
The best part about that Arctic Snake Eyes is the Quinn necklace.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah, he's got the same thing. Hold on a second there.
Yes.
Yeah, he's awesome.
That necklace, that's from Quinn. That's from his buddy Quinn. And I'm telling you, I love Quinn. He was so awesome.
Oh, he's got it right there. Nice.
Yeah,
look at
You got to get Quinn too.
Yes. I want a 2-pack, like Quinn, Dr. Venom 2-pack. See, that's and that Spirit of the Weasel, man. And that's so awesome, man.
Yeah, dude, that is incredible. So tied with that figure, and maybe he has a slight edge, but also tied with that figure would be the Iron Grenadier version 8, the Heavy Gunner. I think that
Don't talk to my kid.
right. That's fun. But yeah, the Iron Grenadier Heavy Gunner, I think is just a ridiculously awesome figure, and I honestly can't think of because we desperately need that kind of stuff in the Iron Grenadier line. Like, I love that we got Dark Lawn, I love that we got Metalhead, but we need more. Give us
Target.
Yes, Target.
That's a great figure.
Voltar. I want purple ass Voltar.
General Voltar is so awesome, man. And looking at him, I've always seen him as like this dude that likes the Ottomans. He's got that look. The color of him is the royal color of the Ottoman Empire. There's so much going on with that figure, and each one kind of had their own kind of vibe with like nationality sometimes. Voltar is so underrated, man. You read his file card, that guy's gangster as hell.
Right. And I just think because I've seen so many of the stuff that they do, like that just winds up making it hold on a second. Okay, let me try this. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, we got the feedback there. All right. Yeah, I've seen so many things in the classified line that on paper I would be kind of like, I don't know, maybe it'll be okay. But then you get it and you're like, oh, this is amazing. I always go back and I always refer to the Spirit and Low Light Mad Marauders 2-pack.
Yeah.
I refuse to look at it, because the original versions of those characters are so unbelievably awesome that I have a hard time imagining them looking in a different uniform. I was just like, I can't do it. And then I saw one of the pictures somebody had took on the what do you call it there on the timeline, and immediately I was like, oh, I have to have this. This is incredible, and I bet I'm actually going to like it despite not wanting to. But then I got it, and you open it, and like the original Spirit is one of the best looking figures that they made.
Absolutely.
But so is the Mad Marauders, because it's got like the face sculpt, the hair, the knife that's right here, just the overall dress, the short sleeves. I don't know, man. That's just one of those ones that, and there's been others too. Like I didn't really want a Red Ninja at first, and then I got it and I was like, oh my God, this Red Ninja is crazy awesome. Like I just loved it to death. So it's like now I have a fate.
I got a Blue Ninja.
Right. Now I get a Blue Ninja. And like same thing with this. Like I looked at it and I was kind of like, well, I had no attachment to the actual character. I don't know if it's something I'll like. But then, you keep looking at it and you're like, yeah, but I bet it's going to be dope. He almost looks like he could have been an Iron Grenadier with like the gold and you know what I mean? So just, I don't know. The weapon is a little bit different, but I also think that it's cool. So yeah, that's what winds up happening where I'm like, well, I don't know if I'm really going to want this or not, but then you wind up getting it.
Hey, so you mentioned Spirit. Share my screen there, bud.
Oh, all right. Let's see where we at. There we go. Woo!
That's good, man.
Yeah.
It's real good.
My ex-wife, I was working on her computer and she sewed that loincloth for me. I gave her like the red. I'm just like, make it like gold trim. And I sent her some pictures of Spirit from the cartoon, and she's like, she came back with this today for me. She actually has it like sewn into the belt.
Wow.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I was just like so happy when she handed that to me. Yeah. And she had like the whole explanation of like what she used the white, like what type of material and like the thread and stuff, and like it's messy, almost a little messy. Like she can sew like nobody's business, but she made it a little messy because that's like how a Native American would have sewn. And I think she kind of thought he was actually in like the the 1700s, 1800s. But I was like, yeah, I'm like so happy with it.
Yeah, dude, that is amazing. Wicked. I mean, it really brings it over the top. It looks legit. And what a great idea to, because, they weren't using a machine. They didn't have a sink. They were just hand sewing that shit, which is incredible. Wow. Yeah, that is a great, great touch, man. I actually love that.
It is awesome.
Wow. Holy shit.
Really happy to hear that.
Good. No, let her know we were singing her praises.
Yeah, big time.
Serpentor's Lair says, make her your wife again. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice. Very cool. Very cool.
Tell her the orders are going to start coming in real quick.
I'm gonna have to tell her to get ready. Sew some more.
Yeah,
right. So I've got, like I said, I've got the so that is my list: Ambush, Salvo, Blizzard, Lightfoot, and then tied for the last spot, Arctic Snake, alongside the Iron Grenadier version 8, which I kind of wish I had snagged a picture of that to show it off. But I don't know, man. I think that figure is incredible and looks pretty dope. So
I can fire a couple off, man. I want a Quinn Dr. Venom 2-pack, October Guard, LERP team, and Battle of Springfield Serpentor. And I want to be able to have a swap out arm with the wound and the dagger cauterized and stuff like that. But I'm the comic stuff, man. I love the Marvel comic run. So
nice. That's a good one. I mean, there's a lot of them out there, like we were recently talking about, like how much more could they possibly put out without, with the ones that are already made. And man, when you start looking into 87, 88, 89, 90, and even some in 91, there's a lot. I mean, shit, if you're getting, 25, 30 figures a year, it does start to go away pretty quick. But like, I don't know, man, I still feel like there is an insane amount of them. So those are good. Those are good ones, Dave. Chris from Sis 3D Arsenal, is there any that pop off the top of your head?
Yeah, I want Quinn, that snake eye, that Arctic Snake Eyes. I also want, there was a Shipwreck Commando or like Night Mission Shipwreck.
Yes,
the
Dollar General, amazing. That's going to go on my list now too.
I thought they're making that.
They are actually. They just released a photo as a name reveal only, and they used the picture of the dollar store one. So,
and then I want the comic Mercer, the new comic Mercer, the Energon Universe Mercer.
Oh, okay, yeah, nope, that's a good one. I like that too. Very cool. Nice, excellent.
Him and Quinn can go at it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you gotta have.
Well, I want some variations of the figures we already got. Like, give me some other outfits, or like even Arctic. I'll buy them all in Arctic versions. Give me
Marine
some
gun
other
hull.
outfits for them.
Yes, the Arctic versions for sure. So I think it's cool. We're getting like we're getting the tan clutch that comes with the Mark II. I would like to see a grunt in tan, how they did it back then. I think we are going to wind up getting some desert. I know that there was from what I heard, a desert 3-pack. Like, how they did the Arctic 3-pack. So it's the Saw Viper, they call it the Drift Viper, but it's a Night Viper, and then the Joe Trooper, which is in essence the Big Ben body, but in an Arctic version. So hopefully when we get the desert stuff, which we know is coming, they have a Sand Scorpion. We do have a Desert Snake Eyes. If they're doing the Mark III, we know that we got to get us a Cletus, right? I don't understand. Like, it seems just take the Trooper, make them fucking tan, and that's that. Now, I do want to say, and I've said this on the timeline a handful of times, I feel like they did so many great jobs with so many different ones, but that number 37 officer just looks so fucking amazing to me, because it looks, even though it's the officer, right? And I do like how they made the trooper. The trooper's got the hard mask. He's got a more battle-ready vest. I enjoy that figure. I think it looks fantastic. But the officer is the classified version of the old one. Yes, 100%. 100%. You can see it up here in the corner. Cletus is showing it off for us. Like, that's how they look. They've got just how you got it, Cletus, with the widened strap on the shoulders, the more realistic kind of harness that they have, but they have the soft good on the face. And to me, that's like, now, as much as the Vipers are like, came out the Viper, and I've always used it as like, oh, if you were good as a trooper, they'd make you a Viper. They'd give you the mask. They'd give you the whole thing. But to me, like, the look of Cobra, that scary, iconic part of Cobra was exactly the trooper. And so I dude, and they're freaking $18 on Big Bad
How
Toy
is the
Store.
officer still available? It's like one of the best troopers. How is it still available?
Right. I don't get it. Unless
They
they
must have
made
made a lot.
I've said this a lot. Is like they should be releasing a trooper, a trooper variation like every other wave. Like
agreed, 100%.
There is not enough trooper releases,
or at least one a year.
Yeah.
Even if
Give
it's
us an
every,
ultimate
4 or
trooper
5
pack
releases
that
a
has
year.
a shit ton of weapons and some alternate heads and some alternate web gear or something. I'd pay for that.
That would be dope. You know, dude, I wish Gridiron's loadouts weren't. Now, again, I save so much money. I've 3D printed one thing. Chris, I downloaded one of Chris's files for this thing here, and I made one of these, and immediately was like, oh, okay, now I fully understand why these things are the prices that they're the prices, because it's not fucking easy, and the shit takes time. But they make the loadout, the Gridiron loadout that's for this. And it's like got the goggle thing that goes over him. It's got a thing on his wrist, different backpack and some different weapons or whatever. But I think you could put it on just about anybody, but they have it on the trooper. And that's like what sold me. I was like, man, I didn't order it
The
because
helmet that comes with that pack is pretty nice.
okay. Oh, it does come with a whole other helmet. That's right. Because the thing that what is in essence almost like a 3D goggle thing that like flips up, I think, and it comes with the rifle that it comes with is actually really cool too. I have a version of it. I think the one that they have looks a little different. This is one of my favorite Gridiron guns. I'll show it real quick. Boop. It's an excellent. It's a silenced AK with the M203. I think it's an M203 underneath, but it looks amazing. But the one that comes with that loadout is just a little bit different. I'm trying to think of how to explain it, but it's like it looks a little beefier in certain spots and stuff like that. But it's pretty cool. But you know, my dudes are Chris and Matt, and I will stand for them all day and night. But Gridiron does have a handful of things that I like. I don't know. Some of the vehicles, it's just the prices are just like, oh my God. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure they're worth it. You know, I think their best deal are those drones. Like that drone that I just showed for like $60. You spend that and you'll be happy with it for sure.
Guys,
Some of the,
Dawn, we'll say happy birthday.
oh, nice. Thanks, brother.
I'll when I get my toy room a little more put together. Hopefully, I'll get on the live again.
Just let me know, brother. We'll make it work.
Yeah, whenever you want, you let me know. If you want me to throw out a couple names before I go, you guys to talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Real quick. Galabulus, Zanzibar, Dunhoen Marine Outfit, Voltari, and Thrasher off the top of my head. And there's like 4 more, and I'm complete. So I'll let you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to catch out this part from the live after I get done. I'll catch the rest. But you guys have a good happy birthday.
Thanks,
Thank
brother.
you, Dano.
Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so at this point, I think we'll have brother Conrad is going to pop his head in at some point, and that's going to be it for the guests. I think, like I said, I was definitely waited way too long to reach out to some people, and but that's fine. I got my brothers here, and I'm super happy. This is a great time. Orskizio says version 2 rock and roll. Now,
yes.
Especially
Great
for those
call.
miniguns.
they have to do them exactly like they
I
were.
agree. There's some you can deviate from, but that one's got to be just like it, man. That's
And
got to
so-
be the same one. Oh, Riptide's grabbing him. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, as quick as we know that
Hold
he
on.
runs out of ammo, it is still cool as hell.
Hold on, Rip. I'm putting you on the big stage. Hold on, my freaking thing.
You know, Riptide, what if his triggers were
What is
like
wrong with
were
this?
analogs, where if he just squeezed it a little bit, those guns went at a slow speed, and if he pulled it all the way, it was full rate of fire. You know what I mean? If you got good with those things and you were just popping off rounds once in a while, you could sustain your ammo. So I don't know, man. I love that figure and the lever action. Once he's dumped his ammo, he's good with a Winchester and he's got the ammo for it. That is such a dope figure, man.
So I'm going to be honest. I don't know how. It's very strange. Now, also, Curator Dan and Colel are mentioning Recoil. When I did make the list, Recoil, I believe he's one of my all time favorites. I love that figure. Number one fact that most people don't realize right away is that he's a member of the LARP team. Now, he wasn't in the canon, but if you look at his file card, if you look at the thing that it comes with, he's in that. He's a LARP team member. So I think that adds some gravitas to it, like right off the bat. So I would love to see a Recoil. But the thing about that version 2 rock and roll is, and I can't quite explain this, but it is definitely should be right up there in my top 5 of most wanted. And I should mention it more as one of my all-time favorites because I fucking loved it. The sidearm, the Winchester that he had that stuck to his leg, I just thought the fact that he had something that went to the side of his leg. I remember thinking, why don't they do this more often? Why don't they make so even if it was like a little peg that they could put their pistols on? Like I remember the Blizzard. So Blizzard came with 2, and it was like if the secondary doesn't go anywhere, it's like, what are you fucking doing with it? You're just going to leave it here. He'll come back and get it. So it was little things like that drove me nuts as a kid. But the fact that he had that and that Winchester and it came out like that, I think is just amazing. And I definitely need to start mentioning it more. Also, a all-time favorite of brother and friend of the show, Jeremy Kimberlin. Jeremy hosts The Pit, which is a Facebook group. I think you all have met Jeremy before. He's one of the first people I talked to when I got on Twitter, and continues to be a great dude still to this day. Yeah, very cool. So, Cletus, do you have any characters that you would like to see hit the classified line?
Well, I mean, obvious, there's no question.
Yeah.
It's my number 1. I can quit the line once they make me. But it's funny, my brother G.I. Dave, he mentioned Dr. Quinn or Dr. Venom. Sorry, Dr. Quinn. Yeah, so Quinn and Dr. Venom,
medicine man.
I don't know if they'll ever do that, but I don't know if you guys picked it up. Force did this amazing figure. This is the alternate head. The original head on it is basically Dr. Quest from Johnny Quest. Yep. And then there was a Wolfman alternate sculpt. And then there's this guy, which is totally Dr. Venom.
That's Dr. Venom.
Nice.
And he's absolutely amazing. And then I kitted him out with a Luger because in G.I. Joe 19, when Quinn and Snake Eyes bust into his hideout and they're looking for weapons, all they can find is one lousy Luger to hold off a whole wave of Cobra soldiers. So I had to put him with it. I really want Rock Viper. I think he's awesome.
That is a good
thing. Did you say Rick Viper? Yeah.
Yeah, Rick Viper. Well, yeah. That's going to be an SDCC exclusive or something. Yeah. Best exclusive. Scarface, which I think they could do the
Scarface, dude.
Oh,
I would like
Scarface.
a out trooper, man, with
imagine
that would be so awesome.
Imagine Scarface, they take the regular officer and just give him blonde web gear because there's already, the blonde gear with the Valkyries, and then do the little lines on him, and you basically got a new figure.
And
I got a question for you.
Valkyries, dude. That's a great idea, dude. Give me that Scarface, and then you've got the web gear that matches already with figures that didn't make sense before. That's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, he could even be kind of like their leader, like a Charlie's Angels sort of thing, And there's a whole nother TV show.
I want to be that guy. I want to be Scarface.
So you guys though, because just real quick, because I'm out of most wanted figures because you guys have covered them all. But the Heat Viper that's coming up, he's supposed to be a flamethrower, but yet he has bombs around his legs. I always thought he made more sense as a Cobra bazooka trooper.
That's what he is.
Discuss.
He's a flamethrower. Anti-tank. He wasn't a flamethrower.
Oh, but it's called Heat. So I'm sorry, I thought he was a flamethrower.
No, he's a high explosive anti-tank.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's a laser guided rocket launcher that he's got.
There you go. Okay, good. Okay, well, God, that makes so much more sense then. I never see those guys in the field.
Well,
they
they're always
those
behind
guys.
cover.
Well, look at him. He can't walk into the desert. He'd die.
Right.
Takes a special breed to come out here into the 115 degrees. Let me tell you, boys.
Yeah, man, dude. So when Brother Block first started taking some toy photography, I remember thinking, he's showing me he took like these Tiger Force photos. They were all really awesome, and I'd be like, oh wait, don't you live out in like the desert? Is it hot? And he was like, yeah, man, it's like never below 100 when I'm out here. Like what? That shit is. Whew,
that's the problem with a lot of your posing too. When you're shooting toy photography in the desert, the plastic gets real gummy, and suddenly it's very hard to get your guys to stand up because the foot joints are just dropping. And it's at some point, and then also your especially if you're using an iPhone like I do, it overheats and it just refuses to. I've gone out to look me up on Instagram, Cletus Cobra. Look up some of my shots that I did in back in like February, back in Valley. Death Valley is a beautiful place for toy photography. If you ever go like with the family on a vacation, you're going to tour around, you go to Death, you take a couple figures you love because you will take some amazing photos there. I promise.
That's what's up. I mean, dude, I love your toy photography.
Yeah.
And Cletus, since your appearance, I had probably 5 or 6 people that, are on the timeline and have seen maybe your photos before, but didn't really get a chance. Sometimes you scroll and you see something and you don't really because you're just like scrolling through real quick and you don't sometimes stop at things. And I think Curator Dan Collects was one of them that was like, man, he's really got an eye for that fucking photography. He's like, I didn't know that he could shoot like that because it's you can do so much. This is why my brothers who say don't have the you can't make a dio, and it's kind of like you almost don't need to. You just need to put the figure in the right spot. Make sure that you're lined up where the eye your eye level or slightly below, right? Is that called the dynamic pose or something? I think it's something like that. Unfortunately I don't know all that lingo, but I think that when you do that, when you get it eye level to the figure or just below looking up, it makes it look like way more realistic. There's forced perspective. You can set something up in a way that makes something behind it look just right if you're doing it. You know what I mean? It's I feel like everybody that's I was having a discussion today. Oh my God! With G.I. Dave, that's what it was. I couldn't think of it first. He was talking about. He's like, man, some of you guys are just some of you professionals, and it was kind of like
I got to follow up on that. Yeah,
for sure. It was kind of like, hey, I don't think we are professionals. I was like, I think there's a handful of dudes who are really good, and then that's it. I'm not sure what to say of it.
After I got off the phone with you. After you were like, dude, we're not all professionals. There's like a couple dudes, man. Just go out and do it. I literally went and grabbed my LERP team that I've been talking to you about. I put them in a box. I walked over to the track and I just started doing it, dude. I started taking a bunch of pictures, doing the little video things like you were talking about. Before you knew it, I had this entire library of all these shots when I came back home, and I'm like, this is way better than I ever thought. I mean, whoa, even the sun, like all this stuff outside, this was awesome. So
damn right.
It was, I think you're right, is just get out there and start taking some
just start doing it.
Learn it, you know what I mean?
Real quick, I just want to welcome you to the show. My brother,
so
the bearded sumo, is here down in the right-hand corner.
Oh, yeah.
What up, Jay?
Hey, what's good?
How's it going, man?
Reporting live from the shitter.
Nice.
Listen,
Good.
I can't stay long because I'm with the girls, so I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Say what's up to everybody. Just show y'all love, man. And I'll catch you on the replay. But I'm gonna definitely call you a little bit later. All right.
Yeah, sounds good, brother. Appreciate you.
All right. So you guys love, man. I hope you guys are having a great night. And keep on talking about the jokes. Oh, I got one. I heard you guys talking about figures. The stun driver, the Cobra stun driver.
Motor Viper.
A Motor Viper.
Motor Viper, yes.
Good. Yeah, that's a good choice, man, actually.
Yeah, even if we don't get the stun, make the figure.
Yep.
Well, I would like both, but
No, for sure, for sure. Well, it's been brought up. Brother Mark on the Monday show brought up. He was like, I kind of wish they would sell the driver separately. That way, you could get the vehicle at a reasonable price, and if you want the driver, you can get the driver. Now, I think in that case, I would probably want the driver with the stun. But I think with things like the ferret, I don't want to pay the extra money for that figure. Just give me the ferret. Something that we're not attached to. But yeah.
I also think some people just collect the figures. They don't want the vehicles because of the shelf space. So, why wouldn't you sell them separately?
They have a lot of vehicles that never even left the box yet.
Right.
That 112 scale is killing all my space, but I love it.
Yep.
For sure. Yeah, Big Red has a bunch of the 3 3/4 drivers, but doesn't have any of the vehicles. I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Might have to pull a rip and sell all my classified and go back to 3 3/4.
Right.
I'm in that turmoil every day. I think about it every day because the vehicles were just as much, or if not more important, about G.I. Joe than the figures, man.
Yeah, man. That's what's
but awesome. Dave, you're going back up to the 12-inch, the sideshow.
Oh yeah,
man.
Yeah, but
I got you addicted, brother.
It's awesome. I love those, and that to me, like I said when I started getting into it, it's like the champagne of GI Joes because I've had all of them, dude. Like, I like the Mezcos, I like the 12-inch and stuff like that. But these sideshows that I'm going back and buying, dude, man, I always just thought man, I can't afford those aren't for me or whatever when they were coming out new. It's like the collectors club stuff. I never knew when that stuff was hitting, how to get it or whatever. It was just coming out, you know what I mean? Right. But now going back and getting them, they're absolutely works of art, man. Works of art.
Agreed. Very true. I love it. Yeah, I think the stun driver is an excellent call. He's like, I think I heard somebody refer to it as he almost looks like a SWAT guy because of the way he's got that kind of giant shield, so I could see some custom action coming down the line for something like that. They did a real good job with that though, the police officer with the helmet that they have with the visor and stuff like that. I thought it was awesome.
That's a great figure too.
Welcome to the stage. Hold on here. Where is he? Brother Conrad in the house.
What's up? Happy birthday.
That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Glad you can make it for sure.
Yes, sir. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good over here, brother. So we hit a couple topics, and one of them was we'll kind of bring it all the way back. We talked about the G.I. Joe movie, and we were just throwing out some names. Is there any actors that stick out to you that you would like to see be cast in a movie?
Have you guys seen any of the MCU movies?
Yes.
No.
None of those. None of those whatsoever. Absolutely not.
That's what we're all saying. Yeah, most of us were all saying the same thing. Not a single one from those movies or anything.
Yeah.
What? No Pedro Pascal?
Yeah, probably not.
Hard pass.
They would cast him as Shipwreck.
I don't need him being weird and being touchy-feely with all the other actors.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a strange guy. No, I don't watch a heck of a lot of TV anyway. So I would have a hard time with it, but mostly unknowns would be good. My one fan casting that I said over and over again, I want Walton Goggins to play Cobra Commander.
Okay.
Because he can do it. And I have no doubts in my mind that he would be the best Cobra Commander. I know it's a low bar, but he very well could be the definitive Cobra Commander.
What's he from?
He is in basically everything that Danny McBride has ever done. They're very close friends.
Yep.
He's in Vice Principals. He was actually in G.I. Joe Retaliation as the prison warden. Righteous Gemstones. He's
okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. One of the greatest. Baby Billy from the Righteous Gemstones is one of the greatest TV characters of all time. and that is a Danny McBride TV show. So if you haven't seen it, you should absolutely watch it.
Everybody has seen the meme from that. I think that's the one where he's like, go on, get out, nerd. Go on. I ain't got time for your worthless jive ass. Yeah, that's great. That shit is great. Yeah, he's
that's definitely a great pick. I like him.
For sure. Yeah. Sumo, anybody stick out to you, brother? Any actors or anything stick out for any particular characters or anybody that you just like?
I want Mark Strong as Dr. Mindbender.
Ooh,
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay,
That's
okay.
who I AI'd into him too.
I can feel that. I can feel that. He's a under the radar actor that I think is very good. Now, just to make sure, that's the guy. He's got like one of his front teeth is a little crooked. I think that's the guy. Yeah,
I know he
that's
played. I know he played Sinestro in Green Lantern. He was in Kingsman,
that's him. Yep.
which was a solid movie. And what else? I think he did Kick Ass. I don't know if you guys seen Kick Ass.
He was
the bad guy. He was the bad guy in the first movie.
Yeah.
I think the first thing I saw him as was he was the villain in the first Sherlock Holmes. I can't think of
Yep.
I can't think of what the character's name was, but he was excellent in that. And I think
I love that movie. That was a great movie.
Dude, those two Sherlock Holmes movies are fucking awesome. Those are fantastic. I think
unfortunately every movie you guys just mentioned is over 10 years old and those people don't look like that anymore.
Right.
That's the reality, man. That's why I'm saying go with nobody.
We got to keep it be like 30 to 45.
Yeah.
Right.
Or 20, really. Yeah.
It does unfortunately take me out of the loop though, as Conrad said. Like something else that recently kind of happened is now my taste in music is always been a bit extreme, meaning like I don't like the kind of like metal that you hear on the radio. I like the shit that is literally played in clubs and it's like underground stuff that like if I played it for you guys, you most likely would not enjoy it. Like just very heavy shit. I also like my rap music that way, right? I don't want any fluff. Like with the exception of like say De La Soul, like those guys just shred. They're fucking awesome. But I like my rap to be hardcore, like Vinny Paz, his circle of guys, Wu-Tang, going back, Nas, shit like that, where it's a little bit extreme. So granted, I was never fully engulfed in like say the Billboard Top 40 loop, but there was always a radio on, you're always in the mix of it. And it wasn't until I think it was last year when the picture, I caught a commercial for the Grammys and they were like, I wasn't looking at the commercial. All I know is I just started hearing like these names and I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And I like looked over and they were naming off all of these people who were performing at the Grammys. And I didn't know one of them.
Yeah.
Never heard of any of them before. And I was like, oh, it's happened. So like, say you go back a couple years ago, I felt like I would recognize enough of the names to just be like, okay, so there's new stuff coming out. But no, this was like, don't know anybody. As far as movies goes, there's definitely like I know who Timothy Chalamet is. I know who Tom Holland is. But who are these other young actors? Who's the guy that plays in The Bear? He's the head cook.
Yeah. He's oh man, what the hell is his name? He also did the Kerry Von Erich.
Yeah, that's the only thing I know him from.
Oh yeah. What
he
the
he started out in Shameless. He was in Shameless, the TV show. If you've never seen that.
He was. Yes,
he was
that's right.
In Shameless.
Yeah, I think his name is
He's
Jeremy Allen White.
Wilder's grandson. If you didn't know that.
Oh shit!
It's Jeremy Allen White.
Yeah, Jeremy Allen White. I mean, yeah, he's a solid actor. Like he's someone. I mean, but who would you put him as? That's the thing. Like, is he if we're talking about casting someone in G.I. Joe, who are you gonna put him as? I mean, he's not a Duke, he's not a Flint. Are you gonna put him as Falcon? Are you gonna put him as a villain? Which I wouldn't put him as a villain.
He might make a good Dreadnought. I feel like the Dreadnoughts could be done with I don't want to say anybody, but like almost anybody that is just a good actor. Does that make sense? I feel like if you got somebody who could let it fly, you would get something good. Matt from Mo's Mind, if you're watching, brother, I'm terribly sorry. I missed your text message. I sent you the link. If you need me to send it somewhere else, I will. Damn, that sucks. About an hour ago, he said he was back and could join us. Yeah, we got room, brother. Hop in with us for sure.
Speaking of big casts, did you guys see the X-Men announcement?
Yes.
And so, like, I'm looking at Adam Driver as Mr. Sinister, which is brilliant.
Mhm.
Samara Weaving as Emma Frost, and I think maybe I know the girl who's Jean Grey, but like I don't know who the guy who plays Cyclops is. I didn't know a lot of those. The girl who's playing Rogue, the girl who's playing Storm, didn't have any clue who those people are.
The girl,
So the guy
playing Rogue is
because
Indy
you're old.
Navarrete from
Yeah.
Obsession.
Give me Rebecca Romaine, dang it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nice. Yeah, right. That's for sure. I mean, even at this point, Jennifer Lawrence as Mystique is like old hat, right? You know what I mean? Like, which is just crazy to think about. Oh God.
They got
It's
they got
crazy
a
to
solid cast, especially with Rogue and Professor X. I like who they picked with him. He did a great job as the Wolfman. And the rogue actress, I forgot her name, but she was on a series Superman and Lois. I don't know if you guys were watching that, but that was a really good series.
Yeah,
she did
her
a
name's
great job.
Indy Navarrete. You got to see her in
Yes.
Obsession, dude.
Yeah,
that movie is insane, and she's so good in it.
And they're talking about they want to give her an Oscar nod for that.
Yeah, it's that good, man.
Oh wow! Wow, wait, who is that?
Indy Navarrete. The movie Obsession. It's a horror movie that came out.
My daughters are talking
probably-
about that movie. Is saying it's incredible.
It is. It's very few horror movies freak me out. That freaked me out.
Yep, that's what she said.
Nice.
Wow. I'm gonna
cool.
have to
That's
check
great.
that out. I feel like I've heard about that movie from a handful of people. Is it on any of the streaming services right now, or do you got to order it?
It's on Peacock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Man, I'll tell you that Peacock pops up with some good shit every now and again.
Yeah, you should hop on the cock.
Dude.
Waka waka.
It is without a doubt a weird ass name. Hold on a second. Welcoming in our brother Matt from Mo's Mind. What is up, my dude?
Happy birthday.
What's up?
Mike, how are you?
Nice. I'm glad you could make it, my dude. Matt was traveling today and made it home in time.
We're back.
Welcome back. We missed you.
I'm sorry I missed your message. I've been trying to pay attention
You
as
seem
best
a little
I could
busy.
to it because I had
don't know
definitely there was a handful of people that I asked to come, but yeah, no, that's awesome. Well, welcome in. So you've been listening. Do you have any recommendation for actors or actresses for the G.I. Joe movie?
So even when I was in the know, I didn't know.
Right.
So now,
right,
even if it was someone famous, I would think they were a nobody.
That's
so I'm
fair.
fine with it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Who's
That's
this
true.
Robert De Niro guy?
Hey.
Nice. CG, if you've got a picture of Rick Viper, you want to put it up on your screen so we can talk about it, please, by all means do. So let me circle back to one of the other categories that we were talking about. Sumo, do you have any figures that you want to see get made in the classified line?
Well, I mean, I always said Jim. That was one thing that's always been
for
near
sure.
and dear to me. And then, in my bathroom phases, I'm always thinking about stuff. I would like to see Chuck Norris,
Nice.
like a Walker Texas Ranger. If they're doing Lara Croft, why can't we get Chuck Norris?
Agreed. Agreed.
A classified version, which would be
Invasion
phenomenal.
USA, Chuck Norris, I'm in.
I
I'd be down for,
wonder
all the expendable cast, right? Like that.
Oh,
like
dude.
that
Oh my God! Oh
Yeah.
hell yeah! In classified form? Oh my God!
Don't tickle my spot.
Flight suit Harrison Ford.
Ooh, Love it. Love it. Love it. I would, dude. Listen, I would take an Indiana Jones. You know what I mean? I think that that would be cool as shit. You know, and Indiana Jones would go well with like a Lara Croft. They're both globe-trotting, people looking for like archaeologists sort of deals. And I also feel like Walker Texas Ranger
has already made Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
it
They
didn't do
did.
well.
They did. You're right. I have some of the figures.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna call
The reason it didn't do well is because they wouldn't make the awesome figures we wanted.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I have an actual Indiana Jones, but I definitely have the dude in the brown suit with the satchel and maybe somebody else, maybe. Yeah, there's like two guys that they're perfect for background fodder. You know what I mean?
It
worked out
Marcus
well.
Brody and
Marcus Brody. That's it.
Belloc.
Yeah.
That was a 2-pack, right?
I think so. No,
I think you're right, but they never made Mola
background.
Ram, and he's like Mola Ram's one of the coolest dudes in the entire Indiana Jones franchise, man.
Without a doubt.
So
Without a doubt.
That's the bum num shibai, that guy.
Dude.
Kali Ma.
That's it.
Temple of Doom's like a horror movie, man.
Indy, cover your heart.
When I was little.
All right, nice.
Hey, I've had some crazy technical difficulties. Did anybody say Roblox version 2?
We did not actually.
No,
I was
on my list. Yeah,
I was just gonna kick it to you, brother, and see if you had anybody that you want. Yeah, you desperately need a good rope.
Yeah, sorry. It just been my family's been helping me trying to come back and forth. It's been crazy with the difficulty, but Roblox version 2 for sure. I remember seeing him when he first appeared on that Serpentor, the first edition of Serpentor Arise, and I love seeing him with the sleeves and that outfit, even though he has that iconic look with the tank top. I love version 2, but they were also one of my favorite figures was the Iron Grenadier. We do a retro version, of the original figure. I loved him. That was one of my favorite figures, black on black. Yep. I mean, he was awesome. He was like a ninja looking, but he was like official. He was one of my favorites. So if they did a retro of that, I do love the classified version for sure. Yep. But if they did a retro of the Iron Grenadier, I'm getting 30 of those joints. I love those, man.
Yeah, I always thought that Cobra Island roadblock was pretty close to the version 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think he's one of the only figures, or only one of the characters that went sleeveless. I know Destro hates the sleeveless guys, but he did version 2. He has sleeves. Right. So how many guys actually went sleeveless to sleeves? You know what I mean? I think that's in a way he's kind of unique that way. So I do love his different looks. So
listen, this is a no nipple zone. All right.
Well,
T-shirts only.
That Knife Force quick kick, man. I tell you, and I think it does still look good how it is. But
he has a tank under it.
Oh, he does.
He has a tank under it.
I've never taken that part off, but I have. That's the thing. Brother Animus sent me a link. I actually have this wonderful, like it's tight as shit, but it's a long sleeve black.
He sent me that too. It looks fantastic. Yeah,
it looks great. I actually was gonna wait until I got a second.
Let's have a tank.
A second beachhead quick kick, so I could. Oh, hold on a second here. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Where's Chris?
A black
sorry, Rip. I'm trying to find Chris here.
Riptide.
There we go.
Rip, I want a t-shirt.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay.
No nips.
Hey, no nips.
No nips. No Janet Jackson happening here.
No nips. No nip zone.
Nipples, you can milk it.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, who else? I mean, I'm trying to think. There's got to be.
What about the?
If I could give you a
hit it, Riptide.
If I could give you my thoughts, I gotta kick off because Mrs. Tide is calling
absolutely.
and I'm going.
Absolutely.
But I'll give you my thoughts because I don't collect classified. But what classified does for me is give me an appreciation for the old figures the way they've done them.
Yeah.
There's some old figures that are ass, and then Classified does them, and they're fucking incredible.
Okay.
So I want to see what they do with the headhunters.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great idea, man.
Face shield, shoulder pad, Mad Max looking leather craziness. That would be cool as shit. So that's what I want to see. But happy birthday, brother.
Thank you for coming, Brother Rips. The best to Little Rip and Mrs. Tide as well. We greatly appreciate you.
I'll see you all, brother.
Take care, Rip.
Have a good night, brother.
Have a good night, my dude. Appreciate you. Very cool. Very
Yo,
cool.
Mike, can I show something off here on full screen for a minute?
Yeah. Yep. Let me
Right
get you
on.
up here.
So I went through.
Come on. There we go.
Oh wow. Yeah. There it is right
I
there.
went through and I
I
put
just got my spoiler the other day. Like,
repro
thanks, guys, bro.
labels on this
I
thing.
just got mine.
Okay? And I'm gonna try and get it
That
on the
shit is
camera.
official.
So the repro labels on this set are absolutely fantastic. I mean, all the way around from a sensor port, vents, guns, the missiles, and even these decals on the missiles.
Oh shit!
These are 3D, and they got rivets and Destro's head stamped in them. It's got a holographic sticker on the control panel. I don't know if you'll be able to see the hologram. Oh yeah, you can. And then all of the engine nozzles are now shiny.
Okay.
So I would, and then on the bottom, it's got this really sweet. These are all like holographic gold, man. And it took this vehicle from being like a very plain looking. It's even got some embroidered stickers for Destro and stuff now.
Okay.
So anybody that's thinking about getting this set for repro labels, I've built models that are in museums, man. I'm like really good at this shit. This took me over 6 hours in one sit down to put all these decals on this thing. The decal set itself wasn't that expensive, but I tell you what, it takes a despoiler and it turns it to 11. It's absolutely fantastic. Now these shiny wing stickers. I mean, I don't know if you guys are getting that effect from the light.
It's like on the edge. It's on the edge of the wings.
There we go. I see it. Yep.
It's
cool.
It's turned it into something that's absolutely just gorgeous. And I've been saying for a while that Hasbro needs to just buy Toy Hacks and start either including that stuff with what we're buying, or give us an option to, if we're spending $110 on Destro with the spoiler, give me an option to spend another $10 and get that label set, because that thing is so it amps up that vehicle in a way that I mean, I put stickers on a few things like the Lifeline. You guys probably put some stickers on your Lifeline. He's fantastic with the repro labels and stuff like that, but that one, woo, child, it is awesome.
It does
awesome.
look pretty dope.
But like I said, dude, keep in mind, man, it like 6 hours minimum to do that.
Dude, that's a lot.
That's what a Cobra Trooper officer looks like. Look at that guy. Yeah.
Nice.
I'm like Gene Simmons in the 70s.
Right. There was nothing more jarring than when Kiss rolled out in that video with none of the makeup on.
Yeah.
It was, everybody was like, dude, put that shit back on. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? They can't.
Is that what you're suddenly telling me to do?
Well, it's like no, not at all.
Chad.
But that was like one of those things where, it was like seeing behind the curtain on the Wizard of Oz. It was like, just lie to me. Tell me you're like that all the time, and that'll be fine.
I got into a music debate one time with a Kiss like super fan, and I mean I don't hate Kiss, but I said something to him that like pissed him off so bad. I said Kiss is to rock and roll as WWF is to sports, and he went off his rocker, man.
Yeah, them's fighting words, buddy.
It was too much.
Yeah,
for him,
That's funny. That's funny.
You risking it, yeah.
Nice. Let me throw it back over to Conrad. Conrad,
Yes, sir.
what do you want to see in the classified line?
I'm glad you asked.
He's got a binder.
He's ready. He's ready.
I have a bunch of the different collectible cards. I want Barrel Roll. I don't know if you guys
that was a
remember this
good
guy.
figure.
Yeah,
That was a good figure.
and he could transform into the claw. Or excuse me, he had a jetpack that could be transformed into the claw. So it was
Okay.
a spy troops kind of deal. He also has a brother, evil brother named Blackout, who's on Cobra's side. A lot of great drama that started there. And his sister, Bomb Strike, is actually one of Hama's favorite characters, and she's been added to the series more lately. I also would let me just kind of flip through these cards here real quick. I want Cesspool so badly.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good
like
one.
that would make an incredible figure. Some of you guys were on Destro's My Spirit Animals live stream not too long ago, and he was talking about an obscure Sigma 6 character called the Dark Ninja
Yeah.
Master.
I didn't know about him.
I went on eBay during the show and bought him, and he was like $15.
It's amazing.
Look at this dude.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Crazy looking.
Really
Damn.
messed up at the twist.
So, and he had like Kung Fu grip. So this is a spring, and his
He
hand was
he
snapped.
does have Kung Fu grip.
Yeah, he had real Kung Fu grip. It was like awesome. And you
And
can't
Don
really see
King's
it, but
hair.
look at all these weapons that this thing came with.
Gear,
Yep.
man. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
That's one of the coolest parts, man. It's crazy.
yeah. So, and then again, he could just snap his hand onto it. But here's the thing. With Sigma 6 figures, he was a tall dude, but once you start getting the classified into it, like I'm planning on doing an insane dio.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. So this is quickly becoming, because they're getting into the more obscure. There was supposed to be a whole storyline about him resurrecting zombie Arashikage that never happened.
Wow.
And they were going to put him, a new version of him, in the Retaliation line before that got canned. And there, so I don't know if you guys remember, 2013, there was these little things called Microforce, and they were tiny, very tiny, chibi versions of some G.I. Joes. There was a new version of him, and a bunch of his zombies were included in that. So that gets my vote for most wanted obscure classified that isn't a green psych
So
out.
what faction
That's
is
dope.
he actually? Is he his own faction?
Well, he's got an Arashikage type of symbol on his back.
Okay.
So he was a former Arashikage master who went to the dark side, and they imprisoned him. He doesn't have a full Arashikage logo. It's like a bastardization of it. So he was a former Arashikage that went to the dark arts, and they banished him into some tomb for 1,000 years or something crazy.
So would you say he's a Cobra mercenary, or is he a faction of Cobra or anything like that?
So no, not according to his file card. He does have the Cobra logo on here, but everyone had the Cobra logo, kind of like what Classified does. I won't read the whole thing. The rogue Dark Ninja Master was exiled to a cave beneath the Arashikage Mountain for betraying the ninja clans. After finding the moon's blood, a mystical stone of great power, he channeled the energy of dead ninjas, making him almost unstoppable.
Jesus Christ.
That's man, that's gangster as hell.
And
man.
only two people can stop him: Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes. So
sounds
they
right.
have to join forces to be strong enough to defeat this ninja. So
But if you're a dead ninja, were you any good at it?
Are you really a ninja?
Oh, and I don't know
all
if you
the
can see it because of my
people,
lighting, but
the
this
ones,
is
all
all
the red shirts from
translucent.
Star Trek.
So yeah, you got some light behind this guy. He like glows
Oh,
in the
that's
sunlight.
cool.
Yeah, he's incredible, and I really want to have him, involved with my Dire Vipers or something. So anyway, killer figure, very cheap on eBay if you catch him at the right time. It was like $30 shipped for him. Normally, I don't see him less than 50, so pay attention for a good deal. But he's going to make an insane dio at some point. But beyond that, yeah. Look, I could talk all day about figures I want. Earlier in the comments, Snow Leopard and Big Red were talking about basically every 90s Joe we don't have. Of course, Ambush, Rampart, Recoil. Those are no-brainers. We need them yesterday. Salvo, I'm shocked he hasn't happened yet because that just seems like low-hanging fruit. But we need to get into the 2000s because there's a lot of characters that I love. Med Alert. Alert is a favorite of mine. I normally have that carded figure handy, but I don't right now. Crosshair is a sniper, very different look from low light. And then you just, you could do a whole. I'd like to see a Navy set. Shipwreck and frickin' wetsuit and torpedo all in their Navy SEAL gear. So
Definitely.
that's my votes.
I think Conrad had brought it up, I think, and then I think Big Red maybe shared the picture, and Cal had a picture too. So there was they did that they did that 3-pack. It was Shockwave, Low Light, and what's the third guy? I can never remember his name.
Are you talking about in the 2008, like the DEF? The other one was Long Arms. And he had like the bomb suit on.
Yes. And they all had matching, like SWAT uniform type thing. And honestly, I think if they came out with that as a 3-pack, make it, give us all the stuff with Bomb Strike, make sure everybody's got their right loadouts. And I feel like if they did that, that would sell. I mean, I would pay, I would pay what? $110, say $30 a figure, add a little more because it's coming with a lot of shit. Maybe Long Arm is like a deluxe figure, but then you got Shockwave and Low Light, but in that all matching uniform, I would pay for that, bro. I think that would be awesome for sure.
Bullhorn was a part of that team too, by the way, and he had an incredible redeco.
Okay, shit. I mean, a 4-pack. I mean, I don't know though. It's what I don't know the dynamics of whether something like that would sell, but dude, if you put all 4 of those in a thing, I would buy that like in 2 seconds. I think that would look absolutely amazing for sure. Nice.
Dave, what were you holding up a second ago?
That was a Kit Bash Bomb Strike that I made.
Okay. I love me Bomb Strike.
Yeah, me too. And like to think that they haven't made this figure. I mean, I put it together with the Paltrow head and a soft goods coat out of a J body, but it works for me. And like, dude, Bomb Strike is an awesome character, and there's so many good characters from lines that never get spoke about. Valor vs. Venom, Sigma 6, DTC, some of that stuff, like people don't even know that was a thing, but Valor vs. Venom has some killer ass designs, man.
That's
and Sigma 6. Sigma 6 had like the Rhino and some of those other vehicles that, I mean, for reimagining G.I. Joe, they were knocking it out of the park. And it once again went into hiatus. I mean, I don't know if it didn't sell or what, but that was a great time, man. It was a good time for figures and Joe stuff.
And that's my goal is with my Twitter account is to show pictures of that stuff constantly. And once I get my collection out of storage, because I've got 40 figures from that line, actually 40 carded figures from that line and like 50 loose ones. I have a ton of stuff from that line that I don't have room to display.
Well, even that Duke animation that you posted the other day that I commented on, I watched that and I was like, holy dude, this was fantastic. How am I not watching this right now? Some of this other crap that I put on just for background noise, I could be watching that, and that was fantastic.
Yeah, and Sigma 6 has, I'll probably post a clip tomorrow, but they made you think Duke died, like Cobra Commander tortured him to death. It was wild. I was like 11, so I was kind of older, but like that I was haunted for a little while.
Wow.
Anyway, great show.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta give some of that stuff because, dude, whenever you post those clips of like the Sigma 6 and stuff, because I've seen Resolute 1,000 times, and obviously, the Sunbow cartoon, the movie, but some of these other cartoons, I definitely, have not like zero experience with, but oftentimes when you show a clip, I'm like, this is interesting,
Oh, dude, it was good, man.
Even though what they're doing with some of the figures may be, a little bit different than I would necessarily like, I think it still rocks, and I think it's still good. So that's what's up. Matt from Mo's Mind, do you have any figures that you want to see come into the classified line?
Let's see. So, like, I'm with you. I really want Ambush.
Yeah.
And I put it in the chat earlier, but any of like the October Guard, as long as it's red stuff.
Yes.
I really want those. And kind of my like Tomb Raider-esque side. It kind of goes along with what you're saying, Sumo, where I want Rambo and Dutch as a 2-pack.
Come on.
And
Yeah.
then I can get a Xenomorph toy. And
Playing with my emotions, homie.
You know?
Definitely. Very, all good choices. All good choices. Man, I know there was something I saw the other day, and it was somebody had God, I'll never remember what it was, but it was just a picture of a couple random Joes, and they looked like they were different. They were later versions of some figures. Like I think it's one of the Lifelines later on down the road, maybe version 4 Lifeline. I was like, I bet if they classified that up, that it would look good. You know what I mean?
That was Big Red.
Yeah, no, he did it on one. He definitely did it on his Joe a day, but I think it was also I seen it in another picture where there was the guy had like 3 or 4 figures, and I wouldn't have known that was Lifeline had I not seen Big Red's Joe a day. But then that's why I saw it. I was like, oh, that's the whatchamacallit. I think that this'll look amazing. I really would love to see them try to fill out the Iron Grenadiers a little bit more. I would really like to see, even if they went with like a new figure, or something like that, not necessarily any kind of command, because we've got Darklon as kind of like a second, and then if we get oh god, I almost said Zanzibar, not Zanzibar, but Voltar. I think once we get him, then you've got and Mistress Armada as well. I think then you're kind of fleshing out the command, but give us more troops. If Destro has branched out into his own thing, then give us the Iron Grenadier Heavy Gunner.
Annihilator.
So you want Annihilator, right?
Oh yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Let's see where you got there.
Annihilator's awesome. That's a great figure.
Yellow pack and all. Let's go.
Yep. I think when I was a kid, I used Annihilator, the Frag Viper, and the Alley Viper all because their colors were just similar enough. Like especially Annihilator and the Alley Viper were really close to me. And I think that the crazy part is I'm pretty sure I lost his helicopter thing like almost immediately. But I love the figure so much that I just kept viewing it.
There you go.
Yeah, Target.
Yeah.
Somebody else I'd like to see as a super classified glow up.
That one's cool. Wild Boar's awesome.
Who's that? I'm sorry, Matt. What was that? Can you say that again?
If I could pick one for them to do like a classified glow up too, just to see what they would do, would be the Interrogator.
He's a cool figure.
Yes.
Very cool figure. And cool character as well.
Yes.
I'm very interested to see how they do Headman. And now, because off the top of my head, I'm trying to think, did Headman have minions? Did he have?
Yeah.
He did, right?
Yeah, they had hunters.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought there was more than that though. But I mean, I feel like
guys are awesome, dude. In that patent leather suit. Oh
yeah.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, give us that, right? Like don't mess around. Just give us all this stuff. I feel like too that they could, it seems like, I mean, I'm a little on the fence on that Synapse figure, but if they keep creating,
dude, those stormtroopers were dope.
I remember he
Stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Like the
Grizzle
toy,
as
I remember
well.
that hurt my hand.
Grizzle's cool, actually.
Grizzle's dope.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. See, I need all these.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all very good. All very good. And I feel like they could do a whole subline, and where you have this. You can have like a whole separate war. Like I was saying about like the low light, like where they're a SWAT team. Well, yeah, we've got a SWAT team that's fighting the drug dealers of the city. Like I just don't see how that's not, that's what's up. Something that I wouldn't mind there, and it might be hard to do, but I feel like that there's a world where it would be fucking awesome if they tried to do another cartoon. Right? Like,
yes.
If you're trying to get, I think I think maybe where the hiccup with that might be is that, kids today have cartoons that are just like outrageous looking, like I tried to show my kids G.I. Joe, and they definitely agreed that G.I. Joe looked cooler than the other cartoons of the time that I tried to show them. But basically they were just like, yeah, this is kind of boring looking. It's not this unbelievably bright and crazy, because cartoons today are almost like in the same vein of how kids culture is, where everything is just quick, snappy, bright, and a little bit almost off-putting to an old fuck like me. But I feel like there's a world where, like, let's just say with the actual in real life movie, if they made that had to be geared towards kids, because of the idea of the figure line and all that, like, it would be understandable. But maybe then they dial into the Energon Universe cartoon and make it what I think we're all hoping that's, if they do make it, what it's going to be. Because if you look at, the Energon Universe cartoon, and then the guy that they tapped to direct that, who directed Invincible, which is not for kids. I feel like
it's awesome.
It is. I feel like that they could do something there where you still have the movie that's going to draw kids in, but then you just go to this little cartoon over here and you give us something with the Joes that's just like brutal, right? The Energon universe is amazing. Now, I haven't read it all yet, but I know that every issue that I've read so far, I've been like, this is fucking awesome. I think one of the reasons why I like it so much is that Transformers are a very much in the corner kind of thing, right? Oh, something that's funny. Conrad, you had a post about it, but man, those Transformers people do not like G.I. Joe in the mix.
No.
It's a small
They're
subset,
crazy.
and they're dorks that live in their mom's basement. I'm sorry, but they're dorks, and they are chronically online. Okay, like, look, I love Transformers hardcore. I've got a bunch of like blockies next to me. I've been collecting the blockies like crazy, but I get it. There's other cartoons and stuff I don't like, but these guys, they live and breathe internet. And it's warped their brains. Like, look at any of their accounts. It's the most absurd mental health cry for help you've ever seen in your life. So I try to be nice to them. For that alone. But it's a small subset. I think Transformers fans that are like actual Transformers fans, they're gonna, when they see Energon Universe, they see Snake Eyes being awesome, they're gonna love it. They're gonna love the animation. It's gonna be dope.
Right. Dude, so I followed that thread that you had posted, man, and just like you said, I'm looking at the bios on some of these kids, and all I kept thinking was, thank fucking God there was not an internet when I grew up, because this is absurd. It's two different things. Number one, it's somebody trying to project an image, which, don't get me wrong, we, like Chris Rock says, we all have a representative. Like when you first meet somebody, you're presenting yourself as something, right? So there's always like that. But these are kids who are clearly like, their bio and their name and everything is like, it's the hit points of all the shit. Right. Yeah. Yes. And
that's why when I look at those things, I'm like, I don't got the time for that.
For sure.
I'm not gonna stop them. You could do whatever you want to do, but I don't have to look at it. I'm cool with what we do over here.
Right, for sure. And they definitely all, I don't want to say all, but they definitely all have the never been punched in the face for saying something. Like that's a huge, if you never had the shit slapped out of you from running your mouth, you don't understand. I think that's kind of a huge thing too. And not that we need violence in any of this stuff. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. But like, just like thinking about like, all right. I don't really want to get into that part, I guess, but it's like, it's hard to respect somebody's opinion that is clearly not respecting you on the other side, of it. It's almost like I can't listen to it. I've written a couple stories recently for Serpentor's Lair that kind of slightly deviated from G.I. Joe. I wrote about, what it was like to be a kid in the 80s, because there's a lot of shit. Like, as I venture down memory lane about the Joes, there's a lot about my life as a kid that I remember growing up. And it's shit that's just awesome and crazy. So if anybody didn't read the article, I'll tell the story real quick. So the house I grew up in at first, I grew up in one house when I was a kid. I lived with my grandparents for a few years, and then there was another house that all the way up until I moved out. And when I was young, down the street was a laundromat. And there was this neighborhood kid, Pablo, who was maybe, God, if I was 6, he must have been 11, 12, 13 or something like that. And so they had these 2 arcade games, and for almost the entire time it was Pac-Man and Galaga, which I still to this day love that game. Fucking awesome. And I remember one day going in and seeing Pablo had like 15 credits. So in my mind, I'm like, yo, you put 15 quarters in here? I can barely come here with like 3. I'd raid my mom's change purse, come here with a few quarters. So anyway, one day I finally happened to be there and see the magic. So there was the guy that owned it was usually the guy that was running the counter, but he was a drunk. Like, even as a kid, you knew he was wasted, and he wasn't really paying that much attention. So Pablo, and he later showed me, because he made another one for somebody else. He took a quarter, and if anybody remembers those first cordless Makita drills, they had a huge long battery that would go in. They were goofy looking, but they were good, especially for the time. And so Pablo took a quarter, and all the way to like one side of it. Do I have a coin I can show? Anyway, well, like all the way to one side of it, like right here on the
little hole in a string.
He drilled a little hole with a string.
Yeah.
And homeboy would go over. He had the string tied to the loop just above his 5th pocket. And he knew that you had to drop it in just enough to hit the ding ding flapper that would give you the credit, but you had to pull it right back, because there was a safety thing that if you went too far, that safety thing would come down and then it wouldn't go back, right? So he would go, and I watched him, and he would just be like, da-ding, 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 and just lift and raise that thing just enough to hit that flapper. And in my mind, when I was thinking about this like a week ago, before I wrote the story, I was like, oh, you'd get arrested for that today. Like, somebody would lose their fucking mind and have you thrown in juvenile hall for that. Now, the only reason that we got caught was because some nosy Parker just happened to be looking, and she told the guy, like, I think that kid, or she said, I think that kid is ruining your machine or something like that. He got caught. But to me, that was like one of those things. Man
made, man broken.
So it was the 80s Karen.
Yeah, right. right. I'll never forget that. That dude was cool. He grew up and became quite the troublemaker, but I definitely remember him, as an older kid. He was always like looking out for my sister and I as we, ran around the block all the time, because, you got to like, so I watched Stranger Things with my kids, and my kids definitely, like, at every turn would be like, how come they're all out late like that? And don't their parents like want them? And I'd be like, no, their parents didn't want them home. That was the thing. Get the fuck out of the house and don't come back till later. That's it. That's like, oh, here, take $2 with you and just beat it. And don't come home.
Make sure you come back when the street lights come on.
Get out of my sight.
Yeah. Right.
Get out of my sight was one of the things where, they got
Yes.
Get out of my sight.
Which is so crazy. It's so crazy. My kids
we were sent out in the morning. We were sent out the door, and we're expected to walk back in the door until like dinner time.
Right.
Yeah. Right, man. Like you would get reported for child abuse now if you did that in the summer.
Oh my God, dude! Like so many things. If any of y'all got stories like that, I'd be happy to hear them. One of the other things was so this was actually kind of cool. So kitty corner from where the laundromat was, we had something that was called the Junior Museum. And it was, the building itself was originally a very old school fire department, right? So they had the big archway in the front where the truck used to come in and out. But when I say small, I mean the truck would fit in there and there wasn't much room for anything else. And up on the second floor, they had a planetarium. Was that the second floor? Yeah, second floor had a planetarium and then a massive like reptile zoo. Like I was always afraid of snakes, man. And they used to have every kind of snake you could imagine in there. And then they just had, it's so hard to explain, just like games and shit that you could do that to either be creative or something that made you think. And downstairs they had, like, I remember it was this big pit and they had this, it was on a chain swinging above it. And it almost looked like an ice cream cone. And at the bottom of the cone, there was this little hole. And so you would hold your finger on it and then you would fill the thing with sand. There was sand in a scooper and then you would fill it and then you would just go like this and the thing would just go around and it would let the sand fall out and you would make some kind of a cool, crazy design. Simplest thing that was just, you could not stop. If there was a line for kids that wanted to do it. And then just like, I really have been hard pressed to try to remember a lot of the other stuff that they had on the first floor. They did have a giant encased insect. So you know how you could put insects in like a block of resin and it's like crystal clear. You could turn it around and see it, which I think is awesome. They had like a bunch of that. And unfortunately, so that place was the shit. We would spend so much time there. And then unfortunately, it lost funding, I think is something like that. Like the state maybe subsidize it because, you know, that you could put a donation in when you went there, but we were kids. We didn't have $1 to put in there when we, you know. And then so unfortunately, it did close down. And almost immediately, as soon as they locked the doors, and we knew nobody was coming back, we found a way to get around the other side of the building and climb up on the neighbor's fence and jump over and grab onto the fire escape. And then that would bring us to the roof. So we had a roof that would, you know, we would be able to hang out on. We could do, you know, we were kids. I wasn't into smoking weed or anything yet, but, you know, just being up there where you had a place to go where parents couldn't get up there. You know, it was one of those things. It was like super, super
Build
awesome.
a fort.
Yeah, yeah. And we egged a few cars from up at the top.
Egging was an art, a lost art, I say.
And agreed. And here's the thing, because we weren't dickhead kids, we didn't do snowballs because snowballs caused problems, right? You could hit somebody's window so bad. Like I remember there was like an urban legend story about somebody that threw a snowball and it broke a window and the lady crashed and like somebody died. So we all heard that and we were kind of like, yeah, maybe that's not what we want. But
that's true. That's happened not too long ago.
What's that?
That actually happened not too long ago.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you still got a good arm then, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I always had a cannon.
The very first house I ever toilet papered, we were actually paid to do by a friend of ours because they had been wronged and they're like, I want you to hit this house. So I worked at a grocery store, and as we're going down and getting the eggs and the toilet paper, I came across something else. They sold pork brains. Remember, I'm from Kentucky.
Yeah. Okay.
Pork brains. And my signature move, pork brains in the mailbox.
Nice.
Those in the mailbox in a summer in Kentucky and letting that cook in there. And then put it up your mailbox and
devious. Oh, you are
terrible.
Cobra.
I wasn't that bad of a guy. Yeah, when you pay me to do something, I'm going to do it. So yeah,
you're going to get your money's worth.
I'll tell you what. Yeah,
that's pretty awesome. That's pretty
Thank
awesome.
goodness there were no film cameras back then. Yeah,
man in a tailpipe hold my beer.
Yeah,
yeah, that's the thing.
Guys, I got to get out of here. I appreciate it. It was
a wonderful evening.
I do want to leave you with one last thing, Destro. Out here in Las Vegas, we sing Happy Birthday a special way. I'm going to do it for you right now. You ready?
Let's do it. Yep.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, you cool hip cat. Happy birthday to you. Ba-da-bum.
I love it.
Bye, guys. We're awesome. Good being you. Friends.
Thank you, brother. Dude, the whole thing was awesome, man. I appreciate all of it, bro. You're the best, dude. That's so cool.
Cletus of Cobra on X and Instagram. Have fun, guys. Enjoy your night.
Have a good, brother.
Thanks
Appreciate
again,
it.
brother.
Good night.
Appreciate it.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Very cool.
Mike, my friend, I got a deuce out too. It's
Okay.
11:30. I got to call it, but happy birthday, my friend. This is always a good time. It's good to see everybody here, everybody on the timeline, the chat, and there's everything. As always, good to see you. And my stuff will be hitting this week. You guys will all be seeing it.
Very cool. Stoked for all that. And Dave, I'll catch up with that with the email thing, and I'll talk to you first thing tomorrow.
You know what? You don't even have to worry about it because my wife told me that was the best version yet. So I went ahead and I already started editing the video for it.
Oh, nice. Okay. Awesome.
So,
that sounds great, brother. I love it.
You'll see it. Take care, everybody.
Thanks again, bro.
Yeah.
Good night. Appreciate you. Nice. We're not going to go too much longer. I did queue up some stuff. So let's see here. Let me take this off. So I did want to talk about Matt sent me this wonderful package. And I'm going to show off everything. I don't know if anybody's seen it over the corner. I'm going to do a big dio for that. So we're going to hold off. I'm going to show you. It is a new version of the bar. And it's fucking awesome. I looked. So I went, Matt, you gave me the suggestion about the matte spray, the clear stuff. And I went and I actually bought a can of clear Krylon spray. High gloss, not the matte. So I got to return it. I say, what the fuck, fucking A. So, but
block cameras. That's not what we want.
Right, high gloss. I was like, no, the gloss is the problem. What was I thinking? I don't know what I was thinking. So I showed this off earlier, and I absolutely love this thing. And so for everybody still watching in the replay squad, I will have a post out soon that's going to have the details, the ability to order it. And like I had said before, 100% of the proceeds go towards the destrodesigns.com formation. And Matt has been unbelievably generous to donate his time and the Eufy Maker to help us get this going and get Destro Designs up and running. Now, so I got some more stuff for the mags line. And while I knew, hold on, let me put me on the big screen. I knew that I was going to love this item. But when it came and I just started playing with it a little bit, it's so insane. And that is the shield.
Nice.
Dude, this shield is redonkulous. So as you can see, where I've got this side where he can put this here, the back, the arm can be moved from one side to the other. So this just spins. And then you could have it the other way because some figures do better with the primary weapon in a particular side. So it's like not having that option with the one that say Shockwave or Road Pig came with. It always made me nuts. And plus, this is just 100% better. So you can definitely you could see him right through there. Well, the glare is messing it up, but you could see the figure through it, right? This texture around the top and the bottom, amazing. And one of the things that was most impressive to me about this is how incredibly well the arm fits it. Like, look how perfect that is. So, like, the band is right at the elbow. The hand fits perfectly, right? And, I don't have the secondary in there. Damn it. Is this the one? Hold on, I want to show that real quick. Okay, here it is. So this is, with a piece that has so many freaking cool, so many cool things about it. This is still somehow my favorite. So I'm just gonna real quick, boop. So this is I'll call it the oh shit gun. So like, if you got a shield, say, you're holding your shield and all of a sudden you realize that your primary is empty. Oh, it's going to be tougher to get in there with the thing, but all of a sudden your primary is empty and you can't switch your mag because you're holding the shield still. Well, you can just one hand grab that and take it right out. So I think it's incredible. I absolutely love the lights. You got to have the lights, right? You get them extra blinders to really just like totally and completely blind somebody with it. But again, you got the bolts coming across, which like connote the holding of the upper and the bottom to it. And then when you look in the back too, you got your power supply that's run into all this stuff, and it just looks. You can't get the full effect from it because it's kind of. But you're gonna see in some pictures how ridiculous this is. I like this even more than I thought I was gonna, which often happens with both Matt and Chris's stuff. It's like, oh, I'm gonna love that, and then I get it, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, this is all ridiculous. So it's one of the cool things is I had mentioned in a stream that because I have Strike Team Fangbuster, which is like my favorite group of the Joes, and I have 4 wolf spiders that I wanted to have them each one of them holding one of these shields. So my brother sent 4, and wait till you see what I'm gonna pop up with that. That is gonna be a great scene. But it actually looks good with Beachhead too. Like I'll be honest with you, everything looks good with this figure because Beachhead is the bomb. But these look amazing. Make sure you go get yourself some. I mean, you really can't go wrong with the way that the handle reverses with the secondary that comes in there. It's just absolutely off the hook. Now, the other item from the Mags line that came are these binoculars.
Those are cool.
So what is the most maddening thing about every set of binoculars that comes with the Hasbro stuff is that the string, like if he was holding these now, that thing would be like this, arced all the way out in the back, right? And so now if you look at how gently that lays down. Like, doesn't that just look 1,000 times better?
Way better. Way better.
Gently.
Way better.
And you can really see, yeah, dude, there's so much that goes on there. These are amazing. And I have the red pair, and then I have the blue lenses as well. When Beachhead was holding these, I mean, this still looks great, but the Beachhead, I think I had him in Flint. Flint was holding a set too, and it just looked ridiculous. Crankcase. So Crankcase comes with, so here's a good example with Crankcase. So if he held these up to his head, see how ridiculous that looks?
Yeah.
Like that don't look right. Having it laid around the back of the neck and then looped up here is exactly how you would want it to look. And even when it's just laying down on his chest, it just moves better. So if you lean the figure over, gravity can kind of move it how you want it. So I absolutely love those. Just absurd. Now, one other item from the Mags line that I feel like everybody should be ordering these because of their affordability. But hold on, I dropped the figure just before I wanted to pick it up. That is, hold on. Sorry, let me get it in there a little bit better. Shit, I dropped it. I did have all this set up, I promise. I did it again. I have calloused hands, and so sometimes it makes this stuff with these little figures kind of like a pain in the ass. And I think I've stretched this figure's hands out like terribly. So here is the tablets.
Dope.
I'm trying to get it to focus on the Okay, so unfortunately, I'll have to get some pictures. But do you see all that detail on the back?
Yeah.
Amazing. And there's like, if you look at the ends, there's like a holding spot. You can kind of see like the detail right there where the hand goes. The actual pictures on the screen, that's like a targeting one. Now, one of the ones that he sent me was the Joe Fest exclusive that has the Atlas on there, which is so freaking cool. There's so much little detail on these there. That's a decent shot of the back. So, Matt, I think when I look at this one part, I think I know what it is this part here in the middle, is this meant to be like a stand? Mm-hmm. Like, you know how a lot of tablet cases have the thing you could pull out and make
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the detail on that.
Yeah, that's dope.
God, I love it.
You
It's so good.
Prop it up when you're watching Destro Designs.
Yeah, that's right. You know it, Chris. That's what's up. So it was a wonderful bundle of stuff from Matt that I was extremely thankful for. And don't forget, I've got the one more item over here that I don't want to show it until it's in all its glory. it's actually something that I had been planning with. It's got Fort Mods, Trench Vipers, the ass from CG Horror, and then this new bar over here that, again, I'm going to hit it with that spray so I can make it all work very good. But yeah, man. Joining us in the chat is Rock Lockdown. He says, "I'm sorry I'm late to the party. Happy B-Day." Hey, no problem, brother. We are at the tail end of the show, but thank you for stopping in. CG Horror. I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm crashing. Oh, well, thank you, brother. Thank you for coming. Thank you for spending time. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, we are a bunch of old fucks, that's for sure. Well, if everybody remembers, the show originally started at 9, and we were going to like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. We're way too fucking old for this. So Matt, thank you so very, very much. I absolutely loved everything that you sent, and I actually have something also planned for this one right here, where in the winter dio that I had made, it was the reveal that Cobra had stolen the plans for the Atlas. So now Cobra has the Atlas too. And so there's something that I'm going to have. I think I loosely tried to set it up the other day just to see if it was going to look the way I wanted it to. And it's just going to be like an over the shoulder shot, holding the tablet, looking at the Atlas. Like, how can Cobra make this like their own thing? And I think it's going to look amazing. But tomorrow morning, because today I didn't get to really, this is the only thing I've done that I really wanted to do for my birthday is what we're doing now. I had to get up. If anybody wasn't here earlier, I had to get up. I had a guy working in an apartment. I had to go get him set up. And then I came back and I did an entire sand and recoat on the second floor. So it was like I didn't really get to do that much. I'm probably going to take the kids to the pool tomorrow. So my poor mother, who loves it when the kids come over, but my kids have found the town pool, which is actually a really like upscale, nice one. They have a regular diving board, like a 8-foot off the water diving board, and a 15-footer off the from the water, the diving board. And once my daughters went off at once, it was just like, forget about it. They just, now they want to go there. I haven't told my mother about that yet because I know she's going to be devastated, because my mother is like my kid's favorite person. I'm pretty sure my kids love my mother more than they love me and their actual mother. That's how my mom rolls. And my mom makes it difficult because she spoils the living shit out of this kid. I try to tell my mom, like, you buy them stuff like you're going to the chair. It's like, don't you have to save for retirement or something like that? Like, don't get me wrong, I love it. Like, you want to buy him sneakers and clothes, but they, like, every time they go over there, my mother takes them to lunch and then takes them shopping. It's like, I can't take these kids anywhere now without them being like, well, we're not going to go to Panera. We're not going to go to the diner. You're not going to spend $50 on us every time we walk into any store whatsoever. And it's, again, it's not that I don't want my kids to be happy. It's just, it's set like an unreal expectation where it's like, I like, so we have a store over here. It's called, in upstate New York, it's called Stewart's. Rock Lockdown may be familiar. They may be out that far, but it's a glorified gas station where it's like a small grocery store and coffee shop. And so we can get there by riding our bikes through the back way of our neighborhood without going on any of the main roads. So it's we go over there. I usually buy like a bottle of water and some bananas, and we sit for a minute, and then we ride back. And like every time we go in there, I turn around, they've got like 5 things in their hands. I'm like, we're not buying this shit. They've got like a hat and a bag of jerky and something. Like, we don't need to spend money every time we walk into the store. So yeah, that is that. But Matt, thank you again. Anybody that's watching, make sure, hold on. Let me put Matt's, man, again, something else I should have been prepared for. I'm going to put his Etsy link into the chat, and you can go over and get yourself, if you happen to be watching and unfamiliar with the products that he has, you absolutely have to get your ass over there and see everything that's going down. There is so much, he has diversified his price points. So to go from everything like the shields and the tablets and the slings all the way up to the Atlas, which, by the way, this is the last show that the Atlas is going to be up there. I'm rearranging all this. I got to be able to see that. even if I have to put it up here or something, I'm not sure. Because I'm like, the laptop, I need to move it back and then lift it up so I can see more of this behind me. But anyway, make sure you go over, check out this stuff. Use Destro Designs 10 to get yourself 10% off of your purchase. And there's that. Cal says, good night, everyone. Great show. And Chad, as always, happy birthday. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you taking your time and coming over, bro. Yeah, Rock Lockdown says, yeah, baby, great root beer too. Yes, they have their own bottled root beer in like an old school. Remember how Coca-Cola, you can still get it in the glass like bottle. They make their own root beer and it's very good. Good. I'm glad you know what Stewart's is, Rock. I spend so much fucking money there because if I'm working, I go out, I can get they let me I can take this big thing in there and fill it with coffee for $2. This will be all my coffee when I'm at the job for the day for $2. It's cheaper than making it at home, which is just absolutely insane. So there's the link to Mo's Minds Etsy. That is use Destro Designs 10 to get you 10% off. And again, brother, thank you. I cannot wait to do this photo shoot tomorrow.
I do hope you enjoy it and happy birthday for all that.
No, thank you, dude. I greatly appreciate you. Also, if you haven't checked out my latest article from Serpentor's Lair, I actually go on about Matt and Chris and why what they make is so important to what we do as collectors and dudes. Like, because I found that like even when I don't have time to do a dio, say I've got like it's the end of the night, I just got done eating, I'm coming down here for like a second, I got to grab something or whatever. I'll just straight up like pick up a figure with like this and then just like pose it in his hand. And it's actually straight up, I'm playing with the toys. I'm straight up playing with the toys. And I found that really makes me happy. And it's a good way to, before I lay down and put something to watch, it's a good exercise to just, go through the motions of putting something together and playing with it. And yeah, that is that. And if you missed it earlier in the show, but I got some stuff to show off from Chris, but if you missed it, I cannot recommend this figure enough. The fact that it comes with, you can put hold on, that actually doesn't belong in there. That goes on a drone. But the fact that you can actually put under each arm its own individual flamethrower. It comes with flame effects, hoses, and a backpack. Or you can put a freaking Gatling that does actually spin. And you can put one of them under there. I think I paid $36.99 from Amazon. And I got to be honest with you, I've been fighting myself to not buy another one because, I knew I got some pre-orders that are coming up. And then I also knew I had to grab like the figures for the rest of the current wave. I needed to grab Overkill, Sundown, and Hydro Viper. How I didn't get those right off the bat, I don't know. Oh, Matt's got something here. What do we got?
I got a white one.
Ooh, show me the white one.
And he has swords, but I don't have them with me right here. They go on his like arm down here.
What?
Yeah.
That's fucking
Praetorians are cool. I like these. Like I feel like they're like an upgraded bat.
Yes.
They're kind of like a little bit taller, than the Joes.
Yes. Yep.
They're pretty intimidating looking when you put them next to them.
I agree. The clips on the belt also awesome. Mm-hmm. Very, very good. So real quick, let's see here. Oh, Roadblock. I had some trouble trying to load. I don't know if this is I had too much going on, but I couldn't get the Shadow Strike loaded. Let me try it again now that we've got some stuff over here. But why I'm doing that, we're going to show off some stuff from my brother Chris and Sis 3D Arsenal. So I love this photo. I'm going to show this real quick. I love this photo. Everything in it is incredible. Now, being able to have tables, chairs, there's so much like versatility in something like this that it's like, you could take that table and you could make it part of an armory. You could take that table and use it in like say if you've got the outpost or the bar from Matt, that table could serve as something where people are getting ready. To me, it's just it's just amazing. The way that everything scales too. Like, you know, I had somebody send me it was a couple chairs and that went with a computer table, and it was just off a little bit, right? Like the chair was a little bit too small, the table was a little bit too high, and it was, I don't know, it just didn't work, and it was very frustrating. But we, you know, I ultimately, you know, the guy wanted me to review it, and I told him, I was like, brother, I'm sorry, but I can't, like, just look at how like big the figure looks in it. But these are perfection. You can even see it by this screen. Now, those are the walls in the background, Chris. Those are newer, correct?
Yeah, they're actually going to be posted tomorrow. Actually,
nice. Oh well, perfect. Boom.
Yeah.
There we go. I love it. That coming into play, and
they've existed for like 4 years. I've never posted them for some reason. I don't.
Oh no shit. Okay. Yeah. No doubt. Well, that's cool. Now, I know that there is different styles of walls. Are those compatible with each other, even though they look?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put them side by side, you know, but you maybe put them in different rooms. But the ones that are out now are just a basic concrete block wall is one set. The other set is, I call it the Cobra headquarters set. It's just I kind of took, you know, Cobra's always like in temples and things like that. So I kind of took some different geometric shapes from temples and blocks and made a bunch of different styles for that. And then this one is based off of the G.I. Joe headquarters, the style that has like inset panels down there on the bottom. You can see around the bottom of the walls. And then those columns are pretty much ripped right from that design as well.
Okay. Nice.
And then that star wall back there is something I just came up with a design for a conference room. There's actually four different panel styles.
Okay.
So I was trying to come up with something for a conference room photo shoot and just designed something unique. And it's actually that pattern behind the star is actually the same pattern I used for the G.I. Joe holding cell door.
Nice. That's awesome, bro. That's really sweet. Yeah, that's definitely something somewhere in the future I'm going to look at grabbing, because it's like, I feel like every time I have a discussion with somebody about, you know, dioramas and building stuff like that, it's, you know, you hear from people about the, you know, that it's space. I can't do this, I can't do that, which is totally understandable. You know, but I feel like that the floors, the walls, that can all just be broken down and put into, like, I've got this little bin right now. It's holding all my my Mesco supplies and that Firefly. So it's like you can break stuff down and get these little bins. And it's like, yeah, if you want to, you know, set up the playtime on your table, and when you're done, put the shit away. Like it's understandable if you don't have the space, but there's options to be able to get that done. So I love that. I was talking about this earlier. Here is the new locker setup. So as I was talking about before, you've got the primary weapons holder on the bottom, which I have set up right here, where I've got something similar, but it's this is different in that if you look in the middle there, it is what that can hold 12 secondaries. Is that how many fit in there?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's 12. Yeah,
something like that. Right.
2, 3, 4,
6 on each side.
12. Yep.
Now that is fucking cool, man. Like that's a super cool way to store these things. And again, it, you know, talking about space and how everybody's, you know, stores or manages all of that, you can keep, like, this will help you store stuff. Like what I have to do is I say have these little bins, and I'll put like say if I've got you know, I think I have 5 Televipers and then like 2 of the retro ones, right? And I just put the figures in the bin, and then, you know, just throw all their weapons in a bag and keep them in there. But if you've got a couple figures, you know, you could have something set up where you have X amount of figures, and then you have some of these that'll actually hold the stuff. So it's really just a matter of, you know, how much do you want, you know, do you want to give it a try? and get some stuff and then not only use it for your photos, but having a place to actually do it. So that is pretty dope. And this is something.
Didn't know this. You guys have been sitting in a diorama all night.
That's awesome.
Oh, hold on. Let's get you. Hold on.
That's incredible.
Jesus Christ. See, that looks so dope. It's as good as I am at diorama making. It doesn't look anywhere near as awesome as that.
So, and I just posted this. So there's a new color version of this now too. It's black and gray.
Man.
Now
I
that
had this
is
idea of like running that across like my computer desk, but then I'd get like nothing done. I'd just be playing with it all.
100%.
Well, I'm actually in my workshop, so this is I actually made a spotlight video for this that I'm going to post this week.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, dude, that looks fantastic. I love it. This right here. Oh, hold on. Add it to the stage. So here's the new med kit stuff. This stuff looks so awesome. So
your order's done. It's going to ship Monday.
Okay, that sounds good, brother. I appreciate it. Awesome. So the two crates on the left that have the tops completely removed, those are existing crates, which I think I have both of those. They're the inserts you can buy. You can still buy the inserts separately, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So the insert that's in the long rectangular crate, if I remember correctly, in the top left-hand corner is a bandage case that's removable. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, is it the iodine bottle?
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever you want. That's what I...
Sure.
It could be alcohol. It could be whatever you want. But
okay.
Yeah.
See, I think that's...
It's super tiny. I can get one right here.
Dude, that is such a cool thing to have. I mean, because it's like, having it where you can have the case open and Doc is right there and you can see all that. I think that is great. But being able to have Doc, let's see if
here's my tray of bits.
Nice.
All my little pieces. Here's
You're so much more organized than I am.
Here's the next hit. Yeah, I mean, I got all the grenades in here. I have pegs. I have C4 bundles. I have my drum lids here. I have the storage bin lids.
Okay.
Here's the mortar tubes.
Yeah.
Here's the mortars.
Goes with that. Love it.
But yeah, there's a bunch of clipboards in here.
It's like a fish tackle box of just cool shit.
I actually printed out these little bins. So this is actually like a modular system from Target. Like the shelf, the tray, and I designed all these bins.
Huh.
Because I couldn't find anything that fit what I wanted. And I can send them to you if you want. I just made ones with different dividers. They're so small I can't get them out of there.
Dude, same.
Look how small that is.
That's awesome though, dude.
It's got the little.
Now, are you still using a 0.4 nozzle on that? Or is that?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
That's great, man. That looks so cool.
Little clipboard.
Clipboards are sweet. And and I love the idea of the clipboard because you can if you're doing anything with like a civilian or even like the police officer holding a clipboard just looks right. Boom. On that. Damn. That's what's up, man. That looks fantastic. The ring and everything all perfectly portioned and whatnot. That's great, bro. I love it. And let's see. So to go back to it real quick. So what's funny is you guys can't see me doing it, but I'm moving my cursor around the picture as if I'm John fucking Madden trying to highlight the picture. And you guys can't see me moving the cursor, but I do it every time. So you can get the inserts for the rectangle and the square med kits that are sort of to the left. Then the one on the right, I believe that's still an insert, but the top part on the back side of the lid,
it's glued,
which comes in the tough case. It just looks amazing. It's very, very cool. There's so much detail in there. The paint I say paint. The color variation looks so fucking rad.
You don't have one of those, do you?
I don't.
Well, I'm going to include it in your order.
Well, thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, you know what? As soon as you said that, I was like, oh my God, I don't have one of those. But yeah, I think it looks crazy cool. The spine board with the straps really looks cool too. Like I can see Lifeline holding it, because you've got those, you've got the holes all the way around the edge, which you can have. I mean, if you really want to have your figures being carried, you can have them holding it in so many different positions because of the amount of those holes that are there. I think that's what makes that look just super, super cool, right? The straps and the tri-glides, like all that. I mean, it's just, there's so much detail in there. I think it just looks amazing. So now, was Lifeline kind of a primary inspiration for these, or is the color just making me think that?
Yeah, I think it's the color. I mean, like I make it in green too. It's just like when you had Doc first, and then when Lifeline came out, I was like, man, I gotta take some pictures with them. So I just came up with a bunch of stuff.
For sure. Fantastic. I love it. Let's see, what else do I have here? Oh, here it is right here. Oh, let me bring it down. Now, I love this one, this shot, because it shows off so much stuff and it just looks cool. So if you see in the background, like, I feel like this picture is a amazing representation of what you can do in terms of making a diorama without having to really build anything, because all of that stuff I can break down. And I have a tote that's like, I think it's 12 inches long by like 8 inches wide, and all of that will fit in there, right? You have the ordnance stuff that's in the bottom left. You have the stuff that you see open, the penetrator rounds, and the big giant shells that just look awesome. It's got the yellow high explosive stripe on there, which is, military accurate. The black case with the silver bands, which I actually have right here. These open. And so because I got these big goofy ass fingers too. And because of what I do for a living, I always got to keep my fingernails nice and short. So I can't, God forbid, I have to actually, let's see here. Where's the one that I'm looking for? There we go. So hold on. Let me just switch to me for a sec. I know every time I go back to this, whoever was on there last. So when you open up that right there, you have oh, nice. Matt's got one too. These are awesome. These are really sweet. And that is a penetrator round, right? It's going to explode and send this nice little skinny piece right in through the side of your tank. You thought you were safe, but you are not. So that just looks amazing. And let me add that back to the stage. So, and again, I could have used the armory setup a little bit better, in that I kept shit. I made this, and then I kept trying to add stuff to the back of it. And because I was reaching over the table and stuff, I got frustrated and I just stopped. But the when you get these armory sets, they come with all the different parts and pieces that you can move around to accommodate whatever you want. So the modular ability is just completely off the hook. The gun rack, which is if you look where Short Fuse is standing, that is a locker setup. Where there's two doors, and that one has two separate sides. But right next to it is the shelf system that has, I don't know if you can see it back here, but I'll knock it over if I try to get it. But it just looks amazing. I have Gridiron made those rifles to match the gray. When the retro Viper came out, they wanted to go with the gray weapon that they had. So that right there is where, I've got all those in there. I actually ordered them specifically to go into that because the color contrast really makes it pop. When you put those together, it really makes me feel like it hits as interesting in the way things did when you were a kid, right? Where you don't really realize it, but it's like, oh, I've been moving stuff around on this for 25 minutes. Like, I came down here to grab something, and then I looked at it and was like, oh, I think I could move this here or do this here. And you can't stop playing with it. Also, we've got the signature mission crates down at the bottom, along with that green barrel. I think your barrels are just awesome. They look so accurate, but at the same time, you know, you could take the lid off, you could store stuff. I got the black one right here, which is just, you know, the lid stays on, but it comes off
I'm
easy.
putting logos on them now too. So
nice.
Oh, there you go. Oh, hold on, let me see what we got here. Oh wow.
The
Okay.
Eufy maker, I gotta pay for the Eufy maker somehow.
Right.
Where can I use it? Right.
And then I got the crates are going to start having like some different things on them as well.
Nice. Yeah, that Eufy maker, man.
I did a test. Somebody will order some custom crates, and I did a test. Just kind of did some graffiti of the cyberpunk logo.
Holy hell!
Yeah,
that
it turned out really
incredible. Good. Wow, they're gonna be happy with that, bro, because that looks amazing. Wow, I love it. I absolutely love it. So now you can go over. Ooh, look at that. That's pretty cool, bro. So you can check out all of this stuff and so much more. Yeah, those are cool. The 5-gallon buckets, bro. Those look amazing. See, it's that real life stuff that goes a long way. Yeah, dude, that looks amazing. There's stuff like this that goes a long way in the shot of a dio. Because to me, a lot of the times, like that's why I was talking about the Indiana Jones guys and everything as like good background fodder, because it's almost like you can set up a different scene where, like, you know, because if you remember, like to me, the Sunbow cartoon, you've got like, you know, there's so many times they're breaking into like a civilian facility to steal something. And so I feel like it can make a whole dio scene where, say, you're trying to do like a 3-shot scenario. And actually, for the longest time, I've had this one dio shot planned. It started when I got one of the first mole rats, and they have the hammer drill, and they're going to be breaking into the side of a building. And inside that building, you're going to see a whole bunch of the stuff, the cones, the ballards, a civilian with a clipboard in his hand. And it's all the stuff from you, Chris, that and it's really makes all of that. And it's just amazing. So cis3darsenal.com, use Destro Designs to get your 10% off. If you are on Etsy and you happen to get the Etsy premium where you get free shipping, you can still go over, get your stuff from Chris through the Etsy, take advantage of the free shipping, and still use Destro Designs to get yourself 10% off. So it's just amazing stuff. From day one, when it came to photography, and like when I really got into the collecting and realizing that, like, I'm going to take pictures and this is what I want to do. I want to play with these toys. Finding your guys' stuff was super important. And that's why I wrote that article, because I feel like it's, if you play with your toys, they're all must-haves. If you're making dioramas to take pictures, it's all must-haves. If you just want to make a super cool shelf display, all of this stuff is like a must-have, like without a doubt. So again, I'll put the link to Matt's Etsy in the chat one more time. And you can just go to cis3darsenal.com. Let's see, in case anybody's wondering how to spell it, which I think it's on the screen.
It's scrolling across the bottom of the screen.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. So there, I put that up there too. But yes, so make sure you're using a promo code to let them know that where you saw how to get the stuff, and all you got to do is buy and enjoy. So now we are past 12, but I was able to get these pictures up. So I'm going to show this stuff real quick. I have got the first few pages of the booklet totally written and down for hold on, I gotta remove this, for Roblox and his amazing creations of Shadow Strike. So now this figure right here has been one of the ones that has been most asked about and talked about when it comes to the line. So this is the figure itself with its thing, and then if you want to see it actually in the package, this is roughly what we're looking at here. So this is the one that comes with the hounds. Chris, I think you asked about this one in particular.
Demon dogs.
Yeah. They definitely do, man. It's so awesome. I think the idea for the line, I think the execution that's going down, I think all of it is just phenomenal. And so I can't wait to see my brothers opening up this stuff and just getting into it. So this one looks amazing. And I got one more over here. See, and now this also looks fantastic. So I feel like you can, I mean, good weapons, innovative design. It's a whole unique thing. And I'm going to do my absolute level best to try and write something that is going to bring out the best of the characters. Like, I feel like Roadblock has set up enough for, it's like bowling. I believe he's set me up with just enough of awesomeness to kind of knock it down. Actually, I'm going to try to see if I get this one more to load. Having a variation of figures, which allows you, I'm actually going to go back to this one real quick. So, those little dogs, what they remind me of, oh God, I'm not going to remember his name.
Ravage.
Yes.
Ravage.
Thank you. That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it just looks amazing. I almost said Shockwave. Soundwave was my favorite Transformer because, he had those tapes that came flying out of there. And the dog was definitely right there as like my favorite. And this brings me back to that, right? Like I feel like, and having the look of the figure, I think is right on par with the futuristic. Now, part of I don't even want to say the challenge, but writing this stuff, I think I'm enjoying it so much because it's a departure, just enough of a departure from what we're used to with G.I. Joe, right? Like, this is heavily in the future, and just the story is going to be unique enough to where I'm taking great care to separate all of the aspects of what we know is like modern military and modern issues and problems and stuff like that, and then changing them just enough to where we're getting something that's new, it's fresh, it's unique, and you're going to actually have figures to go along with it, right? So hold on, let me take this one down. I got one more here. So Brother Block, I think you're doing an amazing job with this. Every time we get an update, I think it's great. And here we've got the bad guys. How many figures were you planning on rolling out in the first wave?
It'll be 6 figures in the first wave. So it'll be 3 Shadow Strike and then 3 from the Dark Legion. So we'll have about equal amount. We were going to do just all Shadow Strike, but I think it'll be good to have a balance, especially with the booklet. They're probably the first 2 issues already out. You know what I mean? By the time the figures come out, I think that'll be really good.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
When you're a kid and your parents tell you can only pick one figure, and you get home,
you're
like, what the hell am I supposed to do with it? You ain't got no bad guy to fight.
Exactly. No, that's exactly it, Chris. I mean, that's and it's been fun, man. And I think with Destro's added such a different element, to it where there's really like endless type of situation now where the story has just gotten so much bigger. And I know Destro doesn't want to give it all away, but it's fantastic to where the fact where I tell my designer, my engineer, he wants to do something different. He wants to do more, not different, but he wants to do more after hearing your story. So it's kind of like, okay, let's just slow down. But he's excited too. So it's just it's exciting, man. And I think working with people too, and even with Matt doing some stuff with some vehicles, and I mean, it's just going to be fantastic. Just really super excited and thankful.
Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna go from conception to 6 figures, the lore, the booklet, the comics, and it's all gonna kind of explode at once. Conrad, coming from a comic guy, are you excited to try to get your teeth into something new?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm looking forward to what you guys roll out and checking it out for myself.
Nice. Yeah, that's what's
up. We'll be there.
For sure. And it's and I think as a Joe focused group, I feel like having something that's just different enough, right? Like, obviously there's the elements of it's good versus bad. There's always conflict, right? I will talk about the story a little bit in that, one of the things that I wanted to make different was if you look at any of the movies where there's where like famously obviously like the Terminator, where the Terminator takes over, right? One of the things that I always thought was, I don't know if it was bad, but something that I just thought was kind of lame was like as soon as they turn Skynet on, it immediately launches the nukes. You know what I mean? And to me, I felt like it was a very strange way because, like, how did it go from being this sentient thing to having factories building shit for them, right? Or like even in the Terminator movies, it was never in the future where there was already, say, autonomous vehicles that the AI just needed to like take over. I felt like there was a gap in the writing where it went from how does this thing become sentient to taking over everything, but yet somehow having a bunch of stuff that it's already ready for it to, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like if you look at the Terminator movies, there's like this, they have the Terminators, they've got the flying ships, they've got the stuff on the road, especially the one with Christian Bale. Like you see all of that stuff, and that's not even that long after, when the war takes place. So I always felt like that was a really strange thing. And so what I'm looking to do is make it so there is a, like, part of the booklet that I'm writing is going to be, it's almost modern day, where you see the beginnings of this AI who originally is built and tasked to solve the issue of interstellar travel. Now, the humans, the planet is failing as it is now, and the humans, and this is something, we're in the future enough to where, say, G.I. Joe and everything has already happened. The world has been relatively peaceful, but the planet is still failing, so we got to get out of here. Now, it just so happens that, the quote unquote good guys have this abundant energy source, which we will refer to as, I think everybody can make a guess, right? And it's going to be where they have this energy source, but they don't know how to put it into something to get us, to interstellar travel, which most people at this point, we all look at it like Event Horizon, where it folds space and it brings you from one point to the other, this and that, which, that will always hold true, because there's, you can't shoot a human at the speed of light, you would die. So you have to find a way to fold that space, but you would need this abundant energy source. What they have, they just don't have the technology to do it. And so they task this AI to figure out how to get us from one place to the other. And as the AI has trouble and not really fully understanding how to figure it out, they decide to add human elements into the AI to make it think, like, because that's the good things about humans, is we can think outside the box. A computer is only going to think inside the box that you give it. If you put some human elements into it, it's going to start thinking differently. But the problem is it starts to then ultimately, when the people will realize they have the problem when the AI says, hey, why do you want to leave the planet anyway? And you've ruined the planet? Well, aren't you just going to ruin the new one? And so the AI starts thinking of all these things, and from there it starts to deviate into its own line of thinking, but without telling anybody that it's thinking these things. It's smart enough to know that it shouldn't say anything. And so over a not a long period of time, but over an amount of time, it slowly starts to wake itself up and try to figure out, and it's again, the AI and AIs in all these movies, its ultimate goal is to eliminate humanity. It's just like, oh, the humans are the problem, they've got to go. Like, that's almost the de facto idea behind it. And to me, I think it's going to be cool to have the Dark Legion, the Queen, who is the AI. She wants to be human. She wants to have human emotions, be fully human, and be in a human body. And as Pentor Blair referenced it last week, that they're actually doing dumb shit like that, where they have human brains wired into a computer that they're trying to meld the two together, which is just insanity. I don't know what these people are thinking. It's like, haven't you ever watched any of these movies? Like, the human hubris.
Yeah.
It's wild. So
every sci-fi script from the 80s, on to now.
Here we are.
Says don't do this, and then we're doing it, right?
Right.
I think James Cameron's been like, I've made 7 movies warning you guys. Like,
exactly. And kind of like a side note, I don't know if you guys read the article, but I think it was like I read it last week, but somewhere recently, I don't remember the names of the companies, but this one company built an AI model, and they had it in this closed circuit system, and it didn't. They made an AI model, and they said, "We have a problem. Here it is. We need you to solve it." The AI decided that it did not have the information it needed to solve the problem. The AI didn't even really fully understand that there was an internet, but somehow it broke out of this closed loop, then broke into 3 companies, stole information, and came back and said, "Oh yeah, I figured it out here." And
it was the companies that wrote the test that they were trying to solve the problem for. So they went and broke into the companies to get the answers.
Yeah. One of them attacked like another AI. Like it was like one learning machine like decided to attack the other ones.
Oh, okay. I don't think I read that full part on that, but it was definitely remember. I think that's where I stopped, and I didn't finish the whole article. But yes, they were saying that one of them was totally fucking with the other ones, kind of like how Ultron attacked Jarvis in that movie, which I just to come up with.
The question there is that the bad one attacking the others, or is it know something about the others and it's the good guy?
Right.
That's
I don't know.
That's an excellent thought, brother. That's an excellent thought.
Have you looked up Centaur AI or Centaur Aid? I think is what it's called. It's an AI robot that looks like a centaur. It has like a goat's head and it's like black and has a chainsaw for one hand, and it's meant for like search and rescue. And so I'm wondering, like, who thought that was a good design? Like, you're buried in the rubble, right? And this like black goat-headed centaur butts in with a chainsaw hand,
6'6" above the horns,
right? Like,
right.
died with the hell.
I just if it's not one of the most unbelievably human examples of, like without checks and balances, like this is the kind of shit, when you hear that guy, oh God, I'm not going to remember his name. Is it Sam Altman?
Yeah, he's crazy.
Is it that guy? When you hear him talk, you're just like, will somebody please shoot this motherfucker? Like
he's crazy, man. I mean, I saw an interview with him where they were saying, well, it takes so much energy for the stuff that you're creating and what you're doing. And, they're going on and on and on, and he's listening. And then at the end of after when she stopped talking, he goes, well, it takes 20 years to raise a human, and you're spending so many resources on this human. And she looks at him like, well, that's life. You know what I mean? And it didn't click to him. He's like, the better move would be spend on this robot instead of a human being. Right. It was so crazy to see, and he didn't smile. He wasn't saying it in jest. He was like, I'm being for real. Like, I've done the analysis that says it's worth it to do with this robot than a human being. You know what I mean? Which is so crazy.
Well, yeah, he also said like AI isn't going to make people work less. He says people want to work 5 days a week.
Right?
No, we don't. No, we don't. I mean, I like to keep busy, but I don't want to work for you.
Right.
I want to do what I want to do. Right.
No, motherfucker. I like stuff, which means I like money, which means I work because I like shit. Yeah. What we're going to eventually hear from these people is going to be something like, it's the next step in human evolution where, we are an outdated thing where that we live in bodies that are finite and with only a certain amount of ways to repair them. We're going to put your mind in a machine And that way you can, a machine will last longer. You can fix the parts, like blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, who makes those parts? And what do you got to do to get them? Like, it's whenever they put a microphone in front of dudes like that, or people who are super rich, like, I don't know. It scares the shit out of me, because you're like, yo, these people who are making decisions for all of us are so out of touch that you almost think that sometimes the shit they're saying it's like, yo, he's got to be joking. Just like Bob was saying, wait, he's gonna laugh any second now, and then they're not.
But they're not.
What was Elon Musk? He's putting up a data center. I don't remember where, and he was standing out there with like the mayor, who he's obviously paid and corrupted. And there's people that are asking questions. This one lady's like, oh, yeah, but what about our drinking water? Like, we have these towns here and we get drinking water from this reservoir, and you're using that now to cool your data center. Like, what about the water? Go find out how he reacts to that. He starts laughing. And for a good 30 seconds, he's literally going, oh, look at all the water around here. There's so much water. Like, it rains a lot here. Don't you guys know it like rains? And he's like laughing at this. And you're just like, he's a shitty Bond villain, not even a good one. He's like a dork. And I don't like to say things about people, but he's like so bent sideways that I don't know. It's scary. We're like way off topic here, but it's definitely something that every time I start to read more about these people and what they see as a vision for, and it's like no, that this is only going to help the rich people. You know what I mean? You're gonna use this business to find a way to get cheap labor, and like as if they're not creative enough out of screwing the other 99% out of money. They're going to get an AI that's going to make them more creative how to screw us out of more money now, and it's wild stuff. And so that, when I do hear, somebody on the timeline, like, disparaging AI, I do understand what they mean, right? I still do draw a line and say, hey, dudes that, make a picture for something like of toys, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Mm-hmm. It's these guys that are, it's like doing, I can't remember what it was. They put up a picture and it moved for like 6 seconds. And they were like, this just used a 1.5 gallons of water to make it. Now, I don't know what the math is on that or how that shakes out or whatever, but I don't know. I feel like there should be a line where, using it for these kind of things, it should, yeah, sure. What it would be great for is to make robots that can work in mines so people don't have to. Right? Like, that's the kind of shit you want. Not necessarily, we don't want them building our houses. We have guys, construction workers that can do that, and no, I don't want you to make me a robot that I maintain and it goes and makes money for me. I don't think that's a good idea either. What if that thing decides that it wants to rip my nuts off and send me to go for it, Because it's
watch TV.
Yeah, right. Right, he wants to watch TV. He wants to watch robot porn somehow, in some way.
There was a show about that.
Yeah, there was. What
was that?
I forget that Her or something. Her, right? Wasn't it Her or something like that? Where is that the AI was like in a relationship with the guy or something?
Yeah, that was the one with what's his name, Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh yes,
I don't know if that was the plot though.
Well, I know that's a billion. I was listening to this podcast the other day, and that's $1 billion industry. The companion AI is billions of dollars, and I'm like, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't turn it off because it's so in depth about how much people use it, men and women, and why, and all the interviews that they have, people from all over the world, and it's pretty eye-opening. Every time I listen to a new podcast on some of that stuff, it's very eye-opening in terms of like You know, like you say, you use it for this, or use it for that, and then other people, it's $1 billion industry where they're trying to outdo each other with these companion apps, and to make people feel good about themselves. And then you're thinking like, whoa, this has gotten so crazy.
I mean, dude, rejection is a motherfucker. You know, I mean, how many guys have you met that maybe don't have the best view of women because they got rejected once or twice, right? And it's, you know, they can't handle those feelings, or, you know, how many people don't want to change their bad habits or shitty behavior when they can just have a robot co-sign whatever they say. You know, it's very easily understood how that happens. Like, out of all the things that AI does and stuff, it allowing you to feel loved, accepted, whatever those feelings are. Because relationships aren't easy. Like, I don't know. I mean, I've definitely met and talked to people, married couple, they've been together 40 years, they've always loved each other. Yes, that happens. Most of the people I know, if they're still married, a lot of times you have to put work into it. You know, there's compromise. There's, you know, it's not that easy. I've had an incredibly, like, going into my 20s and into my 30s, I had incredibly bad. I don't know. I must have attracted the real nut jobs. And I'm not saying, you know, listen, guys are just as bad, but women, it's not anything like that. But, like, you know, I could clearly see, like, there was a point in my life where I definitely was like, yeah, I think I went, I don't know, 5 or 6 years without, like, a girlfriend, because I was like, enough. You know, enough with the heartbreak, enough with trying to understand another person or wonder what they're doing. You know, there was a lot going on there. And so just looking back at that little bit of a time, I can definitely be like, oh, this is how that happens. You know, you get people signing off on, you know, like a companion. Now, me personally, I think you'd have to have it real bad off to be satisfied with that, where, you know, it's not real. You know, like, that's the thing. If all of a sudden we have a generation grow up thinking that is what you're supposed to do. Right. Yeah, that's a difficult thing. And anyway, and my heart goes out to anybody that life has worked out in such a way where that's where you're finding what you consider to be, like, love, you know. But just like anybody that has money and wants to make more, if they know they can make money off of doing something like that, just like you said, Block, they're going to do it, you know?
It's crazy, man. But like you kind of said, the uses, right? In terms of, in one way, which they don't ever talk about, which could be positive, and maybe you could put a cap on it. I mean, that, for lack of a better word, is the information, right? Because what people always talk about, privilege, rich privilege, this and that, but privilege really is knowledge. So when someone this does actually give people knowledge on how to do things, right? So, like, for instance, if you gave every senior in a rural county, or every senior high school student in an inner city, a subscription to ChatGPT, and they can figure out how to go to college the cheapest way. If they wanted to start a barbershop, if they wanted to start whatever they wanted to do, ChatGPT could actually, show you how to do that, right? Where in a high school, and most people know this, you might have 5 counselors and each one has 300 kids. So they can't really service that kid, right? So there's something where it could be useful, where a kid can go home and figure out some stuff where the parents are working 2 or 3 jobs to keep a roof over their head. But now you have somewhere where you can go to help you out. So, but those things never get talked about, right? And so it's always used for some of the things you're talking about. So I think there's such a crazy balance to it. And I think, as in anything nowadays, where the good in it, it's not going to be advertised. And I think it's going to just be exploited, unfortunately. So,
Yeah, I work in IT, and I don't have any insider knowledge. But where I see this going, and just like you said, like, power is knowledge, knowledge is power. Mm-hmm. And these AI companies are controlling all the data. And they're also forcing us to use the AI. And where I see this really going is, at some point, how like now, like, Google has AI. When you go do your search, it's AI now. Mm-hmm. Well, they're at some point in the future, you're going to have to pay to do that search. you're going to have to pay for the, like right now, if you use ChatGPT as a business, you're paying for tokens. At some point in the future, you're going to have to buy tokens to search the internet, unless there's like these pirated offshoots or small company offshoots that are still letting you search for free. But at some point, you're going to be paying a subscription to search the internet.
Yeah. And really what it is it's controlling that information in a sense that like
and they got to pay for these data centers.
Yes. And if you're controlling the way that people get their information, you're controlling what the truth is, because the truth is what you're told by who, And so with something where you have 2 or 3 companies that control all the AIs, you can literally just, they will say what they're told to say. And that's why that was the other thing too, that I was reading. These AI companies are legitimately buying books. They're buying all the old books. They're literally chopping. They have a machine. Yeah. It chops the binding off. It scans all of that and then destroys
information. Yeah.
They now have the information. They're that book that they just burned. They're the ones that have that. It's,
it's just like the games, right? Where they're saying no more physical copies. Right? There's no more physical copies for these games, and now you have to pay a subscription, to play your games. And pretty soon there's not going to be that. Even when you go to the toy cons, well, at least for me, when I go to the toy cons and the fairs, the local ones, the booths that do the best are the booths that have VHS, DVDs, CDs. There is packed lines because people are trying to buy everything they have in there on a hard copy. Right. And so I've watched that get so crazy right now. I mean, if that person I'll watch them in the morning. I'll be there in the morning and, walking around in figures. And by 12, they have nothing because everybody's buying every single thing. They're scouring it. If you go to a collector store that has old PlayStation games or old Xbox games, the majority of people in those stores are buying that stuff because now we're you're gonna have to rent it, right? You're not gonna own it. You're gonna have to rent it.
Well,
the extenuation of that is if you buy something and you don't truly own it, then piracy isn't stealing.
Right. Well, and even worse than that, I think that we just saw somebody had made a post. I know it got shared around a lot. There was a guy, I might confuse the movie, but he had purchased a movie through a streaming system. I think it was Lord of the Rings, right? Yeah. And the streaming service stopped. They didn't have it, which I'm sure it has to do with space. Like the streaming service has this much space, and so they booted Lord of the Rings to put something new in. And then the guy reached out and was like, "Hey, I bought this movie. It's not here anymore." And they were like, "Yeah, right. We don't have it anymore."
It was Apple. Like, I think it was Apple, and
it was a big one. It might have been.
Maybe it wasn't Apple, but they. I know he purchased it via Apple, and Apple deleted the history of the purchase as well.
It's just crazy. And now what? Now what? You're gonna fight Apple so you can watch Lord of the Rings? No, it's just like everything else they have us bent over for. You're just gonna go about your business because I'm worried about paying my mortgage. I don't have time to sit on the phone and argue with this guy about it. But yeah, that's just crazy. Like Conrad, I know you play a lot of video games, right?
I do. I play quite a few, and I've bought a lot of digital games over the years, but with the whole idea of if Sony decides to pull a game off of that I've purchased digitally, it's gone. I'll never have that again. And so I'm a big physical media guy. You can see all the comics behind me. I posted this a long time ago. I have tons of DVDs downstairs as well because there's so many times I go to watch a movie with my kid and it's not on Netflix, it's not on Peacock. I gotta pay VeggieTales. I don't know if you guys remember VeggieTales or not.
Hell yeah. Absolutely.
It's I wish I had my DVDs for that I had a long time ago because I gotta pay $10 for a streaming service that has nothing but VeggieTales on it.
Right.
I'm like, I wish I had my DVDs. And it's ridiculous.
Tomatoes.
For sure. And that's games, books, all of it. It's all of the type of thing. And and all it's gonna take is to just a generation or two of not having physical stuff, and then nobody will care anymore because you didn't grow up with it. Like we're all at an age where when we bought something, we got a physical thing with it, right? That you didn't just buy the access to something, you got the fucking thing. And to me, I feel like taking away that physical part is not just for all the obvious reasons that we're talking about. I feel like you're taking away from the product. So when you bought music and you got a CD, the artwork was part of the art. What was written on the inside, it was all choices that were made to represent the music. It was just, to me, especially with CDs and the music that I liked, it was almost as important as the music itself, because it was this physical representation to it, and what they chose to put on there. Seeing, now again, I liked a lot of local music, so seeing, say, dudes I know that were inside the CD case or something, and then seeing the lyrics and being able to open it up and read it, and look, as much as it's nice to, if I'm somewhere in a waiting room, being able to pull up a book on my phone and just read it real quick, sure, that's fantastic. But like, if I'm in bed at home, I don't want to do that. I'd rather have a book in my hand, and because again, the more you're attached to looking at this fucking phone all day, it's not ideal, so we got quite a bit of ways from Shadow Strike, which is where we started, but that is so, but that's, I kind of let it go for a minute just to kind of say that this is how I'm writing the Dark Legion and the Queen, is that it's going to be, she's going to become, sentient and pointed with her direction based on all of the things that we're saying. It's all gonna happen and represent a time that we're looking at now. Now, when the majority of the conflict is going to be in the future, like the AI gets out and a lot of things happen over the course of X amount of time. And so the time frame from where the figures are going to represent is going to be in the future. But when the origin story of it, where the AI and why the AI came to be, is going to be in a time and a setting like this. And again, it's not going to be this AI that's, must kill the humans, must get death machine, must kill. It's going to be, the AI wants to be human. It wants to have the human experience, but it also it knows that it's going to have to do a lot of things to get there. And some of that may include, torturous experimentation on trying to get an AI into a human brain. So I don't want to say too much more about that part of it, because it's, this is going to be for adults, right? The figures themselves, the story, the idea behind it, it's all going to be for adults. And I think it's going to be something that really takes the incredible figures that Block is making into, something else. Because you can look at these figures and think they look cool, but once you know their drive, their motivations, and how they've come to be exactly what they are, based on 100 years, 100+ years of evolution into that. I can't thank you enough for the opportunity to explore that sort of a thing, right? Where trying to write a modern day military story is trying to make it sound different, is difficult because they've already covered so many different facets. So this gives me the opportunity to literally talk about buildings and technology and different ways that people are living, right? Like things that we take as commonplace social interactions don't exist in the future because technologies and things have advanced. Like look at how we're saying now earlier about how kids say, we were talking about the Transformers G.I. Joe thing, and those kids are just like, the mental health crisis with them. That's how they talk to people, because they talk to people online, not in real life. So things will evolve in a strange way, as you get older, where human interaction is different. Like I remember I was reading something about how even like now, this couple wound up getting a divorce because they found that they were both sitting in a room with VR headsets and having like just they were like in virtual worlds, hanging out, doing shit, you know what I mean? But yet they're sitting right next to each other. And I was like, man, that sounds awful. You know,
a movie with Bruce Willis that was like that. Like everybody had some kind of like robot body that they VR'd into, and then he eventually like unplugged
yeah, what
and
was
his
the name?
wife was like in the other room.
Yeah, I forget the name of that. What was that?
Oh man,
I like it. But the name
was it Looper? No, not Looper. Was it Looper?
No, it wasn't Looper, but it was around that same time when that came out.
Was
There's a show on Amazon about like where they, I don't know what the name of it is, but Chloe Moretz, whatever her name is, she's in it.
Yeah.
It only made it for one season, but it's really cool where they have these headsets and they go into this.
Yes,
world.
it's like a different. Yes, I remember that.
It's a really cool show.
It's on Netflix, I think, right? Yeah.
I think it's Amazon.
Was it Netflix? Amazon?
I think it's Amazon.
Nice.
Yeah, that was pretty dope.
Nice.
No, I think it's it's fantastic, man. I'm thankful that you taking over that, brother. I mean, I'm really appreciative of that because it's so relevant to what we're talking about, and I think that it's going to be a good read. Sometimes like when you see what Conrad posts about the G.I. Joe comics, right, and he breaks it down and he shows you frame by frame, picture by picture, and the story is great and how he says what's going on. I'm thinking that the story you're creating in that same type of way, and it's so relevant that people can really relate to it. You know what I mean? And have discussions, like we're having. So I think that it adds a different element. And not only that, but like, that's kind of how we all grew up with G.I. Joe in the first place. It wasn't just the action figures, right? It was the comic book. That's the first thing you ask a G.I. Joe fan. Are you a cartoon guy or a comic book guy, right?
Yep.
So, they took that story and we still hang on to it today. The reason why people, the figures might not be the best or whatever, we'll pay $60 for a Dusty in a sandstorm because we like Dusty. It might not be the best figure, and the Coyote looks crazy, but we're still going to do it because we like Dusty and the story of him, right? So I think, to me, that just seems like, the best way to go about that is to really develop those characters, and then people start to care about them, like them, even dislike them, right? And then that way, you can kind of build from there, and I think that's just the way to go. So I'm appreciative, brother.
Love it for sure. Speaking of comics, Conrad, is there anything that the average, person that's maybe just getting into comics or comics isn't maybe their thing, but they love all this stuff? What would you suggest? Say somebody go out and buy right away.
You can go and buy Larry Hama's compendium on Amazon for like $40 right now, and it's the first 50 issues. Or you can get any of the Energon. They're right over my shoulder. Any of the Energon universe books. You can start with G.I. Joe Volume 1, or you can read the Duke and Cobra Commander miniseries. Either's a good starting point. I would say if you don't like comics, Energon Universe is probably a better starting point for right now, because the Larry Hama stuff was written 40 years ago.
Sure.
And it's a little jarring if you didn't grow up with those styles. and admittedly, like the first 10 issues are a tougher read than everything that comes after that. That's not a bad thing. They just are a tougher read. Read. So I've talked to a lot of people that didn't get through the first 10 issues because they're very different. They're amazing. They're incredible, but they're a different thing. So one thing I was going to mention before I hop off here too, this week, G.I. in the Energon universe, we're getting G.I. Joe issue 25. I talked to someone who has read it today, and he said we need to pick it up immediately. I normally wait to get my Energon universe comics. A lot of times I still have a way to get digital copies. I'm going to the comic shop first thing on Wednesday to grab it, because it will be a big issue from what I'm hearing. So grab the Energon Universe issue 25 this week of G.I. Joe. I don't truthfully know what's actually happening, but the guy I talked to is very reliable with these sorts of things, so it's going to be nice. But anyway.
Hey guys, I don't mean to interrupt, guys. They're calling me downstairs to this party, man. But I wanted to celebrate with you, brother. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you,
guys. Thanks for letting me be on.
Thank you,
guys,
Roadblock.
man.
Thank you so much.
All you guys, man.
Enjoy all the best to the family, brother.
Thank you, Matt, Chris. All right, brother. See you guys
later.
Destro, happy birthday, brother.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Have a good night.
You got it.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up too. But one more quick question, Conrad. Is there anywhere to say? I know you talk about going down to the comic shop to pick up this edition. Is there anywhere that you can order like online? You know what I'm saying? That would.
You can do a couple things. So first of all, if you have a library card, and you should, most libraries have a digital service through Hoopla, or I'm trying to remember what the other one is, Libby, I think, and there's a whole bunch of others. Most Energon Universe comic books and the classic Larry Hama stories are on those apps for totally free.
Okay.
And you can do that. If you want to read digital comics, Kindle has them. Pretty much any comic service will have them. You can buy them directly from Skybound as well on their website, I believe. But I like to read digital. So I've got a way that I read all my comics digital, even the ones I've got physical, just because it's easier for me to read. Right now I'm reading Hellboy, and I'll be reviewing those on my timeline soon.
Cool.
But yeah, I hadn't read those ever, so this is the experience. But anyway, so Libby, Hoopla, whatever your local library offers, you can read pretty much the first 2 years of Energon for free. So definitely go and do that. Or, like I said, it's $15 for a trade paperback, which is 6 issues, or the Larry Hama thick things, which are 50 issues. Those are $40 on Amazon.
So I got the compendiums. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So I got those as well. I think I actually texted you when I saw it on Amazon. It was like $34.99. I was like, "Is this the thing that I want to get?" And you were like, "Yes." So I bought the first one, and then I got the second one. Like a month later, it went on sale. Now I believe the third one's coming out soon as well.
If it's not already out, the fourth one
out.
will be out by the end of the year.
Nice.
So,
And is Hama in all of those? Does he do all those? Wow,
he wrote all but 10 issues, I think, of the 155 issues that are in those books. And plus those have special missions as well. So you don't miss anything in the Hama story at all.
Right.
So,
okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're worth picking up. Any G.I. Joe fan should get them, even if it's just for the art alone.
So is Hama still writing? Like, I think he stopped for a while, but he's back again. Is that
right? He picked up writing again in 2010, and so and those will be collected in a volume 5 that's coming early next year. I did the Kickstarter for those. That's what this big G.I. Joe box is volumes 1 through 4, and then volumes 5 through 8 will be here by the end of the year. In hardcover leather form. You can't get those anymore, but you can get the paperback versions. They'll start printing those again next year. And those are really cool. There's a lot of cool moments in them. My favorite Destro moment is in those. He busts into a hallway where Darklon's being a doofus and undercutting him. And, Darklon's soldiers say to Destro, "We accept your surrender." And Destro holds up his wrist like this and says, "Okay, you'll be accepting my wrist rockets." And then just blast them entirely into pieces. And that's just dope. So anyway, that would be those are great as well. I covered all of those on the timeline last year because no one had covered those. No, there was not a recap anywhere that I could find,
which is
for
crazy.
250 on. Yeah. And they have incredibly low print runs. Like, nobody was reading them, but IDW was making them for the love of the game. So a whole bunch of people are about to see a whole new world of G.I. Joe as these things get reprinted. And that was kind of why I kept posting those things, was so it would help build hype. So hopefully other people will go out and look for them and start to enjoy those stories for themselves.
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I got the compendiums, and I slowly but surely started reading those. And as much as I love all those, because it's a lot of the original stuff, that like the figures you grew up with and like all that kind of stuff, the Energon universe is just fucking awesome. It's just really good. The one with Destro on the cover with the gold AK, and then the one that is the G.I. Joe series. I think I have the original issue of it where it's got Beachhead and Flint on the cover. They're like in water. That one is just amazing as well. Obviously, being a big Beachhead fan, I think that it's crazy how they introduce him as an elder statesman whom they're trying to push into being a trainer, like a special trainer of some kind. And he's like, fuck that, man. I ain't ready. Yep, that's the one. Yep, I love that one. That one's probably just as good as the Destro, I think. And not against any of the other ones I read, because they're all amazing. I would recommend that highly. But yeah, that's what's up. Compendiums for the win if you're into it. Yep. I got that one too.
And the story that comes right after the story you're talking about with Beachhead is called the Dreadnought War. This is nuts. This is I had not been a huge fan of the run up until here. It's not that it's bad, there's just stuff I like better. This is probably the best G.I. Joe story we've had in the series so far. Dreadnought War is absolutely incredible. So
Buzzer has his chainsaw attached to his arm for spoiler alert. It's pretty cool. But well boys, we are basically at 5 hours, so we're gonna wrap it up. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Chris, you've been here since the beginning, so I greatly appreciate you, my brother. I said it's funny what you said. You got a standard to keep up, 5 hours or bust. That's nice. Very good, very good. But Matt, I know you were traveling and you had a day, so I appreciate you coming in and sticking your head in here for a little bit, which was awesome. Conrad, same with you. Yeah, it was a great birthday. I'm actually going to do most of my birthday celebrating tomorrow, which is, I want to get some, I have to come down here. I have to organize down here a little bit. And then I definitely want to, like, I have a bunch of stuff that I'd like to open and put, like, what happens is I open figures right here and then I'm showing stuff and then it all just kind of collects on this little ass table. And then, so like, if I come down here to actually like do some photos or do something, I'm like, oh, I have to clean up for an hour before I can actually do anything. And it's usually such a kill, but I think I think tomorrow I'm going to get that done. But also my shop is at the workshop out back I have 2 4-foot by 8-foot shop tables in the middle, and they have both been completely covered with shit for 9 months. And it's like the stuff keeps changing. I'll put some few things away and then I come back, because like if I've been working 8, 9, 10 hours and I unload the truck, the last thing I want to do is put every part and piece the fuck back. And it's just, oh God, it's a tough way to live. That's for sure. But yeah, so I'll be doing a lot of my birthday celebrating tomorrow, but I greatly appreciate you guys coming and helping me kick it off tonight, man. It was really, really great time.
Chris and Matt, you guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Wanted to put that out there. Love what you guys do. So
definitely.
I hope you had a wonderful birthday, man. Thank you so much for having all of us on, but really appreciate the opportunity to sit here and talk with you and all these other guys about the things we love. So thank you for that birthday gift to all of us.
Yeah, for sure. No, this has absolutely been great. It was the big, I've never had this many people on. Usually I think it's 4, maybe I've had 5 on, I think I think Chris, when you were on the last time, I think there was 5 of us at one point, or it was Conrad, Chris, Dan, and was Roadblock there that night? I feel like
he came through. Somebody else was there. Yeah.
Somebody else. Yeah, definitely. So that's definitely the most that I had at once. And it was a bit more easier to manage than I expected, especially having a varying topics, right? It's not like it was like, okay, here's the thing. You go, now you go, now you go. It was everybody really worked super well together. So I'm definitely excited about that. But yeah, y'all, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Everybody in the chat that has been here. I see G.I. Davis in the chat. Thank you for coming on, my brother. And everybody that, God, I'm not going to remember everybody that was here the whole night. So I'll be thanking everybody on the timeline. I'll make sure I get everybody's ats and everything added to the show notes tomorrow when I eventually roll my fucking dead ass out of bed. Every time I do a 5-hour show, I wake up just like totally wrecked. Like it's not a drop of alcohol all night tonight, but I will wake up hungover tomorrow for sure. Animus Levels in the house. Thank you for joining us, brother. I appreciate you. Nice. All right. Well, everybody in the chat, thank you for joining us again, and all of my guests as well. We are out of here. We'll see you in those Twitter streets. Later, y'all.
Happy birthday, brother.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Later, guys.